Akin to Love by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Krista Zaleski. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Akin to Love. Lucy Maud Montgomery. David Hartley had dropped in to pay a neighborly call on Josephine Elliott. It was well along in the afternoon, and outside in the clear crispness of a Canadian winter, the long blue shadows from the tall fir trees behind the house were falling over the snow. It was a frosty day, and all the windows of every room where there was no fire were covered with silver palms. But the big, bright kitchen was warm and cozy, and somehow seemed to David more tempting than ever before, and that is saying a good deal. He had an uneasy feeling that he had stayed long enough and ought to go. Josephine was knitting at a long gray sock with doubly aggressive energy, and that was a sign that she was talked out. As long as Josephine had plenty to say, her plump white fingers, where her mother's wedding ring was lost in dimples, moved slowly among her needles. When conversation flagged, she fell to her work as furiously as if a husband and half a dozen sons were waiting for its completion. David often wondered in his secret soul what Josephine did with all the interminable gray socks she knitted. Sometimes he concluded that she put them in the home missionary barrels, again that she sold them to her hired man. At any rate, they were very warm and comfortable looking, and David sighed as he thought of the deplorable state his own socks were generally in. When David sighed, Josephine took alarm. She was afraid David was going to have one of his attacks of foolishness. She must head him off some way, so she rolled up the gray sock, stabbed the big pudgy ball with her needles, and said she guessed she'd get the tea. David got up. "Now, you're not going before tea," said Josephine hospitably. "I'll have it all ready in no time." "I ought to go home, I suppose," said David, with the air and tone of a man dallying with a great temptation. "Zilla'll be waiting tea for me, and there's the stock to tend to." "I guess Zillah won't wait long," said Josephine. She did not intend it at all, but there was a certain scornful ring in her voice. "You must stay. I've a fancy for company to tea." David sat down again. He looked so pleased that Josephine went down on her knees behind the stove, ostensibly to get a stick of firewood, but really to hide her smile. "I suppose he's tickled to death to think of getting a good square meal, after the starvation rations Zillah puts him on," she thought. But Josephine misjudged David just as much as he misjudged her. She had really asked him to stay to tea out of pity, but David thought it was because she was lonesome, and he hailed that as an encouraging sign. And he was not thinking about getting a good meal either, although his dinner had been such a one as only Zillah Hartley could get up. As he leaned back in his cushioned chair and watched Josephine bustling about the kitchen, he was glorying in the fact that he could spend another hour with her, and sit opposite to her at the table while she poured his tea for him and passed him the biscuits, just as if... Here Josephine looked straight at him with such intent and stern brown eyes that David felt she must have read his thoughts, and he colored guiltily. But Josephine did not even notice that he was blushing. She had only paused to wonder whether she would bring out cherry or strawberry preserve, and, having decided on the cherry, took her piercing gaze from David without having seen him at all. But he allowed his thoughts no more vagaries. Josephine set the table with her mother's wedding china. She used it because it was the anniversary of her mother's wedding day, but David thought it was out of compliment to him. And as he knew quite well that Josephine prized that china beyond all her other earthly possessions, he stroked his smooth-shaven, dimpled chin with the air of a man to whom is offered a very subtly sweet homage. Josephine whisked in and out of the pantry and up and down cellar, and with every whisk a new dainty was added to the table. Josephine, as everybody in Meadowby admitted, was past mistress in the noble art of cookery. Once upon a time rash matrons and ambitious young wives had aspired to rival her, but they had long ago realized the vanity of such efforts and dropped comfortably back to second place. Josephine felt an artist's pride in her table when she set the teapot on its stand and invited David to sit in. There were pink slices of cold tongue and crisp green pickles and spiced gooseberry, the recipe for which Josephine had invented herself, and which had taken first prize at the provincial exhibition for 6 successive years. There was a lemon pie, which was a symphony in gold and silver, biscuits as light and as white as snow, and moist, plummy cubes of fruit cake. There was the ruby-tinted cherry preserve, a mound of amber jelly, and, to crown all, steaming cups of tea in flavor and fragrance unequaled. And Josephine, too, sitting at the head of the table, with her smooth, glossy crimps of black hair and cheeks as rosy clear as they had been 20 years ago, when she had been a slender slip of girlhood and bashful young David Hartley had looked at her over his hymn book in prayer meeting and tramped all the way home a few feet behind her, because he was too shy to go boldly up and ask if he might see her home. All taken together, what wonder if David lost his head over that tea-table, and determined to ask Josephine the same old question once more. It was 18 years since he had asked it for the first time, and 2 years since the last. He would try his luck again. Josephine was certainly more gracious than he remembered her to ever have been before. When the meal was over, Josephine cleared the table and washed the dishes. When she had taken a dry towel and sat down by the window to polish her china, David understood that his opportunity had come. He moved over and sat down beside her on the sofa by the window. Outside, the sun was setting in a magnificent arch of light and color over the snow-clad hills and deep blue St. Lawrence Gulf. David grasped at the sunset as an introductory factor. "Isn't it fine, Josephine?" he said admiringly. "It makes me think of that piece of poetry that used to be in the old Fifth Reader when we went to school. Do you mind how the teacher used to drill us up in it on Friday afternoons? It begun, 'Slow sinks more lovely ere his race is run, along Moriah's hills the setting sun.'" Then David declaimed the whole passage in a sing-song tone, accompanied by a few crude gestures recalled from long-ago schoolboy elocution. Josephine knew what was coming. Every time David proposed to her, he had begun by reciting poetry. She twirled her towel around the last plate resignedly. If it had to come, the sooner it was over, the better. Josephine knew by experience that there was no heading David off, despite his shyness, when he had once got along as far as the poetry. "But it's going to be for the last time," she said determinedly. "I am going to settle this question so decidedly tonight that there'll never be a repetition." When David had finished his quotation, he laid his hand on Josephine's plump arm. "Josephine," he said huskily, "I suppose you couldn't, could you now, make up your mind to have me? I wish you would, Josephine, I wish you would. Don't you think you could, Josephine?" Josephine folded up her towel, crossed her hands on it, and looked her wooer squarely in the eyes. "David Hartley," she said deliberately, "what makes you go on asking me to marry you every once in a while, when I've told you times out of mind that I can't and won't?" "Because I can't help hoping that you'll change your mind through time," David replied meekly. "Will you just listen to me? I will not marry you. That is in the first place. And in the second, this is to be final. It has to be. You are never to ask me this again under any circumstances. If you do, I will not answer you. I will not let on I hear you at all. But," and Josephine spoke very slowly and impressively, "I will never speak to you again. Never. We are good friends now, and I like you real well, and like to have you drop in for a neighborly chat as often as you wish to. But there'll be an end, short and sudden, to that, if you don't mind what I say." "Oh, Josephine, ain't that rather hard?" protested David feebly. It seemed terrible to be cut off from all hope with such finality as this. "I mean every word of it," returned Josephine calmly. "You'd better go home now, David. I always feel as if I'd like to be alone for a spell after a disagreeable experience." David obeyed sadly and put on his cap and overcoat. Josephine kindly warned him not to slip and break his legs on the porch, because the floor was as icy as anything, and she even lighted a candle and held it up at the kitchen door to guide him safely out. David, as he trudged sorrowfully homeward across the fields, carried with him the mental picture of a plump, sonsy woman in a trim dress of plum-colored homespun and ruffled blue-check apron haloed by candlelight, It was not a very romantic vision, perhaps, but to David it was more beautiful than anything else in the world. When David was gone, Josephine shut the door with a little shiver. She blew out the candle, for it was not yet dark enough to justify artificial light to her thrifty mind. She thought the big, empty house, in which she was the only living thing, was very lonely. It was so still, except for the slow tick of the grandfather's clock and the soft purr and crackle of the wood in the stove. Josephine sat down by the window. "I wish some of the Centners would run down," she said aloud. "If David hadn't been so ridiculous, I'd have got him to stay the evening. He can be good company when he likes. He's real well read and intelligent. And he must have dismal times at home there with nobody but Zillah." She looked across the yard to the little house at the other side of it, where her French-Canadian hired man lived, and watched the purple spiral of smoke from its chimney curling up against the crocus sky. Would she run over and see Mrs. Leon Poirier and her little black-eyed, brown-skinned baby? No, they never knew what to say to each other. "If 'twasn't so cold, I'd go up and see Ida," she said. "As it is, I guess I'd better fall back on my knitting. For I saw Jimmy Centner's toes sticking through his socks the other day. How set back poor David did look, to be sure. But I think I've settled that marrying notion of his once and for all, and I'm glad of it." She said the same thing next day to Mrs. Tom Centner, who had come down to help her pick her geese. They were at work in the kitchen with a big tub full of feathers between them, and on the table a row of dead birds, which Leon had killed and brought in. Josephine was enveloped in a shapeless print wrapper, and had an apron tied tightly around her head to keep the down out of her beautiful hair, of which she was rather proud. "What do you think, Ida?" she said, with a hearty laugh at the recollection. "David Hartley was here to tea last night, and asked me to marry him again. There's a persistent man for you. I can't brag of ever having had many beaux, but I've certainly had my fair share of proposals." Mrs. Tom did not laugh. Her thin little face, with its faded prettiness, looked as if she never laughed. "Why won't you marry him?" she said fretfully. "Why should I?" retorted Josephine. "Tell me that, Ida Centner." "Because it is high time you were married," said Mrs. Tom decisively. "I don't believe in women living single, and I don't see what better you can do than take David Hartley." Josephine looked at her sister with the interested expression of a person who is trying to understand some mental attitude in another which is a standing puzzle to her. Ida's evident wish to see her married always amused Josephine. Ida had married very young, and for 15 years her life had been one of drudgery and ill health. Tom Centner was a lazy, shiftless fellow. He neglected his family and was drunk half his time. Meadowby people said that he beat his wife when on the spree, but Josephine did not believe that, because she did not think that Ida could keep from telling her if it were so. Ida Centner was not given to bearing her trials in silence. Had it not been for Josephine's assistance, Tom Centner's family would have stood an excellent chance of starvation. Josephine practically kept them, and her generosity never failed or stinted. She fed and clothed her nephews and nieces, and all the gray socks whose destination puzzled David so much went to the Centners. As for Josephine herself, she had a good farm, a comfortable house, a plump bank account, and was an independent, unworried woman. And yet, in the face of all this, Mrs. Tom Centner could bewail the fact that Josephine had no husband to look out for her. Josephine shrugged her shoulders and gave up the conundrum, merely saying ironically in reply to her sister's remark, "And go to live with Zillah Hartley? You know very well you wouldn't have to do that. Ever since John Hartley's wife at the creek died, he's been wanting Zillah to go and keep house for him. And if David got married, Zillah'd go quick. Catch her staying there if you were mistress. And David has such a beautiful house. It's 10 times finer than yours, though I don't deny yours is comfortable. And his farm is the best in Meadowby and joins yours. Think what a beautiful property they'd make together. You're all right now, Josephine, but what will you do when you get old and have nobody to take care of you? I declare the thought worries me at night till I can't sleep." "I should have thought you had enough worries of your own to keep you awake at nights without taking over any of mine," said Josephine dryly. "As for old age, it's a good ways off for me yet. When your Jack gets old enough to have some sense, he can come here and live with me. But I'm not going to marry David Hartley. You can depend on that, Ida, my dear. I wish you could have heard him rhyming off that poetry last night. It doesn't seem to matter much what piece he recites. First thing that comes into his head, I reckon. I remember one time he went clean through that hymn, beginning, "Hark from the tombs a doleful sound." And 2 years ago it was, "To Mary in heaven, as lackadaisical as you please." I never had such a time to keep from laughing, but I managed it, for I wouldn't hurt his feelings for the world. No, I haven't any intention of marrying anybody, but if I had, it wouldn't be dear old sentimental easygoing David. Mrs. Tom plucked a goose down on the bench with an expression which said that she, for one, wasn't going to waste any more words on an idiot. Easy-going, indeed. Did Josephine consider that a drawback? Mrs. Tom sighed. If Josephine, she thought, had put up with Tom Sentner's tempers for 15 years, she would know how to appreciate a good-natured man at his real value. The cold snap which had set in on the day of David's call lasted and deepened for a week. On Saturday evening, when Mrs. Tom came down for a jug of cream, the mercury of the little thermometer thumping against Josephine's porch was below 0. The Gulf was no longer blue, but white with ice. Everything outdoors was crackling and snapping. Inside, Josephine had kept roaring fires all through the house, but the only place really warm was the kitchen. "Wrap your head up well, Ida," she said anxiously when Mrs. Tom rose to go. "You've got a bad cold." "There's a cold going," said Mrs. Tom. "Everyone has it. David Hartley was up at our place today barking terrible, a real churchyard cough, as I told him. He never takes any care of himself. He said Zillah had a bad cold too. Won't she be cranky while it lasts?" Josephine sat up late that night to keep the fires on. She finally went to bed in the little room opposite the big hall stove, and she slept at once and dreamed that the thumps of the thermometer flapping in the wind against the wall outside grew louder and more insistent until they woke her up. Someone was pounding on the porch door. Josephine sprang out of bed and hurried on her wrapper and felt shoes. She had no doubt that some of the Sentners were sick. They had a habit of getting sick at about that time of night. She hurried out and opened the door, expecting to see hulking Tom Sentner, or perhaps Ida herself, big-eyed and hysterical. But David Hartley stood there, panting for breath. The clear moonlight showed that he had no overcoat on, and he was coughing hard. Josephine, before she spoke a word, clutched him by the arm and pulled him in out of the wind. "For pity's sake, David Hartley, what is the matter?" "Zillah's awful sick," he gasped. "I came here because 'twas nearest. Oh, won't you come over, Josephine? I've got to go for the doctor, and I can't leave her alone. She's suffering dreadful. I know you and her ain't on good terms, but you'll come, won't you?" "Of course I will," said Josephine sharply. "I'm not a barbarian, I hope, to refuse to go to the help of a sick person if 'twas my worst enemy. I'll go in and get ready, and you go straight to the hall stove and warm yourself. There's a good fire in it yet. What on earth do you mean, starting out on a bitter night like this without an overcoat or even mittens, and you with a cold like that?" "I never thought of them. I was so frightened," said David apologetically. "I just lit up a fire in the kitchen stove as quick's I could and run. It rattled me to hear Zillah moaning so's you could hear her all over the house." "You need someone to look after you as bad as Zillah does," said Josephine severely. In a very few minutes she was ready, with the basket packed full of homely remedies. "For like as not there'll be no putting one's hand on anything there," she muttered. She insisted on wrapping her big plaid shawl around David's head and neck, and made him put on a pair of mittens she had knitted for Jack Sentner. Then she locked the door and they started across the gleam-encrusted field. It was so slippery that Josephine had to cling to David's arm to keep her feet. In the rapture of supporting her, David almost forgot everything else. In a few minutes they had passed under the bare, glistening boughs of the poplars on David's lawn, and for the first time Josephine crossed the threshold of David Hartley's house. Years ago, in her girlhood, when the Hartleys lived in the old house and there were half a dozen girls at home, Josephine had frequently visited there. All the Hartley girls liked her except Zillah. She and Zillah never got on together. When the other girls had married and gone, Josephine gave up visiting there. She had never been inside the new house, and she and Zillah had not spoken to each other for years. Zillah was a sick woman, too sick to be anything but civil to Josephine. David started at once for the doctor at the creek, and Josephine saw that he was well wrapped up before she let him go. Then she mixed up a mustard plaster for Zillah and sat down by the bedside to wait. When Mrs. Tom Sentner came down the next day, she found Josephine busy making flaxseed poultices, with her lips set in a line that betokened she had made up her mind to some disagreeable course of duty. "Zillah has got pneumonia bad," she said in reply to Mrs. Tom's inquiries. "The doctor is here and Mary Bell from the creek. She'll wait on Zillah, but there'll have to be another woman here to see to the work. I reckon I'll stay." I suppose it's my duty, and I don't see who else could be got. You can send Mamie and Jack down to stay at my house until I can go back. I'll run over every day and keep an eye on things." At the end of a week, Zillah was out of danger. Saturday afternoon, Josephine went over home to see how Mamie and Jack were getting on. She found Mrs. Tom there, and the latter promptly dispatched Jack and Mamie to the post office that she might have an opportunity to hear Josephine's news. "I've had an awful week of it, Ida," said Josephine solemnly, as she sat down by the stove and put her feet up on the glowing hearth. "I suppose Zillah is pretty cranky to wait on," said Mrs. Tom sympathetically. "Oh, it isn't Zillah. Mary Bell looks after her. No, it's the house. I've never lived in such a place of dust and disorder in my born days. I'm sorrier for David Hartley than I ever was for anyone before." "I suppose he's used to it," said Mrs. Tom with a shrug. "I don't see how anyone could ever get used to it," groaned Josephine. "And David used to be so particular when he was a boy. The minute I went there the other night, I took in that kitchen with a look. I don't believe the paint has even been washed since the house was built. I honestly don't. And I wouldn't like to be called upon to swear when the floor was scrubbed either. The corners were just full of rolls of dust. You could have shoveled it out. I swept it out the next day, and I thought I'd be choked. As for the pantry, well, the less said about that, the better. And it's the same all through the house. You could write your name on everything. I couldn't so much as clean up. Zillah was so sick there couldn't be a bit of noise made. I did manage to sweep and dust, and I cleaned out the pantry. And, of course, I saw that the meals were nice and well cooked. You should have seen David's face. He looked as if he couldn't get used to having things clean and tasty. I darned his socks. He hadn't a whole pair to his name. And I've done everything I could to give him a little comfort. Not that I could do much. If Zillah heard me moving round, she'd send Mary Bell out to ask what the matter was. When I wanted to go upstairs, I'd have to take off my shoes and tiptoe up on my stocking feet, so she wouldn't know it. And I'll have to stay there another fortnight yet. Zillah won't be able to sit up till then. I don't really know if I can stand it without falling to and scrubbing the house from garret to cellar in spite of her." Mrs. Tom Sentner did not say much to Josephine. To herself she said complacently, "She's sorry for David. Well, I've always heard that pity was akin to love. We'll see what comes of this." Josephine did manage to live through that fortnight. One morning she remarked to David at the breakfast table, "Well, I think that Mary Bell will be able to attend to the work after today, David. I guess I'll go home tonight." David's face clouded over. "Well, I suppose we oughtn't keep you any longer, Josephine. I'm sure it's been awful good of you to stay this long. I don't know what we'd have done without you." "You're welcome," said Josephine shortly. "Don't go for to walk home," said David. "The snow is too deep. I'll drive you over when you want to go." "I'll not go before the evening," said Josephine slowly. David went out to his work gloomily. For 3 weeks he had been living in comfort. His wants were carefully attended to, his meals were well cooked and served, and everything was bright and clean. And more than all, Josephine had been there, with her cheerful smile and companionable ways. Well, it was all ended now. Josephine sat at the breakfast table long after David had gone out. She scowled at the sugar bowl and shook her head savagely at the teapot. "I'll have to do it," she said at last. "I'm so sorry for him that I can't do anything else." She got up and went to the window, looking across the snowy field to her own home, nestled between the grove of firs and the orchard. "It's awful snug and comfortable," she said regretfully, "and I've always felt set on being free and independent, but it's no use. I'd never have a minute's peace of mind again thinking of David living here in dirt and disorder, and him being so particular and tidy by nature. No, it's my duty, plain and clear, to come here and make things pleasant for him. The pointing of Providence, as you might say. The worst of it is, I'll have to tell him so myself. He'll never dare to mention the subject again after what I said to him that night he proposed last. I wish I hadn't been so dreadful emphatic. Now I've got to say it myself, if it is ever said. But I'll not begin by quoting poetry, that's one thing sure." Josephine threw back her head, crowned with its shining braids of jet-black hair, and laughed heartily. She bustled back to the stove and poked up the fire. "I'll have a bit of corned beef and cabbage for dinner," she said, "and I'll make David that pudding he's so fond of. After all, it's kind of nice to have someone to plan and think for. It always did seem like a waste of energy to fuss over cooking things when there was nobody but myself to eat them." Josephine sang over her work all day, and David went about his with the face of a man who is going to the gallows without benefit of clergy. When he came in to supper at sunset, his expression was so woebegone that Josephine had to dodge into the pantry to keep from laughing outright. She relieved her feelings by pounding the dresser with the potato masher, and then went primly out and took her place at the table. The meal was not a success from a social point of view. Josephine was nervous, and David was glum. Mary Bell gobbled down her food with her usual haste, and then went away to carry Zillah hers. Then David said reluctantly, "If you want to go home now, Josephine, I'll hitch up Red Rob and drive you over." Josephine began to plait the tablecloth. She wished again that she had not been so emphatic on the occasion of his last proposal. Without replying to David's suggestion, she said crossly— Josephine always spoke crossly when she was especially in earnest— "I want to tell you what I think about Zillah. She's getting better, but she's had a terrible shaking up, and it's my opinion that she won't be good for much all winter. She won't be able to do any hard work, that's certain. If you want my advice, I tell you fair and square that I think she'd better go off for a visit as soon as she's fit. She thinks so herself. Clementine wants her to go and stay a spell with her in town. 'Twould be just the thing for her." "She can go if she wants to, of course," said David dully. "I can get along by myself for a spell." "There's no need of you getting along by yourself," said Josephine more crossly than ever. I'll come here and keep house for you if you like." David looked at her uncomprehendingly. "Wouldn't people kind of gossip?" he asked hesitatingly. "Not but what—" "I don't see what they'd have to gossip about," broke in Josephine, "if we were married." David sprang to his feet with such haste that he almost upset the table. "Josephine, do you mean that?" he exclaimed. "Of course I mean it," she said in a perfectly savage tone. "Now, for pity's sake, don't say another word about it just now. I can't discuss it for a spell. Go out to your work. I want to be alone for a while." For the first and last time, David disobeyed her. Instead of going out, he strode around the table, caught Josephine masterfully in his arms and kissed her. And Josephine, after a second's hesitation, kissed him in return. End of Akin to Love by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
The Friendship of Amos and Emile, translated by William Morris. Read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Friendship of Amos and Emile, translated by William Morris. In the time of Pepin, king of France, was a child born in the castle of Baracaine, of a noble father of Alamein, who was of great holiness. The father and the mother promised to God and St. Peter and St. Paul, whereas they had none other child, that if God gave it life, they would bear it to Rome to baptism. At the same time came a vision to a count of Auvergne, whose wife was big with child, whereby it seemed that the apostle of Rome was baptizing many children in his palace, and confirming them with chrism. So when the count was awakened, he sought of many wise folk what might signify that which he had seen in his dream. And when his vision was uncovered, a wise man and ancient bespake him by the counsel of God, "Make great joy, Count, for there shall be born to thee a son full of great prowess and of great holiness, and him thou shalt let bear to Rome, and let baptize him by the apostle." Thereof great joy made the count, and he and his folk praised the counsel of the elder. The child was born and dearly fostered, and when he had 2 years, and the father after his purpose was bearing him to Rome, he came to the city of Lucca, and therein he found a nobleman of Alamein, who was wending Romeward, and bearing his son to baptism. They greeted one the other, and each asked other who he was, and what he sought, and when they found themselves to be of one purpose, they joined company in all friendliness, and entered Rome together. And the 2 children fell to loving one another so sorely that one would not eat without the other. They lived of one victual, and lay in one bed. In this wise the fathers brought them before the apostle at Rome, and spake to him, "Holy Father, whom we know and believe to be in the place of St. Peter the apostle, The Count of Alverne and a noble knight of Barracane the castle beseech your holiness that ye would deign to baptize their sons, which they have brought from far away, and that ye would take their little offering from their hands. And the apostle answered them, I hold your gifts for right acceptable, but they are not to me of much necessity. Give them to the poor, who have need thereof. The infants will I baptize with a good will, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost may embrace them in the love of the Holy Trinity. Forthwith then the apostle baptized them in the church of the Holy Saviour, and laid for name on the son of the Count, Emile, and on the son of the knight, Amas. And many a knight of Rome held them at the font with mickle joy, and raised them aloft even as God would. And the office of baptism done, the apostle bade bring 2 hanabs of tree, dight with gold and precious stones, side and wide alike, and of like fashion, and gave them to the barons, and said, Take these gifts in token that I have baptized you in the church of the Holy Saviour. Which gifts they took joyfully, and thanked him much, and betook them thence home in all joyance. To the child of Barracane did God give so great wisdom, that one might trow that he were another Solomon. And when he was of the age of 30 years, a fever took his father, and he fell to admonishing his son in such like words, Fair son, well beloved, it behoveth me presently to die, and thou shalt abide and be thine own master. Now firstly, fair son, keep thou the commandments of God. The chivalry of Jesus Christ do thou. Keep thou faith to thy lords, and give aid to thy fellows and friends. Defend the widows and orphans, uphold the poor and needy, and in all days hold thy last day in memory. Forget not the fellowship and friendship of the son of the Count of Alverne, whereas the apostle of Rome on one day baptized you both, and with one gift honored you. Ye be alike of beauty, of fashion, and stature, and whoso should see you would deem you to be brethren. So having finished these words, and received his Saviour, he departed in our Lord, and his son did do bury him, and did do render him his service, even as one should do for the dead. After the death of his father, evil folk bore envy against him, and did him many a scathe, and grieved him sorely, but he loved them all, and suffered whatsoever they did to him. What more may I tell you, save that they cast him and his folk out of the heritage of his fathers, and chased him forth out of his castle? So when he bethought him of the commandment of his father, he said to them who went in his company, The wicked have wrongfully cast me forth out of mine heritage, yet have I good hope in our Lord that he will help me. Go we now to the court of the Count Emile, who was my friend and my fellow. Mayhappen he will make us rich with his goods and his havings. But if it be not so, then shall we go to Hildegarde, the queen, wife of King Charles of France, who is wont to comfort the disinherited. And they answered that they were ready to follow him and do his bidding. Therewith they went their ways to the court of the Count, and found him not there, because he was gone to Barracane to visit Amas, his fellow, and comfort him of the death of his father. And when he found him not, he departed sore troubled, and said to himself that he would not betake him to his own land, till he had found Amas his fellow. And he sought him in France and Allemagne, wheresoever he heard tell that his kindred were, and could find no certainty of him. Therewithal Amas, together with his folk, ceased not to seek his fellow Emile, until they came to the house of a nobleman where they were guested. Thereat they told by order all their adventure, and the nobleman said to them, Abide with me, sir knights, and I will give my daughter to your lord, because of the wisdom that I have heard of him, and I will make you all rich of gold and silver, and of havings. That word pleased them, and they held the bridal with mickle joy. But when they had abided there for 1.5 years, then said Amas to his 10 fellows, We have done amiss in that we have left seeking of Emile. And he left there 2 of his sergeants and his hanap, and went his ways toward Paris. Now by this time had Emile been a-seeking for Amas 2 years past, without ceasing. And when as Emile drew nigh to Paris, he found a pilgrim and asked if he had seen Amos, whom men had chased out of his land. And that one said nay, he had not. But Emil did off his coat and gave it to the pilgrim and said, Pray thou to our Lord in his hallows, that they give me to find Amos my fellow. Then he departed from the pilgrim, and went his ways to Paris, and found no whither Amos his fellow. But the pilgrim went his ways forthwith, and about vespers happened on Amos, and they greeted each the other. And Amos said to the pilgrim, had he seen or heard tidings in any land of Emil, son of the Count of Alverne? And the pilgrim answered him, all marvelling, Who art thou, knight, who thus mockest a pilgrim? Thou seemest to me that Emil, who this day asked of me if I had seen Amos his fellow. I wot not for why thou hast changed thy garments, thy folk, thine horses, and thine arms. Thou askest me now what thou didst ask me to-day about Turs, and thou gavest me this coat. Trouble not thine heart, said Amos. I am not he who thou deemest, but I am Amos who seekest Emil. And he gave him of his silver, and bade him pray our Lord to give him to find Emil. And the pilgrim said, Go thy ways forthright to Paris, and I trow that thou shalt find whom thou seekest, so sore longing. And therewith Amos went his ways full eagerly. Now on the morrow Emil was already departed from Paris, and was sitting at meat with his knights hard by the water of Seine, in a flowery meadow. And when they saw Amos coming with his fellows all armed, they rose up and armed them, and so went forth before them. And Amos said to his fellows, I see French knights who come against us in arms. Now fight heartily and defend your lives. If we may escape this peril, then shall we go with great joy to Paris, and there too shall we be received with high favour at the court of the king. Then were the reins let loose, and the spears shaken aloft, and the swords drawn on either side, in such wise that no semblance was there that any should escape alive. But God the Almighty, who seeth all, and who setteth an end to the toil of the righteous, did to hold aback them of one part and of the other, when they were now hard on each other. For then said Amos, Who are ye, knights, who have willed to slay Amos the exile and his fellows? At that voice Emil knew Amos his fellow, and said, O thou Amos, most well beloved, rest from my travail. I am Emil, son of the Count of Alverne, who have not ceased to seek thee for 2 whole years. And therewith they alighted down from their horses, and embraced and kissed each other, and gave thanks to God of that they were found. And they swore fealty and friendship and fellowship perpetual, the one to the other, on the sword of Emil, wherein were relics. Thence went they all together to the court of Charles, King of France. There might men behold them young, well attempered, wise, fair, and of like fashion and visage, loved of all, and honoured. And the king received them much joyously, and made of Amos his treasurer, and of Emil his server. And when they had abided thus 3 years, Amos said unto Emil, Fair sweet fellow, I desire sore to see my wife whom I have left behind, and I will return the soonest that I may, and do thou abide at the court. But keep thee well from touching the daughter of the king, and above all things beware of Arderai the felon. Emil answered him, I will take heed of thy commandment, but betake thee back hither so soon as thou mayest. Thus wise departed Amos, but Emil cast his eyes upon the king's daughter, and knew her so soon as he might, and right soon forgat he the commandment and the teaching of Amos his fellow. Yet is not this adventure strange, whereas he was no holier than David, nor wiser than Solomon. Amidst these things Arderai the traitor, who bore him envy, came to him and said, Thou wottest not, fellow, thou wottest not how Amos hath robbed the treasure of the king, and therefore is fled away. Wherefore I require of thee thou swear me fealty and friendship and fellowship, and I will swear the same to thee on the holy gospel. And so when that was done, Emil doubted not to lay bare his secret to Arderai. But when as Emil was a-giving water to the king to wash his hands withal, the false Arderai said to the king, Take thou no water from this evil man, Sir King, for he is more worthy of death than of life, whereas he hath taken from the queen's daughter the flower of her virginity. But when Emil heard this, he fell down all astonied, and might say never a word. But the benign king lifted him up again, and said to him, Rise up, Emil, and have no fear, and defend thee of this blame. So he lifted himself up, and said, Have no will to trow, sire, in the lies of Ardirai the traitor, for I wot that thou art a right wise judge, and that thou turnest not from the right way, neither for love nor for hatred. Wherefore I pray thee that thou givest me frist of counsel, and that I may purge me of this guilt before thee, and do the battle against Ardirai the traitor, and make him convict of his lies before all the court. So the king gave to one and the other frist of counsel till after nones, and that then they should come before him for to do their devoir. And they came before the king at the term which he had given them. Ardirai brought with him the Count Herbert for his part, but Emil found none who would be for him saving Hildegard the queen, who took up the cause for him, and gat frist of counsel for Emil, on such covenant that if Emil come not back by the term established, she should be lacking all days of the bed of the king. But when Emil went to seek counsel, he happened on Amos, his fellow, who was betaking him to the king's court, and Emil lighted down from his horse, and cast himself at the feet of his fellow, and said, O thou, the only hope of my salvation, evilly have I kept thy commandment, for I have run into wight of the king's daughter, and I have taken up battle against the false Ardirai. Then said Amos, sighing, Leave we here our folk, and enter into this wood to lay bare our secret. And Amos fell to blaming Emil, and said, Change we our garments and our horses, and get thee to my house, and I will do the battle for thee against the traitor. And Emil answered, How may I go into thine house, who have no knowledge of thy wife and thy folk, and have never seen them face to face? But Amos said to him, Go in all safety, and seek wisely to know them, but take good heed that thou touch not my wife. And thuswise they departed each from his fellow weeping, and Amos went his ways to the court of the king in the semblance of Emil, and Emil to the house of his fellow in the semblance of Amos. But the wife of Amos, when she saw him betake him thither, ran to embrace him, whom she deemed was her husband, and would have kissed him. But he said, Flee thou from before me, for I have greater need to lament than to play, whereas since I departed from thee, I have suffered adversity full sore, and yet have to suffer. And at night time, when as they lay in one bed, then Emil laid his sword betwixt the two of them, and said to the woman, Take heed that thou touch me in no manner wise, else diest thou straightway by this sword. And in likewise did he the other nights, until Amos betook him in disguise to his house, to wot if Emil kept faith with him of his wife. Now was the term of the battle come, and the queen abode Emil all full of fear, for the traitor Ardirai said all openly that the queen should never more draw nigh the bed of the king, whereas she had suffered and consented hereto, that Emil should shame her daughter. Amidst these words Amos entered into the court of the king, clad in the raiment of his fellow Emil, at the hour of midday, and said to the king, Right debonair and loyal judge, here am I apparelled to do battle against the false Ardirai, in defence of me, the queen, and her daughter of the wight, which they lay upon us. And the king answered benignly, and said, Be thou not troubled, Count, for if thou vanquishest the battle, I will give thee to wife Bilisant, my daughter. On the morrow's morn, Ardirai and Amos entered armed into the field in the presence of the king and his folk, and the queen with much company of virgins, and widows and wedded wives, went from church to church, making prayers for the champion of her daughter, and they gave gifts, oblations, and candles. And Amos fell to pondering in his heart that if he should slay Ardirai, he would be guilty of his death before God, and if he were vanquished, it should be for a reproach to him all his days. Wherefore he spake thuswise to Ardirai, O thou Count, foul rede thou hast, and that thou desirest my death so sorely. and hast foolishly cast thy life into peril of death. If thou wouldest but take back the white which thou layest on me, and leave this mortal battle, thou mayest have my friendship and my service." But Arderai, as one out of his wit, answered him, "I will not have thy friendship nor thy service, but I shall swear the sooth as it verily is, and I shall smite the head from off thee." So Arderai swore that he had shamed the king's daughter, and Amos swore that he lied, and straightway they dealt together in strokes, and fought together from the hour of terce right on till nones. And Arderai was vanquished, and Amos smote off his head. The king was troubled that he had lost Arderai, yet was he joyous that his daughter was purged of her guilt. And he gave to Amos his daughter, and a great sum of gold and silver, and a city hard by the sea wherein to dwell. And Amos received the same with great joy. Then he returned at his speediest to his hostel wherein he had left Amiel his fellow. But whenas Amiel saw him coming with much company of horse, he deemed that Amos was vanquished, and fell to fleeing. But Amos bade him return in all safety, for that he had vanquished Arderai, and thereby was wedded for him to the king's daughter. Thence then did Amiel betake him, and abode in the aforesaid city with his wife. But Amos abode with his wife, and it became measle by the will of our Lord, in such wise that he might not move from his bed, for God chastiseth him that he loveth. And his wife, who had to name Obias, had him in sore hate, and many a time strove to strangle him. And when Amos found that, he called to him two of his sergeants, Azones and Horatus, by name, and said to them, "Take me out of the hands of this evil woman, and take my Hannah privily, and bear me to the castle of Baracane." So when they drew nigh to the castle, folk came to meet them, and asked of them who was the feeble sick man whom they bore. And they said it was Amos, the master of them, who was become measle, and prayed them that they would do him some mercy. But nevertheless they beat the sergeants of Amos, and cast him down from the cart whereupon they were bearing him, and said, "Flee hence speedily, if ye would not lose your lives." Then Amos fell a-weeping, and said, "O thou, God debonair and full of pity, give me death, or give me aid from mine infirmity." And therewith he said to his sergeants, "Bring me to the church of the Father of Rome, whereas God may, peradventure of his great mercy, purvey for my poverty." When they came to Rome, Constantine the apostle, full of pity and of holiness, and many a knight of Rome of them who had held Amos at the font, came to meet him, and gave him sustenance enough for him and his sergeants. And in the space of 3 years thereafter was so great famine in the city, that the father had willed to thrust the son away from his house. Then spake Azonas and Horatus to Amos, and said, "Fair sir, thou wottest how feelly we have served thee sit hence the death of thy father unto this day, and that we have never trespassed against thy commandment. But now we may no longer abide with thee, whereas we have no will to perish of hunger. Wherefore we pray thee give us leave to escape this mortal pestilence." Then Amos answered them weeping, "O ye fair sons, and not sergeants, my only comfort, I pray you for God's sake that ye leave me not here, but bear me to the city of the Count Amiel, my fellow." And they who would well obey his commandments bore him thither whereas was Amiel. And there they fell to sounding on their tartivels before the court of Amiel, even as measle folk be wont to do. And when Amiel heard the sound thereof, he bade a sergeant of his to bear to the sick man of bread and of flesh, and therewithal his Hannah, which was given to him at Rome, full of good wine. And when the sergeant had done his commandment, he said to him, when he came again, "By the faith which I owe thee, sir, if I held not thine Hannah in my hand, I deemed that it was even that which the sick man had, for one and the same be they of greatness and of fashion." Then said Amiel, "Go speedily and lead him hither to me." But when he was before his fellow, he asked of him who he was, and how he had gotten that Hannah. Said he, "I am of Baracane the castle, and the Hannah was given me by the apostle of Rome when he baptized me." And when Amiel heard that, he knew that it was Amos his fellow who had delivered him from death, and given him to wife the king's daughter of France. Straightway he cast himself upon him, and fell to crying out strongly, and to weeping and lamenting, and to kissing and embracing him. And when his wife heard the same, she ran thereto all dishevelled, and making great dole, whereas she had in memory of how he had slain our dear eye. And straightway they laid him in a very fair bed, and said to him, Abide with us, fair sir, until that God should do his will of thee, for whatsoever we have is for thee to deal with. And he abode with them, and his sergeants with him. Now it befell on a night, when as Amos and Emile lay in one chamber without other company, that God sent to Amos Raphael his angel, who said to him, Sleepest thou, Amos? And he who deemed that Emile had called to him answered, I sleep not, fair sweet fellow. Then the angel said to him, Thou hast answered well, whereas thou art the fellow of the citizens of heaven. And thou hast followed after Job and Tobi in patience. Now I am Raphael, an angel of our Lord, and am come to tell thee of a medicine for thine healing, whereas he hath heard thy prayers. Thou shalt tell to Emile thy fellow, that he slay his 2 children, and wash thee in their blood, and thence thou shalt get thee the healing of thy body. Then said Amos, Never shall it be that my fellow be a manslayer for the healing of me. But the angel said, Yet even so it behoveth to do. And when he had so said, the angel departed, and therewith Emile, as if asleeping, heard those words, and awoke, and said, What is it, fellow? Who hath spoken unto thee? And Amos answered that none had spoken, but I have prayed to our Lord according to my wont. Then Emile said, Nay, it is not so. Someone hath spoken to thee. Therewith he arose and went to the door of the chamber, and found it shut, and said, Tell me, fair brother, who hath spoken to thee these words of the night? Then Amos fell a weeping sorely, and said to him that it was Raphael, the angel of our Lord, who had said to him, Amos, our Lord biddeth thou tell Emile that he slay his 2 children, and wash thee with the blood of them, and that then thou wilt be whole of thy measlery. But Emile was sore moved with these words, and said to him, Amos, I have given over to thee manservant and maidservant, and all my goods, and now thou feignest in fraud that the angel hath spoken to thee that I slay my 2 children. But forthwith Amos fell a weeping, and said, I wot that I have spoken to thee things grievous, as one constrained, and now I pray thee that thou cast me not out of thine house. And Emile said that he had promised that he would hold him till the hour of his death. But I conjure thee by the faith which is betwixt thee and me, and by our fellowship, and by the baptism which we took between me and thee at Rome, that thou tell me if it be man or angel who hath said this to thee. Then Amos answered, As true as it was an angel who spake to me this night, so may God deliver me from mine infirmity. Then Emile fell to weeping privily, and thinking in his heart, This man forsooth was apparelled before the king to die for me. And why should I not slay my children for him? If he hath kept faith with me to the death, why keep I not faith? Abraham was saved by faith, and by faith have the hallows vanquished kingdoms. And God saith in the gospel, That which ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so to them. And Emile, without more tarrying, went to the chamber of his wife, and bade her to go hear the service of our Lord. And the countess gat her to the church, even as she was wont. Then the count took his sword, and went to bed where lay his children, and found them sleeping. And he threw himself upon them, and fell to weeping bitterly, and said, Who hath heard ever of a father who of his will hath slain his child? Ah, alas, my children, I shall be no more your father, but your cruel murderer. And therewith the children awoke because of the tears which fell on them from their father. And the children, who looked on the face of their father, fell a-laughing. And whereas they were of the age of 3 years or thereabout, their father said to them, Your laughter shall be turned into weeping, for now shall your innocent blood be shed. When he had so said, he cut off their heads, and then laid them out behind the bed, and laid the heads to the bodies, and covered them over, even as they slept. And with their blood, which he received, he washed his fellow, and said, Sire God, Jesus Christ, who commandest men to keep faith upon the earth, and who cleansest the measle by thy word, deign thou to cleanse my fellow, for the love of whom I have shed the blood of my children. Then was Amos cleansed of his measlery, and they gave thanks to our Lord with great joy, and said, Blessed be God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who healeth them that have hope in him. And Emil clad his fellow in his own right goodly raiment, and therewith they went to the church to give thanks there. And the bells by the grace of God rang of themselves. When the people of the city heard that, they ran all together toward that marvel. Now the wife of the count, when she saw them both going together, fell to asking which of the two was her husband, and said, I know well the raiment of these twain, but I wot not which is Emil. And the count said, I am Emil, and this my fellow is Amos, who is whole. Then the countess wondered, and said, I see him all whole, but much I desired to know whereby he is healed. Render we thanks to our Lord, said the count, nor disquiet us as to how it may be. Now was come the hour of tierce, and neither the father nor the mother was yet entered in to their children. But the father sighed grievously for the death of his babes. Then the countess asked for her children to make her joy, and the count said, Dame, let be, let the children sleep. Therewith he entered all alone to the children to weep over them, and he found them playing in the bed, but the scars of their wounds showed about the necks of each of them, even as a red fillet. Then he took them in his arms, and bore them to their mother, and said, Make great joy, dame, whereas thy sons whom I had slain by the commandment of the angel are alive again, and by their blood is Amos cured and healed. And when the countess heard it, she said, O thou count, why didst thou not lead me with thee to receive the blood of my children? And I would have washed therewith Amos thy fellow and my lord. Then said the count, Dame, let be these words, and let us be at the service of our Lord, who hath done such great wonders in our house. Which thing they did, even unto their death, and held chastity. And they made great joy through that same city for 10 days. But on the selfsame day that Amos was made whole, the devils bore off his wife. They brake the neck of her, and bore away her soul. After these things Amos betook him to the castle of Baracane, and laid siege before it, and abode there before so long, that they of the castle rendered themselves to him. He received them benignly, and pardoned them their evil will, and from thenceforth he dwelt with them peaceably, and he held with them the elder son of Emil, and served our Lord with all his heart. Thereafter Adrian, apostle of Rome, sent word to Charles, king of France, that he come help him against Dezer, the king of the Lombards, who much tormented the church. And Charles was as then in the town of Theodosion. Thither came Peter, messenger of the apostle, who said to him that the apostle prayed him to come defend holy church. Thereupon King Charles sent to the said Dezer messengers to pray him that he give back to the Holy Father the cities and other things which he had taken from him, and that he would give him thereto the sum of 40,000 sols in gold and in silver. But he would give away neither for prayers nor gifts. Thereon the good king bade come to him all manner of folk, bishops, abbots, dukes, princes, marquises, and other strong knights. And he sent to Cluses certain of these for to guard the passage of the ways, amongst the which was Albans, bishop of Angiers, a man full of great holiness. Then the King Charles, together with many warriors, drew nigh to Cluses, by the mount of Senens, and sent Bernhard his uncle, and a many with him, by the mount of Jove. And the vanward said that Dezer, together with all his force, was already at Cluses, the which he had to do dight with bulwarks of iron and stone. But whenas Charles drew nigh to Cluses, he sent his messengers to Dezer, praying him to give back to the Holy Father the cities which he had taken. But he would not for the prayer. Again Charles bade him that he send 3 of the children of the judges of Lombardy in hostage, until such time as he had given back the cities of the church, and that he would betake him to France with all his host, without battle and without doing any scathe. But he neither for that, nor for aught else would blench one whit. Now when God the Almighty had seen the hard heart and malice of this man, and that the French were sore desirous to get them aback home, he set so great fear and so great trembling in the hearts of the Lombards that they turned to flight, all of them, although none chased them, and left there behind them their tents and all their gear. When that saw Charles and his host, they followed them and thrust forth into Lombardy French, Alemains, English, and all other manner of folk. Of that host were Amos and Emile, who were the first in the court of the king, and every way they heeded the works of our Lord in fasting and praying and alms-doing, in giving aid to widows and orphans, in often times appeasing the wrath of the king, in suffering the evil, and consoling the realm of the Romans. Now when as Charles had much folk in Lombardy, King Desert came to meet him with his little host. For whereas Desert had a priest, Charles had a bishop, whereas that one had a monk, the other had an abbot. Where Desert had a knight, Charles had a prince. The one had a man of foot, the other a duke or a count. What should I say? Where that king had one knight, Charles had 30. So the two hosts fell to blows together, with great cries and banners displayed, stones and darts flying here and there, and knights falling on every part. And the Lombards fought so mightily for 3 days, that they slew of King Charles a very great infinity. And after the 3rd day's wearing, Charles called to him the most mighty and the strongest of his host, and said to them, Either die ye in battle, or gain ye the victory. So the King Desert and the whole host of the Lombards together fled away to the place hight Mortara, which in those days was called Fairwood, whereas thereabout was the land delectable. There they refreshed them, and took heed to their horses. On the morrow morn King Charles and his host came thither, and found the Lombards all armed, and there they joined battle, and a great multitude of dead there was on one side and the other, and because of this slaughter had the place to name Mortara. Moreover, there died Amos and Emile, for even as God had joined them together by good accord in their life days, so in their death they were not sundered. Withal many another doughty baron was slain with them. But Desert, together with his judges, and a great multitude of the Lombards, fled away and entered into Pavia, and King Charles followed after them, and besieged the city on all sides. Withal he sent into France for his wife and his children. But the holy Albans, bishop of Angiers, and many other bishops and abbots, gave counsel to the king and the queen, that they should bury the dead and make there a church. And the said counsel pleased much the king. And there were made 2 churches, one by the commandment of Charles in honor of Saint Eusebius of Verceil, and the other by the commandment of the queen in honor of Saint Peter. And the king did do bear thither 2 arks of stone, wherein were buried Amos and Emile. And Emile was born into the church of Saint Peter, and Amos into the church of Saint Eusebius. And the other corpses were buried here and there. But on the morrow's morn, the body of Emile and his coffin therewith was found in the church of Saint Eusebius, hard by the coffin of Amos his fellow. Now hear ye of this marvellous fellowship, which might not be sundered by death. This wonder wrought for them God, who had given such might to his disciples, that they had power to move mountains and shift them. But because of this miracle, the king and the queen abode there 30 days, and did do the service of them that were slain, and worshipped the said churches with great gifts. Meanwhile the host of Charles wrought for the taking of the city, which they had besieged, and our Lord tormented them that were within in such wise that they were brought to naught by great feebleness and by mortalities. And after 10 months from the time when the city was besieged, Charles took Desert and all them who were with him, and laid the city and all the realm under his subjection. And King Desert and his wife they led into France. But St. Albans, who by that time had raised the dead to life, and given light to many blind folk, ordained clerks, priests, and deacons in the aforesaid church of St. Eusebius, and commanded them that they should without ceasing guard, and keep the bodies of those 2 fellows, Amos and Emile, who suffered death at the hands of Desert, king of Lombardy, on the 4th of the Ides of October. Reigning our Lord Jesus Christ, who liveth and reigneth without end with the Father and the Holy Ghost. Amen. End of the Friendship of Amos and Emile. Translated by William Morris.
Angela, An Inverted Love Story by William Schwenk Gilbert. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 5 by Richa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angela, An Inverted Love Story by William Schwenk Gilbert. The Century Magazine, September 1890. I'm a poor paralyzed fellow who, for many years past, has been confined to a bed or a sofa. For the last 6 years I have occupied a small room giving on to one of the side canals of Venice, and having no one about me but a deaf old woman who makes my bed and attends to my food, and there I eke out a poor income of about £30 a year by making watercolor drawings of flowers and fruits. They are the cheapest models in Venice, and these I send to a friend in London, who sells them to a dealer for small sums, but on a whole I am happy and content. It is necessary that I should describe the position of my room rather minutely. Its only window is about 5 feet above the water of the canal, and above it the house projects some 6 feet and overhangs the water, the projecting portion being supported by stout piles driven into the bed of the canal. This arrangement has the disadvantage, among others, of so limiting my upward view that I am unable to see more than about 10 feet of the height of the house immediately opposite to me, although by reaching as far out of the window as my infirmity will permit, I can see for a considerable distance up and down the canal, which does not exceed 15 feet in width. But although I can see but little of the material house opposite, I can see its reflection upside down in the canal, and I take a good deal of inverted interest in such of its inhabitants as show themselves from time to time, always upside down, on its balconies and at its windows. When I first occupied my room, about 6 years ago, my attention was directed to the reflection of a little girl of 13 or so, as nearly as I could judge, who passed every day on a balcony just above the upward range of my limited field of view. She had a glass of flowers and a crucifix on a little table by her side, and as she sat there, in fine weather, from early morning until dark, working assiduously all the time, I concluded that she earned her living by needlework. She was certainly an industrious little girl, and as far as I could judge by her upside-down reflection, neat in her dress and pretty. She had an old mother, an invalid, who on warm days would sit on the balcony with her, and it interested me to see the little maid wrap the old lady in shawls and bring pillows for her chair and a stool for her feet, and every now and again lay down her work and kiss and fondle the old lady for half a minute, and then take up her work again. Time went by, and as the little maid grew up, her reflection grew down, and at last she was quite a little woman of, I suppose, 16 or 17. I can only work for a couple of hours or so in the brightest part of the day, so I had plenty of time on my hands in which to watch her movements, and sufficient imagination to weave a little romance about her, and to endow her with a beauty which, to a great extent, I had to take for granted. I saw, or fancied that I could see, that she began to take an interest in my reflection, which of course she could see as I could see hers, and one day, when it appeared to me that she was looking right at it, that is to say, when her reflection appeared to be looking right at me, I tried the desperate experiment of nodding to her, and to my intense delight her reflection nodded in reply, and so our two reflections became known to one another. It did not take me very long to fall in love with her, but a long time passed before I could make up my mind to do more than nod to her every morning when the old woman moved me from my bed to the sofa at the window, and again in the evening when the little maid left the balcony for that day. One day, however, When I saw her reflection looking at mine, I nodded to her and threw a flower into the canal. She nodded several times in return, and I saw her direct her mother's attention to the incident. Then every morning I threw a flower into the water for good morning, and another in the evening for good night, and I soon discovered that I had not altogether thrown them in vain, for one day she threw a flower to join mine, and she laughed and clapped her hands when she saw the two flowers join forces and float away together. And then every morning and every evening she threw her flower when I threw mine, and when the two flowers met she clapped her hands, and so did I. But when they were separated, as they sometimes were, owing to one of them having met an obstruction which did not catch the other, she threw up her hands in her pretty affectation of despair, which I tried to imitate, but in an English and unsuccessful fashion. And when they were rudely run down by a passing gondola, which happened not unfrequently, she pretended to cry, and I did the same. Then, in pretty pantomime, she would point downwards to the sky to tell me that it was destiny that had caused the shipwreck of our flowers, and I, in pantomime not nearly so pretty, would try to convey to her that destiny would be kinder next time, and that perhaps tomorrow our flowers would be more fortunate. And so the innocent courtship went on. One day she showed me her crucifix and kissed it, and thereupon I took a little silver crucifix that always stood by me and kissed that, and so she knew that we were one in religion. One day the little maid did not appear on her balcony, and for several days I saw nothing of her, and although I threw my flowers as usual, no flower came to keep it company. However, after a time she reappeared, dressed in black and crying often, and then I knew that the poor child's mother was dead, and as far as I knew, she was alone in the world. The flowers came no more for many days, nor did she show any sign of recognition, but kept her eyes on her work, except when she placed her handkerchief to them. And opposite to her was the old lady's chair, and I could see that from time to time she would lay down her work and gaze at it, and then a flood of tears would come to her relief. But at last one day she roused herself to nod to me, and then her flower came, day by day, and my flower went forth to join it, and with varying fortunes the two flowers sailed away as of yore. But the darkest day of all to me was when a good-looking young gondolier, standing right end uppermost in his gondola, for I could see him in the flesh, worked his craft alongside the house, and stood talking to her as she sat on the balcony. They seemed to speak as old friends. Indeed, as well as I could make out, he held her by the hand during the whole of their interview, which lasted quite half an hour. Eventually he pushed off, and left my heart heavy within me. But I soon took heart of grace, for as soon as he was out of sight, the little maid threw two flowers growing on the same stem, an allegory of which I could make nothing, until it broke upon me that she meant to convey to me that he and she were brother and sister, and that I had no cause to be sad, and thereupon I nodded to her cheerily, and she nodded to me, and laughed aloud, and I laughed in return, and all went on again as before. Then came a dark and dreary time, for it became necessary that I should undergo treatment that confined me absolutely to my bed for many days, and I worried and fretted to think that the little maid and I should see each other no longer, and worse still, that she would think that I had gone away without even hinting to her that I was going. And I lay awake at night wondering how I could let her know the truth, and 50 plans flitted through my brains, all appearing to be feasible enough at night, but absolutely wild and impracticable in the morning. One day, and it was a bright day indeed for me, the old woman who tended me told that a gondolier had inquired whether the English senior had gone away or had died, and so I learned that the little maid had been anxious about me, and that she had sent her brother to inquire. and the brother had no doubt taken to her the reason of my protracted absence from the window. From that day, and ever after, during my 3 weeks of bed-keeping, a flower was found every morning on the ledge of my window, which was within easy reach of anyone in a boat, and when at last a day came when I could be moved, I took my accustomed place on my sofa at the window, and the little maid saw me, and stood on her head, so to speak, and clapped her hands upside down with a delight that was as eloquent as my right-hand-up delight could be. And so the first time the gondolier passed my window, I beckoned to him, and he pushed alongside and told me, with many bright smiles, that he was glad indeed to see me well again. Then I thanked him and his sister for their many kind thoughts about me during my retreat, and I then learnt from him that her name was Angela, and that she was the best and purest maiden in all Venice, and that anyone might think himself happy indeed who could call her sister, but that he was happier even than her brother, for he was to be married to her, and indeed they were to be married the next day. Thereupon my heart seemed to swell to bursting, and the blood rushed through my veins, so that I could hear it and nothing else for a while. I managed at last to stammer forth some words of awkward congratulation, and he left me, singing merrily, after asking permission to bring his bride to see me on the morrow as they returned from church. "For," he said, "my Angela has known you very long, ever since she was a child, and she has often spoke to me of the poor Englishman who was a good Catholic and who lay all day long for years and years on a sofa at a window, and she had said over and over again how dearly she wished she could speak to him and comfort him. And one day, when you threw a flower into the canal, she asked me whether she might throw another, and I told her yes, for he would understand that it meant sympathy for one sorely afflicted. And so I learned that it was pity and not love, except indeed such love as is akin to pity, that prompted her to interest herself in my welfare, and there was an end of it all. For the 2 flowers that I sought were on one stem were 2 flowers tied together, but I could not tell that, and they were meant to indicate that she and the gondolier were affianced lovers, and my expressed pleasure at this symbol delighted her, for she took it to mean that I rejoiced in her happiness. And the next day the gondolier came with a train of other gondoliers, all decked in their holiday garb, and on his gondola sat Angela, happy and blushing at her happiness. Then he and she entered the house in which I dwelt, and came into my room, and it was strange indeed, after so many years of inversion, to see her with her head above her feet. And then she wished me happiness and a speedy restoration to good health, which could never be, and I, in broken words, and with tears in my eyes, gave her the little silver crucifix that had stood by my bed or my table for so many years. And Angela took it reverently, and crossed herself and kissed it, and so departed with her delighted husband. And as I heard the song of the gondoliers as they went their way, the song dying away in the distance as the shadows of the sundown closed around me, I felt that they were singing the requiem of the only love that had ever entered my heart. End of poem Angela, an inverted love story by William Schwenk Gilbert.
An Object of Love by Mary E. Wilkins, read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Object of Love by Mary E. Wilkins. There were no clouds in the whole sky except a few bleak violet-colored ones in the west. Between them the sky showed a clear, cold yellow. The air was very still, and the trees stood out distinctly. "There's going to be a heavy frost, sure enough," said Ann Millet. "I have to get the squashes in." She stood in the door, surveying the look outside as she said this. Then she went in and presently emerged with a little black shawl pinned closely over her head and began work. This was a tiny white-painted house with a door and one window in front and a little piazza over which the roof jutted and on which the kitchen door opened on the rear corner. The squashes were piled up on this piazza in a great yellow and green heap. "A splendid lot they are," said Anne. "I'd orter be thankful." Anne always spoke of her obligations to duty and never seemed to think of herself as performing the duty itself. "I'd orter be thankful," said she always. Her shawl, pinned closely over her hair and ears, showed the small oval of her face. The greater part of it seemed to be taken up by a heavy forehead, from under which her deep-set blue eyes looked with a strange, solemn expression. She looked alike at everything, the clear, cold sky and the squashes, soberly and solemnly. This expression, taken in connection with her little, delicate old face, had something almost uncanny about it. Some people complained of feeling nervous when Anne looked at them. "That's Miss Stone comin'," said she. "Hope to goodness she won't stop and hinder me. Lord's sake, I orter have more patience." A tall, stooping figure came up the street and paused at her gate hesitatingly. "Good evening, Anne." "Good evening, Miss Stone. Come in, won't you?" Mrs. Stone came through the gate, walked up to the piazza, and stopped. "Getting in your squashes, ain't you?" "Yes, I didn't dare risk 'em out tonight. It's so cold. I left 'em out last year, and they got touched, and it about spoiled 'em." "Well, I should be kinder afraid to risk 'em. It's a good deal colder than I had any idea of when I come out. I thought I'd run over to Miss Maxwell's a minute, so I just clapped on this head tie and this little cape over my shoulders, and I'm chilled clean through. I don't know but I've took cold. Yes, I'd take 'em in. We got our'n in last week, such as there was. We ain't got more'n half as many as you have. I shouldn't think you could use 'em all, Anne." "Well, I do. I allers like squash, and Willie likes 'em too. You ought to see him brush around me, around and up his back, and a-purrin' when I'm a-scraping 'em out of the shell. He likes 'em better'n fresh meat." "Seems queer for a cat to like such things. Our'n won't touch 'em. He's awful dainty. How nice and big your cat looks a-settin' thar in the winder." "He's a-watchin' of me. He jumped up there just the minute I come out." "He's a good deal of company for you, ain't he?" "Yes, he is. What on earth I should do this long winter that's comin' without him, I don't know. Everybody wants something that's alive in the house." "That's so. Must be pretty lonesome for you, anyway. Ruth and me often speak of it when we look over here, especially in the winter season. Some of them awful stormy nights we have." "Well, I don't mean to complain anyway, or to be thankful. I got my Bible and Willie and a roof over my head and enough to eat and wear, and a good many folks have to be alone, as far as other folks is concerned, on this earth. And perhaps some other woman ain't lonesome because I am. Maybe she'd be one of the kind that didn't like cats and wouldn't have got along half as well as me. No, I got a good many mercies to be thankful for, more'n I deserve. I never orter complain." "Well, if all of us looked at our mercies more'n our trials, we'd be a good deal happier. But sakes, I must be going. I'm catching cold, and I'm hindering you. It's supper time, too. You've got something cooking in the house that smells good." "Yes, it's some stewed tomater. I allers like something I can eat butter and pepper on, such a night as this." "Well, something of that kind is good. Good night, Anne." "Good night, Miss Stone. Going to meeting tonight?" "I'm going if Ruth don't. One of us has to stay with the children, you know. Good night." Mrs. Stone had spoken in a very high-pitched tone all the while, and was somewhat deaf. She had spoken loudly and shrilly, too, so now there was a sudden lull, and one could hear a cricket chirping somewhere about the door. Mrs. Stone, pulling her tiny drab cape tighter across her stooping rounded shoulders, hitched rapidly down the street to her own home, which stood on the opposite side, a little below Anne's, and Anne went on tugging in her squashes. "I'm glad she's gone," she muttered, looking after Mrs. Stone's retreating figure. "I didn't know how to be hindered a minute. I ought to have more patience." She had to carry in the squashes one at a time. She was a little woman, and although she had been used to hard work all her life, it had not been of a kind to strengthen her muscles. She had been a dressmaker. So she stepped patiently into the kitchen with a squash, and out without one, then in again with one. She piled them up in a heap on the floor in a corner. "They'll have to go up on that shelf over the mantel," said she, "tomorrow. I can't get 'em up there tonight and go to meetin' nohow." She had a double shelf of unpainted pine rigged over the ordinary one for her squashes. After the squashes were all in, Anne took off her shawl and hung it on a nail behind the kitchen door. Then she set her bowl of smoking hot tomato stew on a little table between the windows and sat down contentedly. There was a white cloth on the table and some bread and butter and pie beside the stew. Anne looked at it solemnly. "I'd orter be thankful." That was her way of saying grace. Then she fell to eating with a relish. This solemn, spiritual-looking old woman loved her food and had a keen lookout for it. Perhaps she got a spiritual enjoyment out of it, too, besides the lower material one. Perhaps hot stewed tomatoes, made savory with butter and pepper and salt on a frosty November night, had for her a subtle flavor of home comfort and shelter and coziness, appealing to her imagination, besides the commoner one appealing to her palate. Before anything else, though, before seating herself, she had given her cat his saucer of warm milk in a snug corner by the stove. He was a beautiful little animal, with a handsome dark striped coat on his back and white paws and face. When he had finished lapping his milk, he came and stood beside his mistress's chair while she ate, and purred. He rarely mewed, and she gave him bits of bread from her plate now and then. She talked to him, too. "Nice, Willie," said she, "nice cat. Got up on the window to see me bring in the squashes, didn't he? There's a beautiful lot of 'em, and he shall have some stewed for his dinner tomorrow, so he shall." And the cat would purr and rub his soft coat against her and look as if he knew just what she meant. There was a prayer meeting in the church vestry that evening, and Anne Millett went. She never missed one. The minister, when he entered, always found her sitting there at the head of the third seat from the front, in the right-hand row, always in the same place, a meek, erect little figure in a poor, tidy black bonnet and an obsolete black coat, with no seam in the whole of the voluminous back. That had been the style of outside garments when Miss Millett had laid aside dressmaking, and she had never gone a step further in fashions. She had stopped just where she was and treated her old patterns as conservatively as she did her Bible. She had had a pretty voice when she was young, people said, and she sang now in a thin, sweet quaver the hymns which the minister gave out. She listened in solemn enjoyment to the stereotyped prayers and the speaker's remarks. He was a dull, middle-aged preacher in a dull country town. After meeting, Anne went up and told him how much she had enjoyed his remarks and inquired after his wife and children. She always did. To her, a minister was an unpublished apostle, and his wife and family were set apart on the earth. No matter how dull a parson labored here, he would always have one disciple in this old woman. When Anne had walked home through the frosty starlight, she lit her lamp first, and then she called her cat. She had expected to find him waiting to be let in, but he was not. She stood out on the little piazza, which ran along the rear corner of her house by the kitchen door, and called, "Willie, Willie, Willie." She thought every minute she would see him come bounding around the corner, but she did not. She called over and over and over in her shrill, anxious pipe, "Willie, Willie, Willie, kitty, kitty, kitty." Finally she went into the house and waited a while, crouching, shivering with cold and nervousness, over the kitchen stove. Then she went outside and called again, "Willie, Willie, Willie," over and over, waiting between the calls, trembling, her dull old ears alert, her dim old eyes strained. She ran out to the road and looked and called, and down to the dreary garden patch behind the house, among the withered corn stalks and the mouldering squash vines, all white with frost. Once her heart leaped. She thought she saw Willie coming, but it was only a black cat which belonged to one of the neighbors. Then she went into the house and waited a little while, then out again, calling shrilly, "Willie, Willie." There were northern lights streaking the sky. The stars shone steadily through the rosy glow, and it was very still and lonesome and cold. The little, thin, shivering old woman, standing outdoors, all alone in the rude, chilly night air, under these splendid stars and streaming lights, called over and over the poor little creature which was everything earthly that she had to keep her company in the great universe in which she herself was so small. "Willie, Willie, Willie," called Anne. "Oh, where is that cat? Oh, dear, Willie, Willie." She spent the night that way. Mrs. Stone's daughter, Ruth, who was up with the sick child, heard her. "Miss Millet must have lost her cat," she told her mother in the morning. "I heard her calling him all night long." Pretty soon, indeed, Anne came over, her small old face wild and wan. "Have you seen anything of Willie?" she asked. "He's been out all night, and I'm afraid something's happened to him. I never knowed him to stay out so before." When they told her they had not, she went on to the next neighbors to inquire. But no one had seen anything of the cat. All that day and night, at intervals, people heard her plaintive, inquiring call, "Willie, Willie, Willie, Willie." The next Sunday, Anne was not out at church. It was a beautiful day, too. "I'm going to run over and see if Ann Millet's sick," Mrs. Stone told her daughter when she returned from church. "She wasn't out to meeting today, and I'm afraid something's the matter. I never knew her to miss going." So she went over. Miss Millet was sitting in her little wooden rocking chair in her kitchen when she opened the door. "Why, Ann Millet, are you sick?" "No, I ain't sick." "You wasn't out to meeting, and I didn't know." "I ain't never going to meeting again." "Why, what do you mean?" Mrs. Stone dropped into a chair and stared at her neighbor. "I mean just what I say. I ain't never going to meeting again. Folks go to meeting to thank the Lord for blessings, I suppose. I've lost mine, and I ain't going." "What have you lost, Anne?" "Ain't I lost Willie?" "You don't mean to say you're making such a fuss as this over a cat?" Mrs. Stone could make a good deal of disapprobation and contempt manifest in her pale, high-featured face, and she did now. "Yes, I do." "Well, I ain't nothing agin cats, but I must say I'm beat. Why, Ann Millet, it's downright sinful of you to feel so. Of course you set a good deal by Willie, but it ain't as if he was a human creature. Cats is cats. For my part, I never thought it was right to set by animals as if they was babies." "I can't hear what you say." "I never thought it was right to set by animals as if they was babies." "I don't care. It's comforting to have live creatures about you, and I ain't never had anything like other women. I ain't had no folks of my own since I can remember. I worked hard all my life and had nothing at all to love, and I've thought I ought to be thankful all the same. but I did want as much as a cat. Well, as I said before, I've nothing again cats, but I don't understand any human being with an immortal soul a-setting so much by one. I can't hear what you say." Anne could usually hear Mrs. Stone's high voice without difficulty, but today she seemed to deaf her. "I don't understand any human being with an immortal soul a-setting so much by a cat." "You got folks, Miss Stone." "I know I have, but folks is trials sometimes. Not that my children are, though. I've got a good deal to be thankful for, I'll own, in that way. But, Anne Millet, I didn't think you was one to sink down so under any trial. I thought the Lord would be a comfort to you." "I know all that, Miss Stone, but when it comes to it, I'm here, and I ain't there, and I've got hands, and I want something I can touch." Then the poor soul broke down and sobbed out loud like a baby. "I ain't never felt as if I ought to begrudge other women in their homes and their folks. I thought perhaps I could get along better without 'em than some, and the Lord knowed it. And seeing there wasn't enough to go round, he gave 'em to them that needed 'em most. I ain't never felt as if I ought to complain, but there was cats enough. I might have had that much." "You could get another cat, Anne. Miss Maxwell's got some real smart kittens, and I know she wants to get rid of 'em." "I don't want any of Miss Maxwell's kittens. I don't never want any other cat." "Perhaps your'n will come back. Now, don't take on so." "What?" "Perhaps your'n will come back." "No, he won't. I'll never see him again. I've felt just that way about it from the first. Somebody stole him, or he's been poisoned and crawled away and died, or he's been shot for his fur. I hear there was a boy over the river making a cat skin carriage blanket, and I went over there and asked him, and he said he had never shot a cat like Willie. But I don't know. Boys ain't brought up any too strict. I hope he spoke the truth." "Hark, I declare I thought I heard a cat mew somewhere, but I guess I didn't. I don't hear it now. Well, I am sorry, Anne. I suppose I've got to go. That's dinner to get, and the baby considerably fretty today. Why, Anne Millet, where's your squashes?" "What?" "Where are your squashes?" "I throwed 'em away, out in the field. Willie can't have none of 'em now, and I don't care about 'em myself." Mrs. Stone looked at her in horror. When she got home she told her daughter that Anne Millet was in a dreadful state of mind, and she thought the minister ought to see her. She believed she should tell him if she were not out to meeting that night. She was not. This touch of grief had goaded that meek, reverential nature into fierceness. The childish earnestness which she had had in religion she had now in the other direction. Anne Millet, in spite of all excuses that could be made for her, was for the time a wicked, rebellious old woman, and she was as truly so as if this petty occasion for it had been a graver one in other people's estimation. The next day the minister called on her, stimulated by Mrs. Stone's report. He did not find her so outspoken. Her awe of him restrained her. Still, this phase of her character was a revelation to him. He told his wife when he returned home that he never should have known it was Anne Millet. In the course of the call a rap came at the kitchen door. Anne rose and answered it, hopping nervously across the floor. She returned to the minister with more distress in her face than ever. "Nothing but a little gal with a malty cat," said she. "The children have got wind of my losing Willie, and they mean it all right, but it seems as if I should fly. They keep coming and bringing cats. They'll find a cat that they think maybe is Willie, and so they bring him to show me. They've brought malty and white cats and cats all malty. They've brought yellow cats and black, and there wasn't one of 'em looked any like Willie. Then they've brought kittens that they knowed wasn't Willie, but they thought maybe I'd like 'em instead of him. They mean all right, I know. They're real tender-hearted, but it most kills me. Why, they brought me 2 little kittens that hadn't got their eyes open just before you come. They was striped and white, and they said they thought they'd grow up to look like Willie. They were the Hooper children, and they knowed him." It would have been ludicrous if the poor old woman's distress had not been so genuine. However, Mr. Beale, the minister, was not a man to see the ridiculous side. He could simply be puzzled, and that he was. It was a case entirely outside his experience, and he did not know how to deal with it. He wondered anxiously what he had best say to her. Finally he went away without saying much of anything, for he was so afraid that what he said might be out of proportion to the demands of the case. It seemed to him bordering on sacrilege to treat this trouble of Anne Millet's like a genuine affliction, though on the other hand that treatment was what her state of mind seemed to require. Going out the door, he stopped and listened a minute. He thought he heard a cat mew. Then he concluded he was mistaken and went on. He watched eagerly for Anne the next meeting night, but she did not come. It is doubtful whether or not she ever would have done so if she had not found the cat. She had a nature which could rally an enormous amount of strength for persistency. But the day after the meeting she had occasion to go down cellar for something. The cellar stairs led up to the front part of the house. Indeed, the cellar was under that part only. Anne went through her chilly sitting-room, she never used it except in summer, and opened the cellar door, which was in the front entry. There was a quick rush from the gloom below, and Willie flew up the cellar stairs. "Lord sakes!" said Anne, with a white, shocked face. "He had been down there all the while. Now I remember. He followed me when I came through here to get my cloak that meeting night, and he wanted to go down cellar, and I let him. I thought he wanted to hunt. Lord sakes!" She went back into the kitchen, her knees trembling. The cat followed, brushing against her and purring. She poured out a saucer of milk and watched him hungrily lapping. He did not look as if he had suffered, though he had been in the cellar a week. But mice were plenty in this old house, and he had probably foraged successfully for himself. Anne watched him, the white, awed look still on her face. I suppose he mewed, and I didn't hear him. There he was all the time, just where I put him, and me a-blaming of the Lord and putting of it on him. I've been an awful wicked woman. I ain't been to meeting, and I've talked, and them squashes I threw away. It's been so warm they ain't froze, and I don't deserve it. I hadn't orter have one of 'em. I hadn't orter have anything. I orter offer up Willie. Lord sakes! Think of me saying what I did, and him down cellar." That afternoon Mrs. Stone looked across from her sitting-room window, where she was sewing, and saw Anne slowly and painfully bringing in squashes one at a time. "Look here, Ruth," she called to her daughter. "Just you see. Anne Millet's bringing in them squashes she threw away. I don't believe but what she's come to her senses." The next meeting night Anne was in her place. The minister saw her, rejoicing. After meeting, he hurried out of his desk to speak to her. She did not seem to be coming to see him as usual. When she looked up at him, there was an odd expression on her face. Her old cheeks were flushing. "I am rejoiced to see you out, Miss Millet," said the minister, shaking her hand. "Yes, I thought I'd come out tonight." "I am so happy to see you're feeling better." "The cat has come back," said Anne. End of An Object of Love by Mary E. Wilkins.
Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage by Pedro Antonio de Alarcon. Read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Lee Vogler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage by Pedro Antonio de Alarcón. Great heavens! What a woman! Cried the captain, and stamped with fury. Not without reason have I been trembling and in fear of her from the first time I saw her. It must have been a warning of fate that I stopped playing écarté with her. It was also a bad omen that I passed so many sleepless nights. Was there ever a mortal in worse perplexity than I am? How can I leave her alone without I protect her, loving her as I do, more than my own life? And on the other hand, how can I marry her, after all my declaimings against marriage? Then turning to Augustus, what would they say of me in the club? What would people say of me if they met me in the street with a woman on my arm, or if they found me at home just about to feed a child in swaddling clothes? I, to have children, to worry about them, to live in eternal fear that they might fall sick or die? Augustus, believe me, as true as there is a God above us, I am absolutely unfit for it. I should behave in such a way that after a short while you would call upon heaven either to be divorced or to become a widow. Listen to my advice. Do not marry me, even if I ask you. What a strange creature you are, said the young woman, without allowing herself at all to be discomposed, and sitting very erect in her chair. All that you are telling yourself? From what do you conclude that I wish to be married to you, that I would accept your offer, and that I should not prefer living by myself, even if I had to work day and night, as so many girls do who are orphans? How do I come to that conclusion? Answered the captain, with the greatest candor. Because it cannot be otherwise, because we love each other, because we are drawn to each other, because a man such as I and a woman such as you cannot live any other way. Do you suppose I do not understand that? Don't you suppose I've reflected on it before now? Do you think I am indifferent in your good name and reputation? I have spoken plainly in order to speak, in order to fly from my own conviction, in order to examine whether I can escape this terrible dilemma which is robbing me of my sleep, and whether I can possibly find an expedient so that I need not marry you, to do which I shall finally be compelled, if you stand by your resolve to make your way alone. Alone, alone, repeated Augustus, roguishly, and why not with a worthier companion? Who tells you that I shall not some day meet a man whom I like, and who is not afraid to marry me? Augustus, let us skip that, growled the captain, his face turning scarlet. And why should we not talk about it? Let us pass over that, and let me say, at the same time, that I will murder the man who dares ask for your hand. But it is madness on my part to be angry without any reason. Am I not so dull as not to see how we two stand? Shall I tell you? We love each other. Do not tell me I am mistaken. That would be lying. And here is the proof. If you did not love me, I too should not love you. Let us try to meet one another halfway. I ask for a delay of 10 years. When I shall have completed my half-century, and when, a feeble old man, I shall have become familiar with the idea of slavery, then we will marry without anyone knowing about it. We will leave Madrid and go to the country where we shall have no spectators, where there will be nobody to make fun of me. But until this happens, please take half my income secretly, and without any human soul ever knowing anything about it. You continue to live here, and I remain in my house. We will see each other, but only in the presence of witnesses. For instance, in society, we will write to each other every day, so as not to endanger your good name. I will never pass through the street, and on Memorial Day only we will go to the cemetery together with Rosa. Augustus could not help but smile at the last proposal of the good captain, and her smile was not mocking, but contented and happy, as if some cherished hope had dawned in her heart, as if it were the first ray of sun of happiness which was about to rise in her heaven. But being a woman, though as brave and free from artifices as few of them, she yet managed to subdue the signs of joy rising within her. She acted as if she cherished not the slightest hope, and said with the distant coolness which is usually the special and genuine sign of chaste reserve, "You make yourself ridiculous with your peculiar conditions. You stipulate for the gift of an engagement ring for which nobody has yet asked you. I still know another way out, for a compromise, but that is really the last one. Do you fully understand, my young lady from Oregon? It is the last way out, which a man, also from Oregon, begs leave to explain to you. She turned her head and looked straight into his eyes with an expression of indescribably earnest, captivating quiet, and full of expectation. The captain had never seen her features so beautiful and expressive. At that moment she looked to him like a queen. "Augustus," said, or rather stammered, this brave soldier who had been under fire hundreds of times, who had made such a deep impression on the young girl through his charging under a rain of bullets like a lion. "I have the honor to ask for your hand on one certain, essential, unchangeable condition. Tomorrow morning, today, as soon as papers are in order, as quickly as possible, I can live without you no longer." The glances of the young girl became milder, and she rewarded him for his decided heroism with a tender and bewitching smile. "But I repeat that it is on one condition," the bold warrior hastened to repeat, feeling that Augusta's glance made him confused and weak. "On what condition?" asked the young girl, turning fully round, and now holding him under the witchery of her sparkling black eyes. "On the condition," he stammered, "that in case we have children, we send them to the orphanage. I mean, on this point I will never yield. Well, do you consent? For heaven's sake, say yes." "Why should I not consent to it, Captain Veneno?" answered Augustus, with a peal of laughter. "You shall take them there yourself, or better still, we both will take them there, and we will give them up without kissing them or anything else. Don't you think we should take them there?" Thus spoke Augustus, and looked at the captain with exquisite joy in her eyes. The good captain thought he would die of happiness. A flood of tears burst from his eyes. He folded the blushing girl in his arms and said, "So I'm lost?" "Irretrievably lost, Captain Veneno," answered Augustus. One morning, in May 1852, that is 4 years after the scene just described, a friend of mine, who told me this story, stopped his horse in front of a mansion on San Francisco Avenue in Madrid. He threw his reins to his groom and asked the long-coated footman who met him at the door, "Is your master home?" "If your honor will be good enough to walk upstairs, you will find him in the library. His Excellency does not like to have visitors announced. Everybody can go up to him directly." "Fortunately, I know the house thoroughly," said the stranger to himself, while he mounted the stairs. "In the library? Well, well, who would have thought of Captain Veneno ever taking to the sciences?" Wandering through the rooms, the visitor met another servant who repeated, "Master's in the library," and at last he came to the door of the room in question, opened it quickly, and stood, almost turned to stone for astonishment, for the remarkable group which it offered to his view. In the middle of the room, on the carpet which covered the floor, a man was crawling on all fours. On his back rode a little fellow about 3 years old, who was kicking the man's sides with his heels. Another small boy, who might have been a year and a half old, stood in front of the man's head and had evidently been tumbling his hair. One hand held the father's neckerchief, and the little fellow was tugging at it as if it had been a halter, shouting with delight in his merry child's voice, "Gee up, donkey, gee up!" End of Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage by Pedro Antonio de Alarcón.
Cast Thy Bread Upon the Waters by Grace Aguilar. Read and recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast Thy Bread Upon the Waters by Grace Aguilar. Cast thy bread upon the waters, thou shalt find it after many days. "Why, Willie, what is the matter?" inquired Edward Langley, entering his father's office One evening after business hours, and finding its sole tenant, a boy of 14 or 15, leaning both arms on one of the high desks and hiding his face within them, whilst his slight figure shook with uncontrollable sobs. "And how came that drawer open?" he continued more sternly, perceiving a bureau drawer half open, so as to display its glittering contents, which looked disturbed. "I hope you have not been doing anything wrong, Willie?" "Oh, sir, indeed I have not. Count the money, Mr. Edward. Pray count it. See that it is all right, or I can never hold up my head again. Temptation was misery enough," returned the boy, as well as his sobs would permit, and displaying such a countenance of suffering as to enlist all Edward's sympathy at once. "But, my good boy, what could have tempted you? You seem to feel the enormity of the sin, that I cannot imagine what thought came into your head." "I only thought of my poor father, sir. Oh, Mr. Edward, he is in prison, and my mother is too ill to work, and she and my poor little sisters are starving," he replied, bursting again into tears. "I did not know what to do to help them. I give them all I earn, but that is so very little, it only gives them a meal now and then. And then, when I saw that drawer accidentally left open, and remembered £12, only £12 would get my father out of prison, and he could work for us again, the horrid thought came into my head to take them. They would never be missed out of so many, and I had them in my hand. But then I thought, what could I tell them at home? It would break my poor mother's heart to think her Willie was dishonest. She would better bear hunger and grief than that, sir, and I knew I could not hide it from her. So I dashed them back. They seemed to scorch me. Oh, Mr. Edward, indeed, I speak the truth." Edward did believe him, and he told him so. There was little need to speak harshly. The boy's own conscience had been his judge. To satisfy him, however, he counted the money, found it correct, and after talking to him a little while, kindly yet impressively promised to do what he could for his father, and left him, indelibly impressing that evening upon Willie's mind by never referring to it again. The tale which his inquiries elicited was a very common one. Willie's father had been an artificer in one of the manufacturing towns, but too eager for advancement, he imprudently threw up his situation and tried independent business. Matters grew worse and worse. His family increased and his means diminished. Hearing of an excellent opening at New York for an artificer like himself, he worked day and night to obtain sufficient means to transport himself and family across the Atlantic and support them till the business could be established. His wife ably aided him, when unhappily he was tempted to embark all his little savings in one of the bubbles of the day, which he was confidently assured would be so successful as to permit his embarking for America at once and to seize the opening offered. Few speculators had, perhaps, a better excuse, but fortune did not favor him more than the others. It failed, and he was ruined. 3 months afterward he was thrown into prison for the only debt he had ever incurred, and though he had friends to persuade him to his ruin, he had none to liquidate his debt. His wife's health, already overworked, sunk under privation and sorrow, and though she toiled even from her fevered palate, her feeble earnings were not sufficient to give her children bread. Edward Langley was a creature of impulse, but in him impulse was the offspring of high principle, and, therefore, though the following it often caused him unlooked-for annoyance, it never led him wrong, and Willie's tale called forth sympathies impossible to be withstood. "Edward," said one of his numerous sisters one evening about 3 weeks afterward, as they were sitting at tea, a meal which, bringing them all together, was universally enjoyed, "what have you done with grandpapa's birthday present? You are to do so many things with that money, and I have not heard you speak of it since my return." "Because wonderful things have occurred since you left, Fanny," said another slyly. "He is going to accompany Mr. Morrison's family to Italy and Paris, and bring us such splendid presents. His fair Julia cannot go without him, and he has promised to join them." "Wrong, Miss Ellen. I am not going," was the reply, with rather more brusquerie than usual. "Why, have you quarrelled?" "Not exactly. But she will be offended, Ned. I'm sure I would be." "No, you would not, Annie, if you knew my reasons." "What are they, Edward dear? Do tell me. I am so curious." "Of course, or you would not be a woman." Against this all his sisters expostulated at once, and even his mother expressed curiosity, adding that he had talked of this continental trip so long and with so much glee, it must be a disappointment to give it up. "Well, it is, but I do not regret it." "But you must have a reason." "The very best of all reasons. I cannot afford it." "Come to me for the needful, Edward," said his father. "I cannot give you luxuries, but this is for your improvement." "Thank you most heartily, my dear father, but I am, rather I was, richer than any of you know. I earned so much for my last engraving." "And you never told us," said his mother and sisters reproachfully. "I did not, because it was already appropriated. I wanted exactly that sum to add to my grandfather's gift, and that was what I worked so hard for." "To purchase some bridal gift," said Franny archly. "No, Fran, I never mean to purchase love." "But if the lady requires to be so conciliated?" "Then she is not worth having." "Of course not," rejoined Annie. "But come, Edward, you have never kept anything from us before. What is this mystery?" "Out with it," laughingly pursued Ellen. "Julia Morrison will not thank you for preferring anything to accompanying her, I can tell you. So, as Andy says, what is this mystery?" "No mystery at all, girls. You will all be disappointed when I tell you, so you'd better let it alone." But beset on all sides, even by his father and mother, Edward told the simple truth, which our readers no doubt have already guessed. His money had been applied in releasing Willie's father from prison, restoring his mother to health, and giving her and her children nourishing food, securing a passage for them all to New York, and investing the trifling surplus for their use on their arrival. He told his tale hurriedly, as if he feared to be accused of folly. And his father did somewhat blame him. He was provoked that the little scheme of pleasure and improvement, which Edward had anticipated so many weeks, should be frustrated, and annoyed that he should be disappointed, though the disappointment was perfectly voluntary. How could he tell that the man's story was true? How was he sure the money would produce the good effect he hoped? He must say he thought it a pity, a very great pity. A visit to Paris would be so improving. Mr. Morrison's family such a desirable connection, and other regrets, which without being a very worldly parent were not perhaps unnatural. "My dear father," was Edward's earnest and affectionate rejoinder, "do not be vexed for my sake. A visit to the Continent would no doubt have been improving, but I will work doubly hard in dear old England, and that, though it may not be as much pleasure, will be just as serviceable. With regard to Miss Morrison," his cheek slightly flushed, "if her affections are only to be secured by being constantly at her side and always playing the lover, there could be no happiness in a near connection for either. A separation for 3 or 4 months can surely have no effect on real regard, and I am quite willing to subject both myself and Julia to the ordeal. As to not being sure of doing the good I hope, who can be? I do believe that poor fellow's story, I confess, and strongly believe he will do well. But I do not mean to give the subject another thought, except to work the harder. The money is as much gone as freely given, and I expect as little reward as if I had thrown it on the waters. Where thou shalt find it after many days," continued his mother, so affectionately and approvingly that Edward threw his arm round her and kissed her tenderly. "You have done right, my dear boy, and if Julia Morrison does not think so, she is not worthy of your love." How quick is woman's, above all a mother's, penetration! From the first allusion to Miss Morrison in the preceding conversation, she knew that something had occurred between them to annoy, if it did not wound, her son, and the moment she heard the story, she guessed the actual fact. Perhaps her penetration in this instance was aided by previous observation. She had never liked Miss Morrison. Desirable as from worldly motives the connection might be, Edward, youth-like, had been captivated by her beauty and vivacity, and gratified by her very marked preference for himself. His complete unconsciousness that he really was the handsomest and most engaging young man of the town of L, by depriving him of all conceit, increased Miss Julia's fascination. Mr. Morrison was a member of the county, and made himself universally popular, and certainly took marked notice of Edward. The good people of L were too simple-minded to discover that their members' attractions were merely graces of manner, and that he noticed Edward only because he was perfectly secure that his daughter would never do such a foolish thing as to promise her hand to the son of a country attorney, however agreeable he might be. Edward's wish to accompany them to the Continent met with decided approval. Mr. Morrison thought the young man would save him a great deal of trouble as a kind of gentleman valet without a salary, and Miss Julia was delighted at this unequivocal proof of his devotion, and at the amusement she promised herself in playing off her country beau on the Continent, his simplicity being a shield to cover her manoeuvres. Besides, he would be such an excellent pied-à-l'air that she need never be without a worshipper. That such a person could appreciate Edward's real character, or enter into his motives for and his disappointment in not accompanying her, was impossible. For regret, even for anger, he had prepared himself. Nay, he might have been disappointed had she evinced no emotion, but for the cold sneer, first of doubt, and then of unequivocal contempt, which was her sole rejoinder to his agitated confession, he was not prepared, and it chilled his very heart. Still, He tried to deceive himself and believed that all she said of benevolence, disinterestedness, and a long etc. was the sympathy he yearned for. But the tone and manner with which she informed her father in his presence of his change of purpose and its praiseworthy cause could not, even by a lover more infatuated than Edward, have been misunderstood. His spirit rose, and with it his self-respect. He said very little, but that little convinced both Julia and her father that he was not quite the simpleton which they had supposed him. He left them wounded to the core. To his warm, generous nature, worldliness was abhorrent, even in a man, and in a woman it seemed to him something so unnatural, so revolting, that it dispersed at once the bright creation of his enthusiastic fancy, and displayed Miss Morrison almost in her true character. Still, notwithstanding all this pain and disappointment, Edward never once regretted the impulse he had followed, and when, about 6 or 7 months afterward, he received the most grateful letters from Willie and his father, informing him that the opening offered, though attended with many difficulties, promised fair, he felt the sacrifice was more than recompensed, and from that hour never thought of it himself again. But his assertion that he would work the harder to make up for those continental advantages which he had lost was no idle boast. He did so well that even his father forgot his vexation, and his industry, united with great personal economy, enabled him to give his sisters richer and more useful presents than the bijouterie which he had laughingly promised to bring them from France. The marriage of Miss Julia Morrison with some foreign count before 6 months elapsed had happily no effect on Edward's equanimity. It might, nay, it did cause transient pang, but he recovered it much sooner than his father did the loss of so desirable a connection. "Never mind it, sir," was Edward's laughing entreaty. "I would rather earn my own independence and make a connection through my own exertions than by the richest marriage I could make." "That's just like your mother, boy," said his father, somewhat pettishly, as if all depended upon oneself. "Well, thank you for the likeness, father. When I can bring you a daughter to be to me what my mother is to you, I shall have formed a desirable connection, though my wife be not set in gold." And this even his father acknowledged when 2 years afterward Edward married the daughter of their vicar, who proved in his own person that influence is not inseparable from wealth, but may be found with worth as well. Time rolled on 20, 30 years. In the multitude of great and trifling events which make up the sum of human life, during those years Edward Langley had so entirely forgotten the generous deed of his early youth that he would have found it difficult to recall even the name of Willie's parents. His perseverance and talent had been crowned with such success that when only 28 he was taken into partnership by one of the first engravers of the metropolis. For 20 more years the business so flourished as to make all the principals very wealthy men, and Edward looked forward in 2 or 3 more years to resign in favor of his son and retire himself from active business. He had never been ambitious, and a series of domestic trials and the loss of 6 children out of 9, all of that most interesting age when childhood is giving place to youth, caused him to turn with clinging love to those who remained, longing more to enjoy an Englishman's home than continue amassing wealth. Greatly against his wishes and advice, engagements and speculations had been entered into by the firm to get an immense extent, more especially with establishments abroad. The dishonesty of distant agents and the careless supineness if not equal dishonor, one of the principals at home occasioned ruin to all, of course including Langley, though he had been most unjustifiably kept in ignorance of the real extent of their speculating schemes. Yet his high integrity enabled him to bear up against this sudden change of circumstances with more fortitude than any of his companions. His wife's little property had never been touched, and he was therefore enabled to retire to a very small cottage in Cheshire, which soon displayed the refined taste and artistic skill of its gentle-minded inmates to an extent that completely concealed their very humble means. Not that they were ashamed of their poverty, but the same self-respect that prompted their horror of all pretension and resolution to live strictly within their means, threw a comfort and refinement around and within their lowly home which the wealthiest might have envied. For himself, Edward Langley would have been as happy as in the height of his prosperity, but he could not help feeling a very pardonable pang at this sad change in the prospects of his children. His son, emulating his firmness, sought and obtained an excellent situation in a thriving engraving establishment in Edinburgh, where his father's name and character spoke for him more forcibly than the highest premium. It was on Helen Langley the blow had fallen heaviest. The only one of his daughters who had reached the age of 19, for Fanny was still a child, frail, delicate, in seeming as a beautiful flower. She had been nursed in luxury and affection, and guarded from even the approach of a storm. The deserved darling of all who knew her, rich and poor, her parents' love for her amounted to almost idolatry. Engaged to the son of one of her father's partners, then studying as a physician, a bright and happy future shone before them, when the thunderbolt fell before either had seen a cloud. George Ashley was summoned from Paris just as his diploma was obtained, and he was weaving fairy dreams of a speedy union with his Helen. Recalled, not as he believed, still to study and gradually attain eminence, but to give up all ambitions and dreams, and work as a general practitioner for actual subsistence. To marry before he had even the prospect of a connection and employment was absolute madness. To live any distance from Helen he felt was quite impossible, so he settled himself in the old town of Chester, about 3 miles from her home, and for her sake exerted himself more than he had once believed was in his nature. At first, youth and excitement beheld only the brighter side, but after 6 months' trial, so endless and so little remunerating seemed his toil, that he sunk into deepest despondency, which neither Mr. or Mrs. Langley's kind advice nor Helen's sweet counsels could remove. Fearfully would Mr. Langley look on his darling, dreading that this constant pressure of anxiety and suspense would be as fatal to her as disease had been to her sisters. But, though more serious than had been her disposition before, it was not the seriousness of gloom, but rather of a firm yet gentle spirit, forming internally some resolution which required thought and time for development. Her smile was as joyous, her voice as gleeful, as in happier years. Her pursuits continued with some zeal, if not with deeper earnestness. To persuade her to annul her engagement never entered either parent's mind, but the long vista of dreary years which they believed must intervene ere it could be fulfilled was literally their only thought of anxious and unmitigated gloom. "Give me up, Helen. I have no right to fetter your young life with an engagement which heaven only knows when we shall fulfill," passionately exclaimed young Ashley about 7 months after their misfortunes. Your sweet face and sweeter temper and lovely mind must win you a position in life far higher than I can ever offer. You were only seen at the ball the other night to be admired." "That unfortunate ball! I only went to gratify papa. And you are jealous, George, that your poor Helen was admired?" "No, Helen, no. I gloried in it, for I knew you were mine in heart, faith, all but name. But then I thought how selfish, how utterly selfish I was still to claim you, to behold you wearing out your young life in all the sickness of hope deferred, when, by resigning you, you might be rich, admired, followed, occupy the station you deserve, and be very happy, dearest George." "This is a strange mood," she said, half reproachfully, half playfully. "Come, send it away, for it is not like you. I am very sorry I cannot oblige you, but as I consider myself as much yours, if the sacred words had actually been said, you may divorce me if you will, but I will never give you up." "Helen, darling, Helen, forgive me," he replied, his repentance as impetuous as all his other feelings. "Oh, if you would but be mine at once, I am sure I should succeed. With such a comforter, such a cheerer, work would be welcome. I would never despond again, dearest. Loving as we do, why should we not wed at once? We must then do well." "Must do well because we love, George? Yes, and so we shall, but not if we wed now. Ah, now you look reproachfully again. Dearest, you know I would not shrink from any hardship shared with you. I will work with you, work for you if needed. But young as we both are, is it not better to work apart a few years that we may rest together? Think what 5 years may do for both. It may be less. I put it only to the extent. You are succeeding, and will succeed still more, the more you are known. But had you a wife and an establishment to support now, even with my very hardest exertions, we could not keep free from debt. And love, potent as it is, would not then guard sorrow from our dwelling. When wedded, if unlooked-for misfortunes come, we will bear them, and comfort and strengthen each other. But would it be right, would it be wise to invite them by a too early marriage? My own dear George, let us work while we have youth and hope, and trust me, we shall be very happy yet." It was scarcely possible to remain unconvinced by such fond reasoning, but still Ashley referred with deep despondency to the long, long interval which must elapse ere that happiness could be obtained. "Not so long as you fancy, George. I never meant to be a rich man's wife, though you invited me to be so just now. I do not even intend to wait for comforts, but only just for that competency which will prevent those evil spirits, care and irritation, from entering our home. And to forward this, listen to my plan, dearest George." And with some little tremor, for she dreaded his disapproval, she told him that she had accepted an engagement as governess in a family at Manchester, a Dr. Murray, who was a widower with 4 or 5 children. She had been mentioned by a mutual friend, and the doctor was so pleased with Mrs. Norton's account that he agreed even to give her the high salary Helen required without seeing her. He had said that his mother, who lived with him, was too infirm to bear his children much with her, and he therefore wanted more from his governess than merely to teach, and was quite willing to pay for it, but a lady he must have. To bear with all his whims and fancies, to be tormented with spoiled children, to put up with the old woman's infirmities, be insulted by pampered servants, "Helen, you shall not go!" exclaimed George. "Now, George, don't be foolish. I do not expect one of those evils, and if I meet with them, I can bear them, with such a hope before me," she continued fondly, looking in his face. "But governesses are so insulted, so degraded." "Not insulted if they respect themselves, not degraded if those they love do not think so. But perhaps, George, you are too proud to marry a governess." A passionate reproach was his reply. "Well, then, love, listen to me a little longer. Mamma still means to allow me enough for my quiet dress, so that I can put up every shilling that I earn, and only think what that may come to in a few years. Then I have a reason for choosing Manchester as a temporary home. You know I can draw. But did you not know that I can design? William took so much pleasure in teaching me, and in a manufacturing town like Manchester, I may not only be able to use this knowledge, but perhaps gradually get introductions which will allow my successful pursuit of the art, even as your wife, dearest George. And then, what with our mutual economy, and mutual savings beforehand, and mutual work afterwards, oh, our future will shine as bright as it did before this storm. God forever bless you, Helen. My own darling, you are indeed my best hope, my best comforter already," murmured George, half choked with strong emotion, which he tried to conceal by pressing her to his bosom and kissing her cheek. "How can your parents part with you? And what will drive away my fits of gloom when I cannot come to you for comfort?" "Hope!" was her instant reply, in a tone so glad, so thrilling, that it pervaded his whole being ever afterward like a spell. "Think, dearest George, of the hundreds who have to labor on through lonely years, uncheered either by love or hope, who must work wearily and unceasingly only for means of existence. We have health and youth and love, and, above all, mutual faith to sustain us, and therefore we must be happy. You do not know how powerful is a woman's will." "Not more so than man's," replied Ashley, more cheerfully than he had yet spoken. "Helen, you have shamed me. I will become more worthy of such love." Helen looked very much as if she thought that was impossible, but she did not say so. It was no light task this gentle girl had undertaken. Hopefully, as she had spoken and felt, her resolution had neither been formed nor matured without suffering, nor had it been the latest portion of the trial to win over her parents to her wishes. But the wisdom of her plan was so evident that they conquered all selfish feeling for their child's sake, and tried to be comforted by Mrs. Norton's assurance that in Dr. Murray's family Helen would be as comfortable as she could be away from home. And so she was. In fact, so kindly was she welcomed and treated that she could scarcely understand it. Dr. Murray was a man in reality under 50, but looking much older from a life of some hardship and much labor, the fruits of which he now enjoyed in the possession of a comfortable income. His manner, in general blunt and rough, always softened toward Helen, whom he ever addressed with such respect as well as kindness that all George's terror of her encountering insolence very speedily dispersed. Mrs. Murray had evidently not been born a lady, but her regard for Helen was shown in such a multiplicity of little kindnesses that no feeling could be excited toward her but gratitude and love. Constantly as she was occupied with her pupils, Helen's careful economy of time yet enabled her actually to accomplish the purpose she had in her mind when she chose Manchester for her residence. The idle, Nay, even the less energetic would have declared it was impossible for any one person to do what she did. But not even the doctor or his mother knew how her moments of maid leisure were employed. So nearly 3 years glided by. Helen's health, instead of failing, as her friends had feared, actually improved, and George declared there must have been some spell, in her words or example, for his prospects were brightening every year. Helen only smiled and told him that the spell was simply in his own more hopeful exertions. Dr. Murray's house was the frequent resort not only of men of talent from the higher ranks, but frequently of clever manufacturers and artificers, in whose works the doctor and his mother were always particularly interested. It happened that Helen was present one evening when one of these gentlemen was regretting his inability to procure an appropriate design for some window curtains of a new material which he had invented. Being no artist himself, he could not perhaps define his wishes with sufficient technicality. But all which he had seen were either too small as to have no effect, or so large as to look coarse and common. Before he departed, the conversation changed, and Dr. Murray thought no more about it, until at a very early hour the next morning Helen entered his study with a roll of paper, which she asked him to examine and tell her if he thought it the kind of thing Mr. Gray required. His astonishment that she should remember anything about it was only equaled by his admiration for her work. So great was his delight that he declared he would convey it to Mr. Gray himself and get her something handsome for it. He was not disappointed. Mr. Gray seized it with rapture, declared it was the very thing he meant, offered to pay any sum for it, and was struck dumb with astonishment when told it was designed by the elegant young lady to whom he had been introduced the previous night, and whom he had scarcely deigned to notice, believing her the same as most young ladies, a very pretty but a very useless piece of goods. One of his young men, who had been eagerly examining it, said he was sure it was by the same hand as several other elegant designs which they had been in the habit of purchasing the last 2 years, but the name of whose inventor they had never been able to discover. He brought some, compared them, and even the doctor's unpractised eye could discern the same hand throughout. But how could Miss Langley have accomplished all this, and yet so done her duty to his children? It was incomprehensible, and the good doctor hurried home to have the mystery solved. Helen speedily explained it, adding ingenuously that she had worked in secret, only because she feared the doctor or his friends might think she must neglect her duty to her charge to pursue this employment. But since he had expressed such perfect satisfaction, she had resolved on taking the first opportunity to tell him all. "But, my good young lady, you must have some very strong incentive for all this exertion." Blushing deeply, Helen acknowledged that she had. "Is it a secret, my dear child?" For a minute she hesitated, then frankly told her story. The doctor was so much affected by it as to surprise her, and expressed the most unfeigned regret that he had not known it before. Not a fortnight afterward, Mr. Gray sought an interview with Miss Langley. He wished, he said, to monopolize her talents, and offered in consequence with sufficient liberality as to tempt her to adhere to his employment instead of taking the chance of larger remuneration for occasional designs. It was for this Helen had worked and prayed and hoped, this which she had looked to follow even as a wife and in her husband's house, and therefore we leave to our reader's imagination the gratitude with which it was accepted, The joy with which she wrote to her parents and to George, to whom her woman's heart so yearned in the moment of rejoicing, that for the first time since she had loved him she could scarcely write for tears. But the letters she received in reply sadly alloyed this dawning happiness. Her sister Fanny was dangerously ill, the same age, the same disease, which had been so fatal to her family. All George's skill, and it was great, had been ineffectual. Nothing could save her, the distracted father wrote. She was doomed like all the rest. But to Helen there was no such word as doom. She flew to the doctor, repeated to him as well as she could the symptoms and the remedies applied, conjuring him to think of something which could alleviate, if it could not cure. What could she write? Write, my dear child, that will be of little use. We will go together. And though there were no railroads in that direction, man's omnipotent will carried Helen and the doctor to Mr. Langley's cottage in so short a space that it seemed to Helen like the transfigurations of a dream. For 4 days, fearful were the alternations of hope and dread. The 5th, hope predominated, and by the end of the week, promptness and skill in the adoption of an entirely new mode of treatment were so successful that Dr. Murray was blessed again and again by the enraptured parents as under heaven the preserver of their child. But though all danger was over, the doctor did not offer to quit the cottage for another week, which time he spent mostly in his patient's room and in earnest conversation with young Ashley. Helen had intended to remain in his family till he could meet with someone to supply her place. But this, he now declared, would not be. She must be wanted at home, at least until she could finish her preparations for entering another. For if he were George, he would not wait another month. She had had her own will too long already, and the future was bright enough now to permit him to have his. Helen's hand was clasped in her young sister's as the good doctor spoke, but George's arm was around her, and her reply seemed to satisfy all parties. All Mr. Langley's attempts to obtain a private interview with his guest were ineffectual until the day of his intended departure, when, with trembling hands and swimming eyes, he tried to press a pocket-book into the doctor's hand. "It is inadequate, wholly inadequate," he said with emotion. "You have saved my child, so restored her that she is better than she has been since her birth. You have given us your time, your skill, and you shrink even from my thanks. Were I a rich man, I would feel as I do now, what a fortune could not repay you. As a poor man, do not insult me by refusing the fee I can bestow." "Mr. Langley," was the reply, "I tell you truth when I assure you that you owe me nothing. I am in your debt for more, far more than my professional skill could ever repay." "In my debt, doctor? Ah, you mean my Helen's services, but those you have so liberally remunerated, and treated her with such kindness that you have made me your debtor even there. No, no, I cannot allow Helen, precious as she is, to come between me and justice." "I do not allude to Miss Langley, sir." And the doctor spoke as if addressing a superior. "Her inestimable services to me and mine, indeed, nothing can repay, but it was not for her sake I came to you. The debt I allude to is one of more than 30 years' standing, and is due to you alone. On my first return to England, your position was higher, your fortune far superior to mine, and had I then sought you, it might still have been to receive benefits at your hand. In your noble endurance of misfortune, it would have been an insult to have discharged my debt, and therefore I waited and prayed for some opportunity, not only to do justice, but to evince gratitude. If I had made your child happy and shortened the term of her heroic exertions, you owe it to yourself. I could not take from you even the full amount of this visit, regarding it merely as a professional, for I owe you in actual money more than that. Mr. Langley looked and expressed bewilderment. The doctor's manner was too earnest to permit a doubt, but he tried in vain to recall to what he could allude. "Have you so completely forgotten Willie Murray, Mr. Edward?" continued his companion, much agitated. "Willie Murray, the poor boy you not only saved from sin, but made so happy by your generous kindness to his family. Mr. Langley, I am that boy. My character, my success, I owe to you. How can such a debt ever be repaid?" Mr. Langley's astonishment was so great as literally to deprive him for the moment of words. He only remembered Willie Murray as a pale, thin, intellectual boy of 15. To recognize him in the tall, stout, somewhat aged-looking man before him required more imagination than he chanced to possess, but to doubt the identity was impossible. He grasped his hand warmly, and insisted on giving him that very hour the history of his life. Our readers, however, must be contented with a very brief sketch of these details. Suffice it that neither Willie nor his father rose to independence without constant toil and unwearying perseverance. Profiting by the trials of early years, the elder Murray labored with an energy and skill which, until his timely release from prison, left all his children comfortably provided for, each possessing a share in the manufactory which his energy had established. Willie had always yearned to return to England, and did so directly. He became a widower, his mother gladly accompanying him. He had finished his medical education in France, had a large practice in America, and from his general intelligence, proved skill, and wide-handed benevolence, very speedily became popular in England. But amid all the chances and changes of his busy life, neither the fearful temptation of his boyhood nor Edward Langley's generous kindness had ever been forgotten. Joyous indeed and full of hope was Helen Langley's bridal morn. Though neither pomp nor fashion attended it, such as might have been the case a few years before. On retiring to change her dress, Helen found a heavy packet directed to Mrs. George Ashley on her table. It was a purse containing 300 sovereigns, with the following brief lines: "This is your father's gift, though it comes through me. I do but return a sum lent by him to me and mine, with the accumulated interest of 33 years. It is now added to the store earned by Helen Langley's meritorious exertions. William Murray." "Mother!" exclaimed Mr. Langley, after perusing this note, and turning to his now aged parent with some emotion, "do you remember your words when I told you the money was as freely given, and I expected as little reward as if I had thrown it on the waters? That I should find it after many days? You were right. I have found it indeed." End of Cast Thy Bread Upon the Waters, by Grace Aguilar. A Charming Woman, by Jerome K. Jerome, read for Love Stories, Volume 5, by William Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A charming woman. Not the Mr. Blank, really? In her deep brown eyes there lurked pleased surprise, struggling with wonder. She looked from myself to the friend who had introduced us with a bewitching smile of incredulity tempered by hope. He assured her, adding laughingly, "The only genuine and original," and left us. "I've always thought of you as a staid, middle-aged man," she said, with a delicious little laugh, and then added in low, soft tones, "I'm so very pleased to meet you, really." The words were conventional, but her voice crept round one like a warm caress. "Come and talk to me," she said, seating herself upon a small settee and making room for me. I sat down awkwardly beside her, my head buzzing just a little, as with one glass too many of champagne. I was in my literary childhood. One small book and a few essays and criticisms scattered through various obscure periodicals had been as yet my only contributions to current literature. The sudden discovery that I was the Mr. Anybody, and that charming women thought of me, and were delighted to meet me, was a brain-disturbing thought. "And it was really you who wrote that clever book," she continued, "and all those brilliant things in the magazines and journals? Oh, it must be delightful to be clever." She gave breath to a little sigh of vain regret that went to my heart. To console her, I commenced a labored compliment, but she stopped me with her fan. On after reflection, I was glad she had. It would have been one of those things better expressed otherwise. "I know what you're going to say," she laughed, "but don't. Besides, from you I should not know quite how to take it. You can be so satirical." I tried to look as though I could be, but in her case would not. She let her ungloved hand rest for an instant upon mine. Had she left it there for two, I should have gone down on my knees before her, or have stood on my head at her feet, have made a fool of myself in some way or another before the whole roomful. She timed it to a nicety. "I don't want you to pay me compliments," she said. "I want us to be friends. Of course, in years I am old enough to be your mother." By the register, I should say she might have been 32, but looked 26. I was 23, and I fear foolish for my age. "But you know the world, and you're so different to the other people one meets. Society is so hollow and artificial, don't you find it so? You don't know how I long sometimes to get away from it, to know someone to whom I can show my real self, who would understand me. You'll come and see me sometimes. I'm always at home on Wednesdays, and let me talk to you, won't you? And you must tell me all your clever thoughts." It occurred to me that maybe she would like to hear a few of them there and then, but before I had got well started, a hollow society man came up and suggested supper, and she was compelled to leave me. As she disappeared, however, in the throng, she looked back over her shoulder with a glance half pathetic, half comic, that I understood. It said, "Pity me, I've got to be bored by this vapid, shallow creature." And I did. I sought her through all the rooms before I went. I wished to reassure her of my sympathy and support. I learned, however, from the butler that she had left early, in company with the hollow society man. A fortnight later, I ran against a young literary friend in Regent Street, and we lunched together at the Monaco. "I met such a charming woman last night," he said. "A Mrs. Clifton Courtenay, a delightful woman." "Oh, do you know her?" I exclaimed. "Oh, we are very old friends. She's always wanting me to go and see her. I really must." "Oh, I didn't know you knew her," he answered. Somehow, the fact of my knowing her seemed to lessen her importance in his eyes. But soon he recovered his enthusiasm for her. "A wonderfully clever woman," he continued. "I'm afraid I disappointed her a little, though." He said this, however, with a laugh that contradicted his words. "She would not believe I was the Mr. Smith. She imagined from my book that I was quite an old man." I could see nothing in my friend's book myself to suggest that the author was, of necessity, anything over 18. The mistake appeared to me to display want of acumen, but it had evidently pleased him greatly. "I feel quite sorry for her," he went on, "chained to that bloodless artificial society in which she lives. You can't tell," she said to me, "how I long to meet someone to whom I could show my real self, who would understand me. I'm going to see her on Wednesday." I went with him. My conversation with her was not as confidential as I had anticipated, owing to there being some 80 other people present in a room intended for the accommodation of 8. But after surging round for an hour in hot and aimless misery, as very young men at such gatherings do, knowing as a rule only the man who has brought them, and being unable to find him, I contrived to get a few words with her. She greeted me with a smile, in the light of which I at once forgot my past discomfort, and let her fingers rest with delicious pressure for a moment upon mine. "How good of you to keep your promise," she said. "These people have been tiring me so. Sit here and tell me all you have been doing." She listened for about 10 seconds, and then interrupted me with, "And that clever friend of yours that you came with, I met him at dear Lady Lennon's last week. Has he written anything?" I explained to her that he had. "Tell me about it," she said. "I get so little time for reading, and then I only care to read the books that help me." And she gave me a grateful look, more eloquent than words. I described the work to her, and wishing to do my friend justice, I even recited a few of the passages upon which, as I knew, he especially prided himself. One sentence in particular seemed to lay hold of her. "A good woman's arms round a man's neck is a life-belt thrown out to him from heaven." "How beautiful!" she murmured. "Say it again." I said it again, and she repeated it after me. Then a noisy old lady swooped down upon her, and I drifted away into a corner, where I tried to look as if I were enjoying myself, and failed. Later on, feeling it time to go, I sought my friend, and found him talking to her in a corner. I approached and waited. They were discussing the latest East End murder. A drunken woman had been killed by her husband, a hard-working artisan who had been maddened by the ruin of his home. "Ah," she was saying, "what power a woman has to drag man down or lift him up! I never read a case in which a woman is concerned without thinking of those beautiful lines of yours. A good woman's arms round a man's neck is a life-belt thrown out to him from heaven." Opinions differed concerning her religion and politics. Said the Low Church parson, "An earnest Christian woman, sir, of that unostentatious type that has always been the bulwark of our church. I am proud to know that woman, and I am proud to think that poor words of mine have been the humble instrument to wean that true woman's heart from the frivolities of fashion, and to fix your thoughts upon higher things. A good churchwoman, sir, a good churchwoman, in the best sense of the word, close quote, said the pale, aristocratic-looking young abbé to the Countess, the light of old-world enthusiasm shining from his deep-set eyes. Quote, I have great hopes for our dear friend. She finds it hard to sever the ties of time and love. We are all weak, but her heart turns toward our mother church as a child, though suckled among strangers, yearns after many years for the bosom that has borne it. We have spoken, and I, even I, may be the voice in the wilderness, leading the lost sheep back to the fold, close quote. Said Sir Harry Bennet, the great theosophist lecturer, writing to a friend, a singularly gifted woman, and a woman evidently thirsting for the truth, a woman capable of willing her own life, a woman not afraid of thought and reason, a lover of wisdom. I have talked much with her at one time or another, and I have found her grasp my meaning with a quickness of perception quite unusual in my experience, and the arguments I have let fall, I am convinced, have borne excellent fruit. I look forward to her becoming, at no very distant date, a valued member of our little band. Indeed, without betraying confidence, I may almost say I regard her conversion as an accomplished fact. Close quote. Colonel Maxim always spoke of her as a fair pillar of the state. With the enemy in our midst, said the florid old soldier, it behooves every true man, aye, and every true woman, to rally to the defense of the country, and all honor, say I, to noble ladies such as Mrs. Clifton Courtenay, who, laying aside their natural shrinking from publicity, come forward in such a crisis as the present to combat the forces of disorder and disloyalty now rampant in the land. But, some listener would suggest, I gathered from young Jocelyn that Mrs. Clifton Courtenay held somewhat advanced views on social and political questions. Jocelyn, the colonel would reply with scorn, pah! There may have been a short space of time during which the fellow's long hair and windy rhetoric impressed her, but I flatter myself I've put my spoke in Mr. Jocelyn's wheel. Why, damme, sir, she's considered to stand for Grand Dame of the Bermondsey branch of the Primrose League next year. What's Jocelyn say to that, the scoundrel? What Jocelyn said was, I know the woman is weak, but I do not blame her. I pity her. When the time comes, as soon it will, when woman is no longer a puppet dancing to the threads held by some brainless man, when a woman is not threatened with social ostracism for daring to follow her own conscience instead of that of her nearest male relative, then it will be time to judge her. It is not for me to betray that confidence reposed in me by a suffering woman, but you can tell that interesting old fossil, Colonel Maxim, that he and the other old women of the Bermondsey branch of the Primrose League may elect Mrs. Clifton Courtenay for the president and make the most of it. They have only got the outside of the woman. Her heart is beating time to the tramp of an onward marching people. Her soul's eyes are straining for the glory of a coming dawn. But they all agreed she was a charming woman. End of A Charming Woman by Jerome K. Jerome.
First Love by Amelia Pardo-Bazan, recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by Lee Vogler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First Love by Amelia Pardo-Bazan. How old was I then? 11 or 12 years. more probably 13, for before then is too early to be seriously in love. But I won't venture to be certain, considering that in southern countries the heart matures early, if that organ is to blame for such perturbations. If I do not remember well when, I can at least say exactly how my first love revealed itself. I was very fond, as soon as my aunt had gone to church to perform her evening devotions, of slipping into her bedroom and rummaging her chest of drawers, which she kept in admirable order. Those drawers were to me a museum. In them I always came across something rare or antique, which exhaled an archaic and mysterious scent, the aroma of the sandalwood fans which perfumed her white linen, pincushions of satin now faded, knitted mittens carefully wrapped in tissue paper, prints of saints, sewing materials, a reticule of blue velvet embroidered with bugles. An amber and silver rosary would appear from the corners. I used to ponder over them and return them to their places. But one day, I remember as well as if it were today, in the corner of the top drawer, and lying on some collars of old lace, I saw something gold glittering. I put in my hand, unwittingly crumpled the lace, and drew out a portrait, an ivory miniature, about 3 inches long, in a frame of gold. I was struck at first sight. A sunbeam streamed through the window and fell upon the alluring form, which seemed to wish to step out of its dark background and come toward me. It was the most lovely creature, such as I had never seen except in the dreams of my adolescence. The lady of the portrait must have been some 20-odd years. She was no simple maiden, no half-opened rosebud, but a woman in the full resplendency of her beauty. Her face was oval, but not too long, her lips full, half open and smiling. Her eyes cast a languishing side glance, and she had a dimple on her chin, as if formed by the tip of Cupid's playful finger. Her headdress was strange but elegant. A compact group of curls plastered cone-wise, one over the other, covered her temples, and a basket of braided hair rose on top of her head. This old-fashioned headdress, which was trussed up from the nape of her neck, disclosed all the softness of her fresh young throat, on which the dimple of her chin was reduplicated more vaguely and delicately. As for the dress, I do not venture to consider whether our grandmothers were less modest than our wives are, or if the confessors of past times were more indulgent than those of the present. I am inclined to think the latter, for 70 years ago women prided themselves on being Christian-like and devout, and would not have disobeyed the director of their conscience in so grave and important a matter. What is undeniable is, that if in the present day any lady were to present herself in the garb of the lady in the portrait, there would be a scandal, for from her waist, which began at her armpits, upwards, she was only veiled by light folds of diaphanous gauze, which marked out, rather than covered, 2 mounds of snow, between which meandered a thread of pearls. With further lack of modesty, she stretched out 2 rounded arms, worthy of Juno, ending in finely moulded hands. When I say hands, I am not exact, for strictly speaking, only one hand could be seen, and that held a richly embroidered handkerchief. Even today I am astonished at the startling effect which contemplation of that miniature produced upon me, and how I remained in ecstasy, scarcely breathing, devouring the portrait with my eyes. I had already seen here and there prints representing beautiful women. It often happened that in the illustrated papers, in the mythological engravings of our dining room, or in a shop window, that a beautiful face or a harmonious and graceful figure attracted my precociously artistic gaze. But the miniature encountered in my aunt's drawer, apart from its great beauty, appeared to me as if animated by a subtle and vital breath. You could see it was not the caprice of a painter, but the image of a real and actual person of flesh and blood. The warm and rich tone of the tints made you surmise that the blood was tepid beneath that mother-of-pearl skin. The lips were slightly parted to disclose the enameled teeth, and to complete the illusion, there ran around the frame a border of natural hair, chestnut in color, wavy and silky, which had grown on the temples of the original. As I have said, it was more than a copy. It was the reflection of a living person from whom I was only separated by a wall of glass. I seized it, breathed upon it, and it seemed to me that the warmth of the mysterious deity communicated itself to my lips and circulated through my veins. At this moment I heard footsteps in the corridor. It was my aunt returning from her prayers. I heard her asthmatic cough and the dragging of her gouty feet. I had only just enough time to put the miniature into the drawer, shut it, and approach the window, adopting an innocent and indifferent attitude. My aunt entered noisily, for the cold at the church had exacerbated her catarrh, now chronic. Upon seeing me, her wrinkled eyes brightened, and giving me a friendly tap with her withered hand, she asked me if I had been turning over her drawers as usual. Then with a chuckle, wait a bit, she added. I have something for you, something you will like. And she pulled out of her vast pocket a paper bag, and out of the bag 3 or 4 gum lozenges, sticking together in a cake, which gave me a feeling of nausea. My aunt's appearance did not invite one to open one's mouth and devour these sweets. The course of years, her loss of teeth, her eyes dimmed to an unusual degree, the sprouting of a mustache, or bristles on her sunken-in mouth, which was 3 inches wide, dull gray locks fluttering above her sallow temples, a neck flaccid and livid as the crest of a turkey when in good temper. In short, I did not take the lozenges. Ugh! An feeling of indignation, a manly protest rose in me, and I said forcibly, I do not want it. I don't want it. You don't want it? What a wonder! You who are greedier than a cat. I am not a little boy, I exclaimed, drawing myself up and standing on tiptoes. I don't care for sweets. My aunt looked at me half good-humoredly and half ironically, and at last, giving way to the feeling of amusement I caused her, burst out laughing, by which she disfigured herself and exposed the horrible anatomy of her jaws. She laughed so heartily that her chin and nose met, hiding her lips and emphasizing 2 wrinkles, or rather 2 deep furrows, and more than a dozen lines on her cheeks and eyelids. At the same time her head and body shook with the laughter, until at last her cough began to interrupt the bursts, and between laughing and coughing, the old lady involuntarily spluttered all over my face. Humiliated and full of disgust, I escaped rapidly thence to my mother's room, where I washed myself with soap and water, and began to muse on the lady of the portrait. And from that day and hour, I could not keep my thoughts from her. As soon as my aunt went out, to slip into her room, open the drawer, and bring out the miniature, and lose myself in contemplation, was the work of a minute. By dint of looking at it, I fancied that her languishing eyes, through the voluptuous veiling of her eyelashes, were fixed in mine, and that her white bosom heaved. I became ashamed to kiss her, imagining she would be annoyed at my audacity, and only pressed her to my heart or held her against my cheek. All my actions and thoughts referred to the lady. I behaved toward her with the most extraordinary refinement and superdelicacy. Before entering my aunt's room and opening the longed-for drawer, I washed, combed my hair, tidied myself, as I have seen since is usually done before repairing to a love appointment. I often happened to meet in the street other boys of my age, very proud of their slip of a sweetheart, who would exultingly show me love letters, photographs, and flowers, and who asked me if I hadn't a sweetheart with whom to correspond. A feeling of inexplicable bashfulness tied to my tongue, and I only replied with an enigmatic and haughty smile. And when they questioned me as to what I thought of the beauty of their little maidens, I would shrug my shoulders and disdainfully call them ugly mugs. One Sunday I went to play in the house of some little girl cousins, really very pretty, the eldest whom was not yet 15. We were amusing ourselves looking into a stereoscope, when suddenly one of the little girls, the youngest, who counted 12 summers at most, secretly seized my hand, and in some confusion and blushing as red as a brazier, whispered in my ear, "Take this." At that time I felt in the palm of my hand something soft and fresh, and saw that it was a rosebud with its green foliage. The little girl ran away smiling and casting a side glance at me, but I, with a puritanism worthy of Joseph, cried out in my turn, "Take this!" and I threw the rosebud at her nose, a rebuff which made her tearful and pettish with me the whole afternoon, and for which she has not pardoned me even now, though she is married and has 3 children. The 2 or 3 hours which my aunt spent morning and evening together at church being too short for my admiration of the entrancing portrait, I resolved at last to keep the miniature in my pocket, and went about all day hiding myself from people just as if I had committed some crime. I fancied that the portrait from the depth of its prison of cloth could see all my actions, and I arrived at such a ridiculous extremity that if I wanted to scratch myself, pull up a sock, or do anything else not keeping with the idealism of my chaste love, I first drew out the miniature, put it in a safe place, and then considered myself free to do whatever I wanted. In fact, since I had accomplished the theft, there was no limit to my vagaries. At night I hid it under the pillow and slept in an attitude of defense. The portrait remained near the wall, I outside, and I awoke 1,000 times, fearing someone would come bereave me of my treasure. At last I drew it from beneath the pillow and slipped it between my nightshirt and left breast, on which the following day could be seen the imprint of the chasing of the frame. The contact of the dear miniature gave me delicious dreams. The lady of the portrait, not in effigy, but in her natural size and proportions, alive, graceful, affable, beautiful, would come toward me to conduct me into her palace by a rapid and flying train. With sweet authority she would make me sit on a stool at her feet, and would pass her beautifully molded hand over my head, caressing my brow, my eyes, and loose curls. I read to her out of a big missal, or played the lute, and she designed a smile, thanking me for the pleasure which my reading and songs gave her. At last romantic reminiscence overflowed my brain. Sometimes I was a page, and sometimes a troubadour. With all these fanciful ideas, the fact is I began to grow thin, quite perceptibly, which was observed with great disquietude in my parents and my aunt. In this dangerous and critical age of development, everything is alarming, said my father, who used to read books of medicine and anxiously studied my dark eyelids, my dull eyes, my contracted and pale lips, and above all the complete lack of appetite which had taken possession of me. "Play, boy, eat, boy," he would say to me, and I replied to him dejectedly, "I don't feel inclined." They began to talk of distractions, offered to take me to the theater, stopped my studies, and gave me foaming new milk to drink. Afterwards they poured cold water over my head and back to fortify my nerves. I noticed that my father at table, or in the morning when I went to his bedroom to bid him good morning, would gaze at me fixedly for some time, and would sometimes pass his hand down my spine, feeling the vertebra. I hypocritically lowered my eyes, resolved to die rather than confess my crime. As soon as I was free from the affectionate solicitude of my family, I found myself alone with the lady of the portrait. At last, to get nearer to her, I thought I would do away with the cold crystal. I trembled upon putting this into execution, but at last my love prevailed over the vague fear with which such a profanation filled me, and with skillful cunning I succeeded in pulling away the glass and exposing the ivory plate. As I pressed my lips to the painting, I could scent the slight fragrance of the border of hair. I imagined to myself even more realistically that it was a living person whom I was grasping with trembling hands. A feeling of faintness overpowered me, and I fell unconscious on the sofa, tightly holding the miniature. When I came to my senses, I saw my father, my mother, and my aunt all bending anxiously over me. I read the terror and alarm in their faces. My father was feeling my pulse, shaking his head and murmuring, "His pulse is nothing but a flutter. You can scarcely feel it." My aunt, with her claw-like fingers, was trying to take the portrait from me, and I was mechanically hiding it and grasping it more firmly. "But, my dear boy, let go. You're spoiling it," she exclaimed. "Don't you see? You are smudging it. I am not scolding you, my dear. I will show it to you often as you like, but don't destroy it. Let go. You're injuring it." "Let him have it," begged my mother. "The boy is not well." "Of all things to ask," replied the old maid. "Let him have it. And who will paint another like this, or make me as I was then? Today nobody paints miniatures. It is a thing of the past, and I am also a thing of the past, and I am not what is represented there." My eyes dilated with horror. My fingers released their hold on the picture. I don't know how I was able to articulate. You? The portrait is you? Don't you think I am pretty now, boy? Bah! One is better looking at 23 than at I don't know what, for I've forgotten how old I am. My head drooped, and I almost fainted again. Anyway, my father lifted me in his arms onto the bed and made me swallow some tablespoonfuls of port. I recovered very quickly and never wished to enter my aunt's room again. End of First Love by Amelia Pardo-Bazan.
A Good Woman by Arnold Bennett, a one-act play read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Dawn Sutton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Good Woman, Arnold Bennett. Scene: Rosamund's flat, the drawing room. The apartment is plainly furnished. There is a screen in the corner of the room furthest from the door. It is 9 a.m. Rosamund is seated alone at a table. She wears a neat traveling dress with a plain straw hat. Her gloves lie on a chair. A small portable desk full of papers is open before her. She gazes straight in front of her, smiling vaguely. With a start, she recovers from her daydreams, and rushing to the looking-glass, inspects her features therein. Then she looks at her watch. Rosamund: 3 hours yet! I'm a fool! Stage director: with decision, she sits down again and idly picks up a paper out of the desk. The door opens, unceremoniously but quietly, and James enters. The two stare at each other, James wearing a conciliatory smile. Rosamund: You appalling creature! James: I couldn't help it. I simply couldn't help it, Rosamund. Do you know this is the very height and summit of indelicacy? I was obliged to come. If I had any relations, James, which you haven't, Rosamund, I say if I had any relations, James. I say which you haven't. Never mind. It is a safe rule for unattached women always to behave as if they had relations, especially female relations, whether they have any or not. My remark is that if I had any relations, they would be absolutely scandalized by this atrocious conduct of yours. What have I done, Rosamond? Can you ask? Here are you, and here am I. We are to be married today at 12 o'clock. The ceremony has not taken place, and yet you are found on my premises. You must surely be aware that on the day of the wedding the parties, yes, the parties, that is the word, should on no account see each other till they see each other in church. But since we are to be married at a registry office, does the rule apply? Undoubtedly. Then I must apologize. My excuse is that I am not up in these minute details of circumspection. You see, I've been married so seldom. Evidently. A pause, during which James at last ventures to approach the middle of the room. Now you must go back home, and we'll pretend we haven't seen each other. Never, Rosamond. That would be acting a lie, and I couldn't dream of getting married with a lie on my lips. It would be so unusual. No, we have sinned, or rather I have sinned, on this occasion. I will continue to sin, openly, brazenly. Come here, my dove. A bird in the hand is worth two under a bushel. He assumes an attitude of entreaty, and leaving her chair, Rosamond goes towards him. They exchange an ardent kiss. Rosamond, quietly submissive. I'm awfully busy, you know, Jim. I will assist you in your little duty, dearest, and then I will accompany you to the registry office. Now, what were you doing? She sits down, and he puts a chair for himself close beside her. You are singularly unlike yourself this morning, dearest James. Nervous tension, my angel. I should have deemed it impossible that an employee of the War Office could experience the marvelous and exquisite sensations now agitating my heart. But tell me, what are you doing with these papers? Well, I was just going to look through them and see if they contained anything of a remarkable or valuable nature. You see, I hadn't anything to occupy myself with. Was you bored, waiting for the timey-pimey to come? Rosamond, hands caressing. His little pet was bored, she was? Was Mr. Pet lonely this morning? Couldn't he keep away from his little cookie lecturer? He should see his little cookie lecturer. And that reminds me, hadn't we better lunch in the train instead of at Willis's? That will give us more time. Horrid, greedy piggy wiggy. Perhaps he will be satisfied if Mrs. Pet agrees to lunch both at Willis's and in the train. Yes. Only Piggy Wiggy doesn't want to trespass on Mrs. Pet's good nature. Let Piggy Wiggy look at the papers. He takes up a paper from the desk. Rosamond, a little seriously. No, Jimmy, I don't think we'll go through them. Perhaps it wouldn't be wise. Just let's destroy them. Takes papers from his hand and drops them in desk. James, sternly. When you have been the wife of a War Office clerk for a week, you will know that papers ought never to be destroyed. Now I come to think, it is not only my right, but my duty to examine this secret dossier. Who knows? takes up at random another document, which proves to be a postcard. Reads, "Shall come tomorrow night. Thine Gerald." Rosamond, after a startled shriek of consternation. There, you've done it. First time. She begins to think with knitted brows. Does this highly suspicious postcard point to some episode in your past of which you have deemed it advisable to keep me in ignorance? If so, I seek not to inquire. I forgive you. I take you, Rosamond, as you are. Rosamond, reflective, not heeding his remark. I had absolutely forgotten the whole affair. Absolutely. Smiles a little, aside. Suppose he should come. To James. Jim, I think I had better tell you all about Gerald. It will interest you. Besides, there is no knowing what may happen. As I have said, I seek not to inquire. Stiffly. Nor do I imagine that this matter, probably some childish entanglement, would interest me. Oh, wouldn't it? Jim, don't be absurd. You know perfectly well you're dying here. Very well. Save my life, then, at the least expense of words. To begin with, who is this Gerald? Thine own Gerald? Don't you remember Gerald O'Mara? You met him at the Stokes, I feel sure. You know, the young engineer. Oh, that ass. He isn't an ass. He's a very clever boy. For the sake of an argument and dispatch, agreed. Went out to Cyprus or somewhere, didn't he? To build a bridge? Or make a dock? Or dig a well? Or something of that kind? Rosamond nodding. Now listen, I'll tell you all about it. Settles herself for a long narration. 4 years ago, poor dear Gerald was madly in love with me. He was 20 and I was 24. Keep calm. I felt like his aunt. Don't forget I was awfully pretty in those days. Well, he was so tremendously in love that in order to keep him from destroying himself, of course, I knew he was going out to Cyprus. I sort of pretended to be sympathetic. I simply had to. Irishmen are so passionate. And he was very nice. And I barely knew you then. Well, the time approached for him to leave for Cyprus. The 2 days before the ship sailed, he sent me that very postcard that by pure chance you picked up. He should have written a letter. Oh, I expect he couldn't wait. He was so impulsive. Well, on the night before he left England, he came here and proposed to me. I remember I was awfully tired and queer. I'd been giving a lecture in the afternoon on how to pickle pork, and the practical demonstration had been rather smelly. However, the proposal braced me up. It was the first I had had that year. Well, I was so sorry for him that I couldn't say no outright. It would have been too brutal. He might have killed himself on the spot and spoilt this carpet, which, by the way, was new then. So I said, "Look here, Gerald." You called him Gerald? Rather. Look here, Gerald, I said. You are going to Cyprus for 4 years. If your feelings toward me is what you think it is, come back to me at the end of those 4 years, and I will then give you an answer. Of course, I felt absolutely sure that in the intervening period he would fall in and out of love 6 times at least. Of course, 6 times at least. Probably 7. What did he say in reply? He agreed with all the seriousness in the world. On this day, 4 years hence, he said, standing just there, pointing, I will return for your answer, and in the meantime I will live only for you. That's what he said, his very words. And a most touching speech, too. And then we shook hands, and he tore himself away, stifling a sob. Don't forget, he was a boy. Have the 4 years expired? What is the date of that postcard? Let me see it. Snatches it and smiles at the handwriting pensively. July 4th, 4 years ago. Then it's over. He's not coming. Today is July 5th. But yesterday was Sunday. He wouldn't come on Sunday. He was always very particular and nice. Do you mean to imply that you think he will come today and demand from you an affirmative? A moment ago you gave me to understand that in your opinion he would have, other affairs to attend to. Yes, I did think so at the time, but now I have a kind of idea that he may come, that after all he may have remained faithful. You know, I was maddeningly pretty then, and he had my photograph. Tell me, have you corresponded? No, I expressly forbade it. Ah, but still, I have a premonition he may come. James, assuming a pugnacious pose. If he does, I will attend to him. Gerald was a terrible fighter. A resounding knock is heard at the door. Both start violently and look at each other in silence. Rosamond goes to the door and opens it. Rosamond, with an unsteady laugh of relief. Only the postman with a letter. She returns to her seat. No, I don't expect he will come, really. Puts letter idly on table. Another knock, still louder. Renewed start. Now that is he, I'm positive. He always knocked like that. Just fancy. After 4 years. Jim, just take the chair behind that screen for a bit. I must hide you. No, thanks. The screen dodges a trifle too frayed at the edges. Only for a minute. It would be such fun. No, thanks. Another knock. Rosamond with forced sweetness. Oh, very well then, James. Oh, well, of course, if you take it in that way. He proceeds to a chair behind screen, which does not, however, hide him from the audience. Rosamond smiles his reward. I'll explain it all right. Loudly. Come in. Enter Gerald O'Mara. So you are in. Hastens across from him to shake hands. Oh yes, I am in. Gerald, how are you? I must say you look tolerably well. They sit down. Oh, I'm pretty fit, thanks. Had the most amazing time in spite of the climate. And you? Rosie, you haven't changed a little bit. How's the cookery trade getting along? Are you still showing people how to concoct French dinners out of old bones in a sardine tin? Certainly. Only I can do it without the bones now. You see, the science has progressed while you've been stagnating in Cyprus. Stagnating is the word. You wouldn't believe that climate. What? Not had nice weather? What a shame. I thought it was tremendously sunshiny in Cyprus. Yes, that's just what it is. 97 degrees in the shade when it doesn't happen to be pouring with malarial rain. We started a little golf club at Nicosia and laid out a 9-hole course, but the balls used to melt. so we had to alter the rules, keep the balls in an ice box, and take a fresh one at every hole. Think of that. My poor boy, but I suppose there were compensations? You referred to an amazing time. Yes, there were compensations, and that reminds me. I want you to come out and lunch with me at the Savoy. I've got something awfully important to ask you. In fact, that's what I've come for. Sorry, I can't, Gerald. The fact is, I've got something awfully important myself just about lunchtime. Oh, yours can wait. Look here, I've ordered the lunch. I made sure you'd come. Rosamond shakes her head. Why can't you? It's not cooking, is it? Only a goose, Gerald. What goose? Well, my own and somebody else's. Listen, Gerald. Had you not better ask me this awfully important question now? No time like the present. I can always talk easier, especially on delicate topics, with a pint of something handy. But if you positively won't come, I'll get it off my chest now. The fact is, Rosie, I'm in love. With whom? Ah, that's just what I want you to tell me. Rosamond suddenly starting. Gerald, what is that dreadful thing sticking out of your pocket and pointing right at me? That? That's my revolver. Always carry them in Cyprus, you know. Plenty of sport there. Rosamond, breathing again. Kindly take it out of your pocket and put it on the table. Then if it does go off, it will go off into something less valuable than a cookery lecturer. Gerald, laughingly obeying her. There, if anything happens, it will happen to this grain. Now, Rosie, I'm in love, and I desire that you should tell me who I'm in love with. There's a magnificent girl in Cyprus, daughter of the superintendent of police. Name? Evelyn, age 19. I tell you, I was absolutely gone on her. Symptoms? Well, whenever her name was mentioned, I blushed terrifically. Of course, that was only one symptom. Then I met a girl on the home steamer. No father or mother. An orphan, you know. Awfully interesting. Name? Madge. Nice name, isn't it? Rosamond nods. I don't mind telling you I was considerably struck by her. Still am, in fact. Symptoms? Let me see. I never think of her without turning absolutely pale. I suppose it's what they call pale with passion. Notice it? Rosamond, somewhat coldly. It seems to me the situation amounts to this. There are two girls. One is named Evelyn, and the thought of her makes you blush. The other is named Madge, and the thought of her makes you turn pale. You fancy yourself in love, and you wish me to decide for you whether it is Madge or Evelyn who agitates your breast the more deeply. That's not exactly the way to put it, Rosie. You take a fellow up too soon. Of course, I must tell you lots more yet. You should hear Evelyn play the Moonlight Sonata. It's the most marvelous thing. And then, Madge's eyes. The way that girl can look at a fellow. I'm telling you all these things, you know, Rosie, because I've always looked up to you as an elder sister. Rosamond, after a pause, during which she gazes into his face. I suppose it was in my character of your elder sister that you put a certain question to me 4 years ago last night? Gerald, staggered, pulls himself together for a great resolve after a long pause.
Rosie, I never thought afterwards you'd take it seriously. I forgot it all. I was only a boy then.
Speaking quicker and quicker.
But I see clearly now. I never could withstand you. It's all right about Evelyn and Madge. It's you I'm in love with, and I never guessed it. Rosie!
Rushes to her and impetuously flings his arms around her neck. James, who during the foregoing scene has been full of uneasy gestures, leaping with incredible swiftness from the shelter of the screen.
Sir!
Rosamond pushing Gerald quickly away. Gerald!
May I inquire, sir, what is the precise significance of this attitudinizing?
Gerald has scarcely yet abandoned his amorous pose, but now does so quickly.
Are we in the middle of a scene from Romeo and Juliet, or is this 9:30 a.m. in the 19th century? If Miss Fife had played the Moonlight Sonata to you, or looked at you as Madge does, there might perhaps been some shadow of an excuse for your extraordinary and infamous conduct, but since she has performed neither of these feats of skill, I fail to grasp her.
Gerald, slowly recovering from an amazement which has rendered him mute.
Rosie, a man concealed in your apartment, but perhaps it is the piano tuner. I'm willing to believe the best.
Let me introduce Mr. James Brett, my future husband. Jim, this is Gerald.
I have gathered as much.
The man bows stiffly. Rosamond dreamily. Poor Gerald. Her tone is full of feeling. James is evidently deeply affected by her. He walks calmly and steadily to the table and picks up the revolver.
Sir, that tool is mine.
Sir, the fact remains that it is an engine of destruction, and that I intend to use it. Rosamond, the tone in which you uttered those 3 words, poor Gerald, convinces me, a keen observer of symptoms, that I no longer possess your love. Without your love, life to me is meaningless. I object to anything meaningless, even a word. I shall therefore venture to deprive myself of life. Goodbye to Gerald.
Sir, I may see you later.
Raises the revolver to his temples. Rosamond, appealing to Gerald to interfere. Gerald!
Mr. Brett, I repeat that revolver is mine. It would be a serious breach of good manners if you used it without my consent. A social solecism of which I believe you, as a friend of Miss Fife's, to be absolutely incapable. Still, as the instrument happens to be in your hand, you may use it, but not on yourself. Have the goodness, sir, to aim at me. I could not permit myself to stand in the way of another's happiness, as I should do if I continued to exist. At the same time, I have conscientious objections to suicide. You will therefore do me a service by aiming straight. Above all things, don't hit Miss Fife. I merely mention it because I perceive that you are unaccustomed to the use of firearms.
Folds his arms.
Rosamond, do you love me?
My Jim! James deeply moved.
The possessive pronoun convinces me that you do.
Smiling blandly. Sir, I will grant your most reasonable demand. Aims at Gerald. Rosamond, half shrieking. I don't love you if you shoot Gerald. But, my dear, this is irrational. He has asked me to shoot him, and I have as good as promised to do so. Rosamond, entreating. James, in 2 hours we are to be married. Think of the complications.
Married? Today? Then I withdraw my request.
Yes, perhaps it will be as well. Lowers revolver.
I have never yet knowingly asked a friend, even an acquaintance, to shoot me on his wedding day, and I will not begin now. Moreover, now I come to think of it, the revolver wasn't loaded. Mr. Brett, I inadvertently put you in a ridiculous position. I apologize.
I accept the apology. The general tension slackens. Both the men begin to whistle gently in the effort after unconcern. Jim, will you oblige me by putting that revolver down somewhere? I know it isn't loaded, but so many people have been killed by guns that weren't loaded that I should feel safer. He puts it down on the table. Thank you. James, picking up letter. By the way, here's that letter that came just now. Aren't you going to open it? The writing seems to me to be something like Lottie Dickinson's. Rosamond, taking the letter. It isn't Lottie's. It's her sister's. Stares at envelope. I know what it is. I know what it is. Lottie is ill or dead or something, and can't come and be a witness at the wedding. I'm sure it's that. Now, if she's dead, we can't be married today. It wouldn't be decent. And it's frightfully unlucky to have a wedding postponed. Oh, but there isn't a black border on the envelope, so she can't be dead. And yet perhaps it was so sudden they hadn't had time to buy mourning stationery. This is the result of your coming here this morning. I felt sure something would happen. Didn't I tell you so? No, you didn't, my dear. But why don't you open the letter? I am opening it as fast as I can. Reads it hurriedly. There! I said so! Lottie fell off her bicycle last night and broke her ankle. Won't be able to stir for a fortnight. In great pain. Hopes it won't inconvenience us. Inconvenience? I must say I regard it as very thoughtless of Lottie to go bicycling the very night before our wedding. Where did she fall off? Sloane Street. That makes it positively criminal. She always falls off in Sloane Street. She makes a regular practice of it. I've noticed it before. Perhaps she did it on purpose. Not a doubt of it. She doesn't want us to get married. I have sometimes suspected that she had a certain tenderness for me. Endeavoring to look meek. The cat! By no means. Cats are never sympathetic. She is. Let us be just before we are jealous. Jealous? My dear James, have you noticed how her skirts hang? Hang her skirts. You wish to defend her? On the contrary, it was I who first accused her. Gerald, to avoid the approaching storm, seeks the shelter of the screen, sits down, and taking some paper from his pocket, begins thoughtfully to write. My dear James, let me advise you to keep quite calm. You are a little bit upset. I am a perfect cucumber, but I can hear you breathing. If you are a cucumber, you are a very indelicate cucumber. I'm not breathing more than is necessary to sustain life. Yes, you are. And what's more, you'll cry in a minute if you don't take care. You're getting worked up. No, I shan't. Sits down and cries. What did I tell you? Now, perhaps you will inform me what we are quarreling about, because I haven't the least idea. Rosamond threw her sobs. I do think it's horrid of Lottie. We can't be married with one witness, and I didn't want to be married at a registry office at all. My pet, we can easily get another witness. As for the registry office, it was yourself who proposed it as a way out of a difficulty. I'm high and you're low. I'm not low, I'm broad, or else evangelical. James, beginning calmly again. I'm high and you're broad, and there was a serious question about candles and a genuflection, and so we decided on the registry office, which after all is much cheaper. Rosamond, drying her tears and putting on a saintly expression. Well, anyhow, James, we will consider our engagement at an end. This extraordinary tiff has lasted long enough, Rosie. Come and be kissed. Rosamond, with increased saintliness. You mistake me, James. I am not quarreling. I am not angry. Then you have ceased to love me? I adore you passionately, but we can never marry. Do you not perceive the warnings against such a course? First of all, you come here, drawn by some mysterious, sinister impulse, in breach of all etiquette. That was a sign. A sign of what? Evil. Then you find that postcard to remind me of a forgotten episode. Damn the postcard. I wish I'd never picked it up. Hush! Then comes this letter about Lottie. Damn that too. Rosamond sighs. Then Gerald arrives. Damn him too. By the way, where is he? Gerald, coming out from behind the screen.
Sir, if you want to influence my future state by means of a blasphemous expletive, let me beg you to do it when ladies are not present. There are certain prayers which should only be uttered in the smoking room.
The two men stab each other with their eyes. I respectfully maintain, Mr. O'Mara, that you had no business to call on my future wife within 3 hours of our wedding, and throw her into such a condition of alarm and unrest that she doesn't know whether she's going to get married or not.
Sir, how in the name of heaven was I to guess?
Rosamond, rising with an imperative gesture. Stop! Sit down, both. James, who hesitates. This is the last request I shall ever make of you. He sits. Let me speak. Long ago, from a mistaken motive of kindness, I gave this poor boy, pointing to Gerald, to understand that I loved him, that at any rate I should love him in time. Supported by that assurance, he existed for 4 years through the climatic terrors of a disdenial. I, pampered with all the superfluities of civilization, forgot this noble youth in his exile. I fell selfishly in love, I promised to marry, while he, with nothing to assuage the rigors. Pardon me? There was Evelyn's Moonlight Sonata, not to mention Madge's Eyes. You jest, James, but the jest is untimely. Has he not himself said that these doubtless excellent young women were in fact nothing to him, that it was my image which he kept steadfastly in his heart?
Yes, of course, Rosie.
Rosamond, chiefly to James. The sight of this poor youth fills me with sorrow and compunction and shame, for it reminds me that 4 years ago I lied to him.
It was awfully good of you, you know.
That is beside the point. At an earlier period of this unhappy morning, James, you asseverated that you could not dream of getting married with a lie on your lips. Neither can I. James, I love you to madness. Takes his inert hand, shakes it, and drops it again. Goodbye, James. Henceforth we shall be strangers. My duty is towards Gerald.
But if you love him...
With a good woman, conscience comes first, love second. In time I shall learn to love you. I was always quick at lessons. Gerald, take me. It is the only way by which I can purge my lips of the lie uttered 4 years ago. Puts her hands on Gerald's shoulders. In about 3/4 of an hour you will regret this, Rosamond Fife. One never regrets a good action.
Oh, well, I say.
Inarticulate with embarrassment. Rosamond, after a pause. James, we are waiting. What for? For you to go. Don't mind me. You forget that I am in the War Office and accustomed to surprising situations.
Look here, Rosie. It's awfully good of you, and you're doing me a frightfully kind turn. But I can't accept it, you know. It wouldn't do. Kindness spoils my character.
Yes, and think of the shock to the noble youth.
I couldn't permit such a sacrifice.
To a good woman, life should be one long sacrifice.
Yes, that's all very well, and I tell you, Rosie, I'm awfully obliged to you. Of course, I'm desperately in love with you. That goes without saying, but I must sacrifice myself. The fact is, there's Madge.
Well?
Well, you know what a place a steamer is, especially in calm, warm weather. I'm afraid I've rather led her to expect. The fact is, while you and Mr. Brett were having your little discussion just now, I employed the time in scribbling out a bit of a letter to her, and I rather fancy that I struck 1 or 2 deuced good ideas in the proposal line. How's this for a novelty? My dear Miss Madge, you cannot fail to have noticed from my behavior in your presence that I admire you tremendously. Rather a neat beginning, eh?
But you said you loved me.
Oh, well, so I do. You see, I only state that I admire her. All the same, I feel I'm sort of bound to her. You see how I'm fixed. I should much prefer, of course.
To a good man, life should be one long sacrifice.
Exactly, sir.
Rosamond steadying herself and approaching James. Jim, my sacrifice is over. It was a terrible ordeal. and nothing but a strict sense of duty could have supported me through such a trying crisis. I am yours. Lead me to the altar. I trust Gerald may be happy with his person named Madge. The flame of your love has not faltered? Ah, no. Well, if my own particular flame hadn't been fairly robust, the droughts might have knocked it about a bit. You have no more sacrifices in immediate view? She looks at him in a certain marvelous way, and he suddenly swoops down and kisses her. To the altar! March! Dash! We shall want another witness.
Couldn't I, sir?
You're sure it wouldn't be too much for your feelings?
I should enjoy it. I shan't mind very much. Let us therefore start. If we're too soon, you can watch the process at work on others and learn how to comport yourselves. By the way, honeymoon?
Paris. Charing Cross, 1:30. Dine at Dover.
Then you shall eat that lunch I have ordered at the Savoy.
Talking of lunch, as I'm hostess here, perhaps I should ask you men if you'd like a drink. James and Gerald looking hopefully at each other.
Well, yes.
I have some beautiful lemonade. James and Gerald still looking at each other, but with a different expression.
Oh, that would be delightful.
Lemonade and glasses produced.
I drink to the happy pair.
Rosamond, a little sinister. And I to Madge. And I to a good woman, Mrs. Pat, looking at her fixedly. All men like a good woman, but she shouldn't be too good. It's a strain on the system. General consumption of lemonade. The men bravely swallowing it down. Rosamond rests her head on James' shoulder. It occurs to me, Gerald, you only ordered lunch for two at the Savoy.
Well, that's right. By that time, you and James, if I may call him so, will be one, and me makes two.
End of A Good Woman by Arnold Bennett.
Honor Among Sportsmen by Richard Cannell, from The Sin of Monsieur Petitpon and Other Humorous Tales, recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by Rita Boutros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Honor Among Sportsmen by Richard Cannell. Each with his favorite hunting pig on a stout string, a band of the leading citizens of Montpan moved in dignified procession down the Rue Victor Hugo in the direction of the hunting preserve. It was a mild, delicious Sunday, cool and tranquil as a pool in a woodland glade. To Perigord alone come such days. Peace was in the air, and the murmur of voices of men intent on a mission of moment. The men of Montpan were going forth to hunt truffles. As Brillat-Savarin points out in his Physiology of Taste, all France is inordinately truffaliferous, and the province of Perigord particularly so. On weekdays, the hunting of that succulent subterranean fungus was a business, indeed, a vast commercial enterprise, for were there not thousands of Perigord pies to be made, and uncounted tins of pâté de foie gras to be given the last exquisite touch by the addition of a bit of truffle? But on Sunday it became a sport, the chief, the only sport of the citizens of Montpan.
a preserve rich in beech, oak, and chestnut trees, in whose shade the shy truffle thrives, had been set apart, and here the truffle was never hunted for mercenary motives, but for sport and sport alone. On weekdays, truffle hunting was confined to professionals. On Sunday, after church, all Montpont hunted truffles. Even the sub-prefect maintained a stable of notable pigs for the purpose. For the pig is as necessary to truffle hunting as the beagle is to beagling. A pig, by dint of patient training, can be taught to scent the buried truffle with his sensitive snout, and to point to its hiding place, as immobile as a cast-iron setter on a profiteer's lawn, until its proud owner exhumes the prize. An experienced pointing pig, with a creditable record, brings an enormous price in the markets of Montpont. At the head of the procession that kindly Sunday marched Monsieur Bontecu and Monsieur Pantin, with the decisive but leisurely tread of men of affairs. They spoke to each other with an elaborate ceremonial politeness, for on this day at least they were rivals. On other days they were bosom friends. Today was the last of the fall hunting season, and they were tied, with a score of some 200 truffles each, for the championship of Montpont, an honor beside which winning the Derby is nothing, and the Grand Prix de Rome a mere bauble in the eyes of all Perigord. Today was to tell whether the laurels would rest on the round pink brow of Monsieur Bontecu, or the oval olive brow of Monsieur Pantin. Monsieur Bontecu was the leading undertaker of Montpont, and in his stately appearance he satisfied the traditions of his calling. He was a large man of 40 or so, and in his special hunting suit of jade-hued cloth he looked from a distance to be an enormous green pepper. His face was vast and many-chinned, and his eyes had been set at the bottom of wells sunk deep in his pink face. It was said that even on a bright noon he could see the stars, as ordinary folk can by peering up from the bottom of a mine shaft. They were small and cunning, his eyes, and a little diffident. In Montpont he was popular. Even had his heart not been as large as it undoubtedly was, his prowess as a hunter of truffles, and his complete devotion to that art (he insisted it was an art), would have endeared him to all right-thinking Montpontians. He was a bachelor, and said more than once, as he sipped his old Anjou in the Café de l'Univers, "I marry? Bontecu marry? That is a cause of laughter, my friends. I have my little house, a good cook, and my Anastasie. What more could mortal ask? Certainly not an Eve in his paradise. I marry? I be dad to a collection of squealing, wiggling cabbages? I laugh at the idea." Anastasie was his pig, a prodigy at detecting truffles, and his most priceless treasure. He once said at a truffle hunter's dinner, "I have but two passions, my comrades, the pursuit of the truffle and the flight from the female." Monsieur Pantin had applauded this sentiment heartily. He, too, was a bachelor. He combined lucratively the offices of town veterinarian and apothecary, and had written an authoritative book, The Science of Truffle Hunting. To him it was a science, the first of sciences. He was a fierce-looking little man, with bellicose eyes and bristling mustachio, and quick, nervous hands that always seemed to be rolling endless thousands of pills. He was given to fits of temper, but that is rather expected of a man in the south of France. His devotion to his pig, Clotilde, atoned in the eyes of Montpont for a slightly irascible nature. The party by now had reached the hunting preserve, and with eager, serious faces they lengthened the leashes on their pigs and urged them to their task. By the laws of the chase, the choicest area had been left for Monsieur Bontecoup and Monsieur Pantin, and excited galleries followed each of the two leading contestants. Bets were freely made. In a scant 9 minutes by the watch, Anastasie was seen to freeze and point. Monsieur Bontecoup plunged to his plump knees, whipped out his trowel, dug like a badger, and in another minute brought to light a handsome truffle, the size of a small potato, blackish gray as the best truffles are, and studded with warts. With a gesture of triumph he exhibited it to the umpire and popped it into his bag. He rewarded Anastasie with a bit of cheese and urged her to new conquests. But a few seconds later Monsieur Pantin gave a short hop, skip, and jump, and all eyes were fastened on Clotilde, who had grown motionless save for the tip of her snout, which quivered gently. Monsieur Pantin dug feverishly and soon brandished aloft a well-developed truffle. So the battle waged. At one time, by a series of successes, Monsieur Bontecoup was 3 up on his rival, but Clotilde, by a bit of brilliant work beneath a chestnut tree, brought to light a nest of 4 truffles and sent the Pantin colors to the van. The sun was setting, time was nearly up. The other hunters had long since stopped and were clustered about the 2 chief contestants, who, pale but collected, bent all their skill to the hunt. Practically every square inch of ground had been covered. But one propitious spot remained, the shadow of a giant oak, and, moved by a common impulse, the stout Bontecoup and the slender Pantin simultaneously directed their pigs toward it. But a little minute of time now remained. The gallery held its breath. Then a great shout made the leaves shake and rustle. Like 2 perfectly synchronized machines, Anastasie and Clotilde had frozen and were pointing. They were pointing to the same spot. Monsieur Pantin, more active than his rival, had darted to his knees, his trowel poised for action. But a large hand was laid on his shoulder politely, and the silky voice of Monsieur Bontecoup said, "If Monsieur will pardon me, may I have the honor of informing him that this is my find?" Monsieur Pantin, trowel in mid-air, bowed as best a kneeling man can. "I trust," he said coolly, "that Monsieur will not consider it an impertinence if I continue to dig up what my Clotilde has, beyond peradventure, discovered. And I hope Monsieur will not take it amiss if I suggest that he step out of the light, as his shadow is not exactly that of a sapling." Monsieur Bontecoup was trembling, but controlled. With profoundest respect, he said, from deep in his chest, "I beg to be allowed to inform Monsieur that he is, if I may say so, in error. I must ask Monsieur, as a sportsman, to step back and permit me to take what is justly mine." Monsieur Pantin's face was terrible to see, but his voice was icily formal. "I regret," he said, "that I cannot admit Monsieur's contention. In the name of sport and his own honor, I call upon Monsieur to retire from his position." "That," said Monsieur Bontecoup, "I will never do." They both turned faces of appeal to the umpire. That official was bewildered. "It is not in the rules, Monsieur," he got out confusedly. "In my 40 years as an umpire such a thing has not happened. It is a matter to be settled between you personally." As he said the words, Monsieur Pantin commenced to dig furiously. Monsieur Bontecoup dropped to his knees and also dug. like some great green panic-stricken beaver. Mounds of dirt flew up. At the same second they spied the truffle, a monster of its tribe. At the same second the plump fingers of Monsieur Bonteque and the thin fingers of Monsieur Pantin closed on it. Cries of dismay rose from the gallery. "It is the largest of truffles," called voices. "Don't break it. Broken ones don't count." But it was too late. Monsieur Bonteque tugged violently, as violently tugged Monsieur Pantin. The truffle, indeed a giant of its species, burst asunder. The two men stood, each with his half, each glaring. "I trust," said Monsieur Bonteque in his hollowest death-room voice, "that Monsieur is satisfied. I have my opinion of Monsieur as a sportsman, a gentleman, and a Frenchman." "For my part," returned Monsieur Pantin with rising passion, "it is impossible for me to consider Monsieur as any of the three." "What's that you say?" cried Monsieur Bonteque, his big face suddenly flamingly red. "Monsieur, in addition to the defects in his sense of honor, is not also deficient in his sense of hearing," returned the smoldering Pantin. "Monsieur is insulting. That is his hope." Monsieur Bonteque was aflame with a great seething wrath, but he had sufficient control of his sense of insult to jerk at the leash of Anastasie and say, in a tone all Mentone could hear: "Come, Anastasie, I once did Monsieur Pantin the honor of considering him your equal. I must revise my estimate. He is not your sort of pig at all." Monsieur Pantin's eyes were blazing dangerously, but he retained a slipping grip on his emotions long enough to say: "Come, Clotilde, do not demean yourself by breathing the same air as Monsieur and Madame Bonteque." The eyes of Monsieur Bonteque, ordinarily so peaceful, now shot forth sparks. Turning a livid face to his antagonist, he cried aloud: "Monsieur Pantin, in my opinion you are a puff ball." This was too much, for to call a truffle hunter a puff ball is to call him a thing unspeakably vile. In the eyes of a true lover of truffles, a puff ball is a noisome, obscene thing. It is a false truffle. In truffledom it is a fighting word. With a scream of rage, Monsieur Pantin advanced on the bulky Bonteque. "By the thumbs of Saint Front," he cried, "you shall pay for that, Monsieur Aristide Gontran Louis Bonteque! Here and now, before all Mentone, before all Perigord, before all France, I challenge you to a duel to the death!" Words rattled and jostled in his throat, so great was his anger. Monsieur Bonteque stood motionless. His full moon face had gone white. The half of truffle slipped from his fingers. For he knew, as they all knew, that the dueling code of Perigord is inexorable. It is seldom nowadays that the Perigordians, even in their hottest moments, say the fighting word. For once a challenge has passed, retirement is impossible, and a duel is a most serious matter. By rigid rule, the challenger and challenged must meet at daybreak in mortal combat. At 20 paces they must each discharge 2 horse pistols. Then they must close on each other with sabres. Should these fail to settle the issue, each man is provided with a poniard for the most intimate stages of the combat. Such duels are seldom bloodless. Monsieur Bonteque's lips formed some syllables. They were: "You are aware of the consequences of your words, Monsieur Pantin?" "Perfectly." "You do not wish to withdraw them?" Monsieur Bonteque, despite himself, injected a hopeful note into his query. "I withdraw? Never in this life! On the contrary, not only do I not withdraw, I reiterate," bridled Monsieur Pantin. In a requiescat in pace voice, Monsieur Bonteque said: "So be it. You have sealed your own doom, monsieur. I shall prepare to attend you first in the capacity of an opponent, and shortly thereafter in my professional capacity." Monsieur Pantin sneered openly. Monsieur the undertaker had better consider in his remaining hours whether it is feasible to embalm himself or have a stranger do it. With this thunderbolt of defiance, the little man turned on his heel and stumped from the field. Monsieur Bonteque followed at last, but he walked as one whose knees have turned to meringue glacée. He went slowly to his little shop and sat down among the coffins. For the first time in his life their presence made him uneasy. A big new one had just come from the factory. For a long time he gazed at it. Then he surveyed his own full-blown physique with a measuring eye. He shuddered. The light fell on the silver plate on the lid, and his eyes seemed to see engraved there, Monsieur Aristide Gontran Louis Bonteque died in the 41st year of his life on the field of honor. He was without peer as a hunter of truffles. May he rest in peace. With almost a smile he reflected that this inscription would make Monsieur Pantin very angry. Yes, he would insist on it. He looked down at his fat fists and sighed profoundly and shook his big head. They had never pulled a trigger or gripped a sword hilt. The knife, the peaceful table knife, the fork, and the leash of Anastasie, those had occupied them. Anastasie. A globular tear rose slowly from the wells in which his eyes were set, and, unchecked, wandered gently down the folds of his face. Who would care for Anastasie? With another sigh that seemed to start in the caverns of his soul, he reached out and took a dusty book from a case and bent over it. It contained the time-honored dueling code of ancient Perigord. Suddenly, as he read, his eyes brightened and he ceased to sigh. He snapped the book shut, took from a peg his best hat, dusted it with his elbow, and stepped out into the starry Perigord night. At high noon, 3 days later, as duly decreed by the dueling code, Monsieur Pantin, in full evening dress, appeared at the shop of Monsieur Bonteque, accompanied by 2 solemn-visaged seconds, to make final arrangements for the affair of honor. They found Monsieur Bonteque sitting comfortably among his coffins. He greeted them with a serene smile. Monsieur Pantin frowned portentously. "We have come," announced the chief second, Monsieur Dufond, the town butcher, "as the representatives of this grossly insulted gentleman, to demand satisfaction. The weapons and conditions are, of course, fixed by the code. It remains only to set the date. Would Friday at dawn in the truffle preserve be entirely convenient for monsieur?" Monsieur Bonteque's shrug contained more regret than 100 words could convey. "Alas, it will be impossible, monsieur," he said, with a deep bow. "Impossible? But yes, I assure monsieur that nothing would give me more exquisite pleasure than to grant this gentleman," he stressed this word, "the satisfaction that his honor," he also stressed this word, "appears to demand. However, it is impossible." The seconds and Monsieur Pantin looked at Monsieur Bonteque and at each other. "But this is monstrous!" exclaimed the chief second. "Is it that monsieur refuses to fight?" Monsieur Bonteque's slowly shaken head indicated most poignant regret. "But no, monsieur," he said, "I do not refuse. Is it not a question of honor? Am I not a sportsman? But, alas, I am forbidden to fight." "Forbidden?" "Alas, yes. But why?" "Because," said Monsieur Bonteque, "I am a married man." The eyes of the 3 men widened. They appeared stunned by surprise. Monsieur Pantin spoke first. "You married?" he demanded. "But certainly." "When?" "Only yesterday." "To whom? I demand proof." "To Madame Aubusson of Barbast." "The widow of Sergeant Aubusson?" "The same." I do not believe it, declared Monsieur Pantin. Monsieur Bontecu smiled, raised his voice, and called, Angelique, Angelique, my dove, will you come here a little moment? What, and leave the lentil soup to burn? Came an undoubtedly feminine voice from the depths of the house. Yes, my treasure. What a pest you are, Aristide, said the voice, and its owner, an ample woman of perhaps 30, appeared in the doorway. Monsieur Bontecu waved a fat hand toward her. My wife, monsieur, he said. She bowed stiffly. The three men bowed. They said nothing. They gaped at her. She spoke to her husband. Is it that you take me for a Punch and Judy show, Aristide? Ah, never, my rosebud, cried Monsieur Bontecu with a placating smile. You see, my own, these gentlemen wished— There, she interrupted, the lentil soup. It burns. She hurried back to the kitchen. The three men, Monsieur Pantin and his seconds, consulted together. Beyond question, said Monsieur Dufond, Monsieur Bontecu cannot accept the challenge. He is married. You are not. The code says plainly, opponents must be on terms of absolute equality in family responsibility. Thus, a single man cannot fight a married one, and so forth. See, here it is in black and white. Monsieur Pantin was boiling as he faced the calm Bontecu. To think, stormed the little man, that truffles may be hunted, yes, even eaten by such a man. I see through you, monsieur. But think not that a Pantin can be flouted. I have my opinion of you, monsieur the undertaker. Monsieur Bontecu shrugged. Your opinions do not interest me, he said, and only my devotion to the cause of free speech makes me concede that you are entitled to an opinion at all. Good morning, monsieur. Good morning. He bowed them down a lane of caskets and out into the afternoon sunshine. The face of Monsieur Pantin was black. Time went by in Perigord. Other truffle hunting seasons came and went, but Messieurs Bontecu and Pantin entered no more competitions. They hunted, of course, the one with Anastasie, the other with Clotilde, but they hunted in solitary state and studiously avoided each other. Then one day Monsieur Pantin's hairy countenance, stern and determined, appeared like a genie at the door of Monsieur Bontecu's shop. The rivals exchanged profound bows. I have the honor, said Monsieur Pantin in his most formal manner, to announce to monsieur that the impediment to our meeting on the field of honor has been at last removed, and that I am now in a position to send my seconds to him to arrange that meeting. May they call tomorrow at high noon? I do not understand, said Monsieur Bontecu, arching his eyebrows. I am still married. I, too, said Monsieur Pantin with a grim smile, am married. You, Pantin? Monsieur jests. If monsieur will look in the newspaper of today, said Monsieur Pantin dryly, he will see an announcement of my marriage yesterday to Madame Marcelet of Perjus. There was astonishment and alarm in the face of the undertaker. Then reverie seemed to wrap him round. The scurrying of footsteps, the bumble of voices in the rooms over the shop aroused him. His face was tranquil again as he spoke. Will monsieur and his seconds do me the honor of calling on me day after tomorrow? He asked. As you wish, replied Monsieur Pantin, a gleam of satisfaction in his eye. Punctual to the second, Monsieur Pantin and his friends presented themselves at the shop of Monsieur Bontecu. His face, they observed, was first worried, then smiling, then worried again. Will tomorrow at dawn be convenient for monsieur? Inquired the butcher Dufond. Monsieur Bontecu gestured regret with his shoulders and said, I am desolate with chagrin, monsieur, believe me, but it is impossible. Impossible? It cannot be, cried Monsieur Pantin. Monsieur has one wife, I have one wife. Our responsibilities are equal. Is it that monsieur is prepared to swallow his word of insult? Never, declared Monsieur Bontecue. I yearn to encounter monsieur in mortal combat. But alas, it is not I, but nature that intervenes. I have only this morning become a father, monsieur. As if in confirmation, there came from the room above the treble wail of a new infant. Behold! exclaimed Monsieur Bontecue, with a wave of his hand. Monsieur Pantin's face was purple. This is too much, he raged. But wait, monsieur, but wait. He clapped his high hat on his head and stamped out of the shop. Truffles were hunted, and the days flowed by, and Monsieur Pantin and his seconds one high noon again called upon Monsieur Bontecue, who greeted them urbanely, albeit he appeared to have lost weight, and tiny worry wrinkles were visible in his face. "Monsieur," began the chief second, "may I have the honor—" "I'll speak for myself," interrupted Monsieur Pantin. "With my own voice I wish to inform monsieur that nothing can now prevent our meeting at dawn tomorrow. Today, monsieur the undertaker, I, too, became a father." The news seemed to interest but not to stagger Monsieur Bontecue. His smile was sad as he said, "You are too late, monsieur the apothecary and veterinarian. 2 days ago I also became a father again." Monsieur Pantin appeared to be about to burst, so terrible was his rage. "But wait!" he screamed. "But wait!" And he rushed out. Next day Monsieur Pantin and his seconds returned. The mustachios of the little men were on end with excitement, and his eye was triumphant. "We meet tomorrow at daybreak," he announced. "Ah, that it were possible!" sighed Monsieur Bontecue. "But the code forbids. As I said yesterday, monsieur has a wife and a child, while I have a wife and children. I regret our inequality, but I cannot deny it." "Spare your regrets, monsieur," rejoined the small man. "I, too, have 2 children now." "You?" Monsieur Bontecue stared, puzzled. "Yesterday you had but 1. It cannot be, monsieur." "It can be," cried Monsieur Pantin. "Yesterday I adopted 1." The peony face of Monsieur Bontecue did not blanch at this intelligence. Again he smiled with an infinite sadness. "I appreciate," he said, "Monsieur Pantin's courtesy in affording me this opportunity, but, alas, he has not been in possession of the facts. By an almost unpardonable oversight I neglected to inform monsieur that I had become the father not of 1 child, but of 2. Twins, monsieur. Would you care to inspect them?" Monsieur Pantin's face was contorted with a wrath shocking to witness. He bit his lip, he clenched his fist. "The end is not yet!" he shouted. "No, no, monsieur. By the thumbs of Saint Front, I shall adopt another child." At high noon next day 3 men in grave parade went down the Rue Victor Hugo and entered the shop of Monsieur Bontecue. Monsieur Pantin spoke. "The adoption has been made," he announced. "Here are the papers. I, too, have a wife and 3 children. Shall we meet at dawn tomorrow?" Monsieur Bontecue looked up from his account books with a rueful smile. "Ah, if it could be!" he said. "But it cannot be." "It cannot be?" echoed Monsieur Pantin. "No," said Monsieur Bontecue sadly. "Last night my aged father-in-law came to live with me. He is a new and weighty responsibility, monsieur." Monsieur Pantin appeared numbed for a moment, then with a glare of concentrated fury he rasped, "I, too, have an aged father-in-law." He slammed the shop door after him. That night, when Monsieur Bontecue went to the immaculate little sty back of his shop to see if the pride of his heart, Anastasie, was comfortable, to chat with her a moment, and to present her with a morsel of truffle to keep up her interest in the chase, he found her lying on her side, moaning faintly. Between moans she breathed with a labored wheeze, and in her gentle blue eyes stood the tears of suffering. She looked up feebly, piteously at Monsieur Bontequieu. With a cry of horror and alarm he bent over her. "Anastasie, my Anastasie, what is it? What ails my brave one?" She grunted softly, short, stifled grunts of anguish. He made a swift examination. Expert in all matters pertaining to the pig, he perceived that she had contracted an acute case of that rare and terrible disease known locally as Perigord Pip, and he knew only too well that her demise was but a question of hours. His Anastasie would never track down another truffle unless— He leaned weakly against the wall and clasped his warm brow. There was but one man in all the world who could cure her, and that man was Pantin, the veterinarian. His elixir Pantin, a secret specific, was the only known cure for the dread malady. Pride and love wrestled within the torn soul of the stricken Bontequieu. To humble himself before his rival, it was unthinkable. He could see the sneer on Monsieur Pantin's olive face. He could hear his cutting words of refusal. The dew of conflicting emotions dampened the brow of Monsieur Bontequieu. Anastasie whimpered in pain. He could not stand it. He struck his chest a resounding blow of decision. He reached for his hat. Monsieur Bontequieu knocked timidly at the door of the apothecary veterinarian's house. A head appeared at a window. "Who is it?" demanded a shrill, cross female voice. "It is I, Bontequieu. I wish to speak with Monsieur Pantin." "Nice time to come!" complained the lady. She shouted into the darkness of the room. "Pantin! Pantin, you sleepy lout! Wake up! There's a great oaf of a man outside wanting to speak to you." "Patience, my dear Rosalie, patience!" came the voice of Monsieur Pantin. It was strangely meek. Presently the head of Monsieur Pantin, all nightcap and mustachios, was protruded from the window. "You have come to fight?" he asked. "But no." "Bah! Then why wake me up in this cold night?" "It is a family matter, monsieur," said the shivering Bontequieu, "a matter the most pressing." "Is it that monsieur has adopted an orphanage?" inquired Pantin, "or brought 9 old aunts to live with him?" "No, no, monsieur. It is most serious. It is Anastasie. She is dying." "A thousand regrets, but I cannot act as pallbearer," returned Monsieur Pantin, preparing to shut the window. "Good night." "I beg monsieur to attend a little second," cried Monsieur Bontequieu. "You can save her." "I save her?" Monsieur Pantin's tone suggested that the idea was deliciously absurd. "Yes, yes, yes!" cried Bontequieu, catching at a straw. "You alone. She has the Perigord Pip, monsieur." "Ah, indeed!" "Yes, one cannot doubt it." "Most amusing." "You are cruel, monsieur!" cried Bontequieu. "She suffers. Ah, how she suffers!" "She will not suffer long," said Pantin coldly. There was a sob in Bontequieu's voice as he said, "I entreat monsieur to save her. I entreat him as a sportsman." In the window, Monsieur Pantin seemed to be thinking deeply. "I entreat him as a doctor. The ethics of his profession demand—" "You have used me abominably, monsieur," came the voice of Pantin. "But when you appeal to me as a sportsman and a doctor, I cannot refuse. Wait." The window banged down, and in a second or so Monsieur Pantin, in hastily donned attire, joined his rival, and silently they walked through the night to the bedside of the dying Anastasie. Once there, Monsieur Pantin's manner became professional, intense, impersonal. "Warm water, buckets of it," he ordered. "Yes, monsieur." "Olive oil and cotton." "Yes, monsieur." With trembling hands, Monsieur Bontequieu brought the things desired, and hovered about, speaking gently to Anastasie, calling her pet names, soothing her. The apothecary veterinarian was busy. He forced the contents of a huge black bottle down her throat. He anointed her with oil, water, and unknown substances. He ordered his rival about briskly. "Rub her belly." Bonteque rubbed violently. "Pull her tail." Bonteque pulled. "Massage her limbs." Bonteque massaged till he was gasping for breath. The light began to come back to the eyes of Anastasie, the rose hue to her pale snout. She stopped whimpering. Monsieur Pantin rose with a smile. "The crisis is past," he announced. "She will live. What in the name of all the devils—" This last ejaculation was blurred and smothered, for the overjoyed Bonteque, with the impulsiveness of his warm Southern nature, had thrown his arms about the little man and planted loud kisses on both hairy cheeks. They stood facing each other, oddly shy. "If monsieur would do me the honor," began Monsieur Bonteque a little thickly. "I have some ancient port. A glass or two after that walk in the cold would be good for monsieur, perhaps." "If monsieur insists," murmured Pantin. Monsieur Bonteque vanished and reappeared with a cobwebbed bottle. They drank. Pantin smacked his lips. Timidly, Monsieur Bonteque said, "I can never sufficiently repay monsieur for his kindness." He glanced at Anastasie, who slept tranquilly. "She is very dear to me." "Do I not know?" replied Monsieur Pantin. "Have I not Clotilde?" "I trust she is in excellent health, monsieur." "She was never better," replied Monsieur Pantin. He finished his glass, and it was promptly refilled. Only the sound of Anastasie's regular breathing could be heard. Monsieur Pantin put down his glass. In a manner that tried to be casual, he remarked, "I will not attempt to conceal from monsieur that his devotion to his Anastasie has touched me. Believe me, Monsieur Bonteque, I am not unaware of the sacrifice you made in coming to me for her sake." Monsieur Bonteque, deeply moved, bowed. "Monsieur would have done the same for his Clotilde," he said. "Monsieur has demonstrated himself to be a thorough sportsman. I am grateful to him. I'd have missed Anastasie." "But naturally." "Ah, yes," went on Monsieur Bonteque. "When my wife scolds and the children scream, it is to her I go for a little talk. She never argues." Monsieur Pantin looked up from a long draught. "Does your wife scold and your children scream?" he asked. "Alas, but too often," answered Monsieur Bonteque. "You should hear my Rosalie," sighed Monsieur Pantin. "I, too, seek consolation as you do. I talk with my Clotilde." Monsieur Bonteque nodded sympathetically. "My wife is always nagging me for more money," he said, with a sudden burst of confidence. "And the undertaking business, my dear Pantin, is not what it was." "Do I not know?" said Pantin. "When folks are well, we both suffer." "I stagger beneath my load," sighed Bonteque. "My load is no less light," remarked Pantin. "If my family responsibilities should increase," observed Bonteque, "it would be little short of a calamity." "If mine did," said Pantin, "it would be a tragedy." "And yet," mused Bonteque, "our responsibilities seem to go on increasing." "Alas, it is but too true." "The statesmen are talking of limiting armaments," remarked Bonteque. "An excellent idea," said Pantin warmly. "Can it be that they are more astute than two veteran truffle hunters?" "They could not possibly be, my dear Bonteque." There was a pregnant pause. Monsieur Bonteque broke the silence. In the heat of the chase, he said, "One does things and says things one afterwards regrets." "Yes, that is true." In his excitement one might even so far forget himself as to call a fellow sportsman, a really excellent fellow, a puffball. "That is true, one might." Suddenly Monsieur Bonteque thrust his fat hand toward Monsieur Pantin. "You are not a puffball, Armand," he said. "You never were a puffball." Tears leaped to the little man's eyes. He seized the extended hand in both of his and pressed it. "Aristide," was all he could say. "Aristide." "We shall drink," cried Bonteque, "to the art of truffle hunting." "The science," corrected Pantin gently. To the art science of truffle hunting, cried Montague, raising his glass. The moon smiled down on Perigord. On the ancient twisted streets of Montpin it smiled with particular brightness. Down the Rue Victor Hugo, in the middle of the street, went two men, a very stout big man and a very thin little man, arm in arm, and singing for all Montpin and all the world to hear a snatch of an old song from some forgotten revue. Oh, Gabby, darling Gabby, bam, 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 why don't you come to me, bam, 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 and jump in the arms of your own true love while the wind blows chilly and cold, bam, bam, bam. End of Honor Among Sportsmen by Richard Cannell.
Kismet by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Yoganand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kismet by Lucy Maud Montgomery. The fifth heat in the free-for-all was just over. Lulu had won, and the crowd on the grandstand and the hangers-on around the track were cheering themselves hoarse. Clear through the noisy clamor shrilled a woman's cry. "Ah, I've dropped my scorecard." A man in front of her turned. "I have an extra one, madam. Will you accept it?" Her small, modestly gloved hand closed eagerly on it before she lifted her eyes to his face. Both started convulsively. The man turned very pale, but the woman's ripe-tinted face colored darkly. "You," she faltered. His lips parted in the coldly great smile she remembered and hated. "You are not glad to see me," he said calmly. "But that, I suppose, was not to be expected. I did not come here to annoy you. This meeting is as unexpected to me as to you. I had no suspicion that for the last half hour I had been standing next to my—" She interrupted him by an imperious gesture. Still clutching the scorecard, she half turned from him. Again he smiled, this time with a tinge of scorn, and shifted his eyes to the track. None of the people around them had noticed the little byplay. All eyes were on the track, which was being cleared for the first heat of another race. The free-for-all horses were being led away blanketed. The crowd cheered Lulu as she went past, a shapeless oddity. The backers of Mascot, the rival favorite, looked gloomy. The woman noticed nothing of all this. She was small, very pretty, still young, and gowned in a quite unmistakable way. She studied the man's profile furtively. He looked older than when she had seen him last. There were some silver threads gleaming in his close-clipped dark hair and short pointed beard. Otherwise, there was little change in the quiet features and somewhat stern grey eyes. She wondered if he had cared at all. They had not met for 5 years. She shut her eyes and looked in on her past. It all came back very vividly. She had been 18 when they were married, a gay, high-spirited girl and the season's beauty. He was much older and a quiet, serious student. Her friends had wondered why she married him. Sometimes she wondered herself, but she had loved him or thought so. The marriage had been an unhappy one. She was fond of society and gaiety. He wanted quiet and seclusion. She was impulsive and impatient, he deliberate and grave. The strong wills clashed. After 2 years of unbearable sort of life, they had separated, quietly and without scandal of any sort. She had wanted a divorce, but he would not agree to that, so she had taken her own independent fortune and gone back to her own way of life. In the following 5 years, she had succeeded in burying all remembrance well out of sight. No one knew if she were satisfied or not. Her world was charitable to her, and she lived a gay and quite irreproachable life. She wished that she had not come to the races. It was such an irritating encounter. She opened her eyes wearily. The dusty track, the flying horses, the gay dresses of the women on the grandstand, the cloudless blue sky, the brilliant September sunshine, the purple distances all commingled in a glare that made her head ache. Before it all, she saw the tall figure by her side, his face turned from her, watching the track intently. She wondered with a vague curiosity what induced him to come to the races. Such things were not greatly in his line. Evidently, the chance meeting had not disturbed him. It was a sign that he did not care. She sighed a little wearily and closed her eyes. When the heat was over, he turned to her. "May I ask how you have been since we met last? You're looking extremely well. Has Vanity Fair palled in any degree?" She was angry at herself and him. Where had her careless society manner and well-bred composure gone? She felt weak and hysterical. What if she should burst into tears before the whole crowd? Before those coldly critical grey eyes? She almost hated him. "No. Why should it? I have found it very pleasant. And I have been well. Very well. And you?" He jotted down the score carefully before he replied. "I? Oh, a bookworm and recluse always leads a placid life. I never cared for excitement, you know. I came down here to attend a sale of some rare editions, and a well-meaning friend dragged me out to see the races. I find it rather interesting, I must confess, much more so than I should have fancied. Sorry I can't stay until the end. I must go as soon as the free-for-all is over, if not before. I have backed Mascot. You?" "Lulu," she answered quickly. It almost seemed defiantly. How horribly unreal it was, this carrying on of small talk as if they were the merest of chance-met acquaintances. "She belongs to a friend of mine, so I am naturally interested. She and Mascot are ties now. Both have won 2 heats. One more for either will decide it. This is a good day for the races. Excuse me." He leaned over and brushed a scrap of paper from a grey cloak. She shivered slightly. "You are cold. This stand is draughty." "I'm not at all cold, thank you. What race is this?" "Oh, the 3-minute one." She bent forward with assumed interest to watch the scoring. She was breathing heavily. There were tears in her eyes. She bit her lips savagely and glared at the track until they were gone. Presently, he spoke again in the low, even tone demanded by circumstances. "This is a curious meeting, is it not? Quite a flavor of romance. By the way, do you read as many novels as ever?" She fancied there was mockery in his tone. She remembered how very frivolous he used to consider her novel reading. Besides, she resented the personal tinge. What right had he? "Almost as many," she answered carelessly. "I was very intolerant, wasn't I?" he said after a pause. "You thought so. You were right. You have been happier since you left me?" "Yes," she said defiantly, looking straight into his eyes. "And you do not regret it?" He bent down a little. His sleeve brushed against her shoulder. Something in his face arrested the answer she meant to make. I did not say that," she murmured faintly. There was a burst of cheering. The free-for-all horses were being brought out for the 6th heat. She turned away to watch them. The scoring began and seemed likely to have no end. She was tired of it all. It didn't matter a pin to her whether Lulu or Mascot won. What did matter? Had Vanity Fair after all been a satisfying exchange for love? He had loved her once, and they had been happy at first. She had never before said, even in her own heart, "I am sorry." But suddenly she felt his hand on her shoulder and looked up. Their eyes met. He stooped and said almost in a whisper, "Will you come back to me?" "I don't know," she whispered breathlessly, as one half fascinated. "We were both to blame, but I the most. I was too hard on you. I ought to have made more allowance. We are wiser now, both of us. Come back to me, my wife." His tone was cold and his face expressionless. It was on her lips to cry out "no" passionately, but the slender, scholarly hand on her shoulder was trembling with the intensity of his repressed emotion. He did care then. A wild caprice flashed into her brain. She sprang up. "See," she cried, "they are off now. This heat will probably decide the race. If Lulu wins, I will not go back to you. If Mascot does, I will. That is my decision." He turned paler, but bowed in assent. He knew by bitter experience how unchangeable her whims were, how obstinately she clung to even the most absurd. She leaned forward breathlessly. The crowd hung silently on the track. Lulu and Mascot were neck and neck, getting in splendid work. Halfway around the course, Lulu forged half a neck ahead, and her backers went mad. but one woman dropped her head in her hands and Dad looked no more. One man with white face and set lips watched the track unswervingly. Again Mascot crawled up inch by inch. They were on the home stretch. They were equal. The cheering broke out, then silence, then another terrific burst, shouts, yells, and clappings. Mascot had won the free-for-all. In the front row, a woman stood up, swayed and shaken as a leaf in the wind. She straightened her scarlet hat and readjusted her veil unsteadily. There was a smile on her lips and tears in her eyes. No one noticed her. A man beside her drew her hand through his arm in a quite proprietary fashion. They left the grandstand together. End of Kismet.
The Last Ride Together by Robert Browning. Read for Love Stories, Volume 5 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Ride Together by Robert Browning. I said, "Then, dearest, since 'tis so, since now at length my fate I know, since nothing all my love avails, since all my life seemed meant for fails, since this was written and needs must be, my whole heart rises up to bless your name in pride and thankfulness. Take back the hope you gave. I claim only a memory of the same, and this beside, if you will not blame, your leave for one more last ride with me." My mistress bent that brow of hers, those deep dark eyes where pride demurs, when pity would be softening through, fixed me with a breathing while or two, with life or death in the balance, right? The blood replenished me again. My last thought was at least not in vain. I and my mistress, side by side, shall be together, breathe and ride, so one day more I am deified. Who knows but the world may end tonight? Hush! If you saw some western cloud, all billowy bosomed, overbowed by many benedictions, suns and moons and evening stars at once, and so you, looking and loving best, conscious grew, your passions drew cloud, sunset, and moonrise, starshine too, down on you, near, and yet more near, till flesh must fade, for heaven was here. Thus leant she and lingered, joy and fear. Thus she lay a moment on my breast. Then we began to ride. My soul smoothed itself out, a long cramped scroll freshening and fluttering in the wind. Past hopes already lay behind. What need to strive with a life awry? Had I said that, had I done this, so might I gain, so might I miss. Might she have loved me? Just as well she might have hated. Who can tell? Where had I been now if the worst befell? And here we are, riding, she and I. Hail I alone in words and deeds? Why, all men strive, and who succeeds? We rode, it seemed my spirit flew, saw other regions, cities anew, as the world rushed by on either side. I thought all labor, yet no less bear up beneath their unsuccess. Look at the end of work, contrast the petty done, the undone vast, this present of theirs with the hopeful past. I hoped she would love me. Here we ride. What hand and brain went ever paired? What heart alike conceived and dared? What act proved all its thought had been? What will but felt the fleshy screen? We ride, and I see her bosom heave. There's many a crown for who can reach. 10 lines, a statesman's life in each. The flag stuck on a heap of bones, a soldier's doing. What a tones! They scratch his name on the abbey stones. My writing is better, by their leave. And what does it all mean, poet? Well, your brains beat into rhythm. You tell what we've felt only. You expressed, you hold things, beautiful, the best, and paste them in rhyme so, side by side. 'Tis something, nay, 'tis much, but then, have you yourself what's best for men? Are you, poor, sick, old ere your time, ne'er one whit your own sublime, than we, who never have turned a rhyme? Sing, writing's a joy. For me, I ride. And you, great sculptor, so you gave a score of years to art, her slave, and that's your Venus? Whence we turn to yonder girl that fords the burn. You acquiesce, and shall I repine? What man of music, you grown gray with notes and nothing else to say? Is this your soul praise from a friend? Greatly his opera strains intend, but in music we know how fashions end. I gave my youth, but we ride in fine. Who knows what's fit for us? Had fate proposed bliss here should sublimate my being, had I signed the bond. Still, one must lead some life beyond. Have a bliss to die with, dim descried, this foot once planted on the goal, this glory garland round my soul. Could I descry such? Try and test. I sank back shuddering from the quest. Earth being so good, would heaven seem best? Now heaven and she are beyond this ride. And yet she has not spoke so long. What if heaven be, that fair and strong at life's best, with our eyes upturned, whither life's flower is first discerned, we fixed so, ever should so abide? What if we still ride on, we two, with life forever old yet new, changed not in kind but in degree, the instant made eternity, and heaven just prove that I and she ride together forever, ride. End of The Last Ride Together by Robert Browning. A Little Gray Glove by George Edgerton. Read for Love Stories, Volume 5 by William Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Little Gray Glove by George Edgerton. Early spring, 1893. The book of life begins with a man and a woman in a garden and ends with revelations. Oscar Wilde. Yes, most fellows' book of life may be said to begin at the chapter where woman comes in. Mine did. She came in years ago when I was a raw undergraduate. With the sober thought of retrospective analysis, I may say she was not all my fancy painted her. Indeed, now that I come to think of it, there was no fancy about the vermeil of her cheeks, rather an artificial reality. She had her bower in the bar of the Golden Boar, and I was madly in love with her, seriously intent on lawful wedlock. Luckily for me, she threw me over for a neighboring pork butcher. But at the time I took it hardly, and it made me sex shy. I was a very poor man in those days. One feels one's griefs more keenly then. One hasn't the wherewithal to buy distraction. Besides, ladies snubbed me, rather on the rare occasion I met them. Later I fell in for a legacy, the forerunner of several. Indeed, I may say that I am beastly rich. My tastes are simple, too, and I haven't any poor relations. I believe they are of great assistance in getting rid of superfluous capital. Wish I had some. It was after the legacy that women discovered my attractions. They found that there was something superb in my plainness, before they said ugliness, something after the style of the late Victor Emmanuel, something infinitely more striking than mere ordinary beauty. At least so Harding told me his sister said, and she had the reputation of being a clever girl. Being an only child, I never had the opportunity other fellows had of studying the undress side of women through familiar intercourse, say with sisters. Their most ordinary belongings were sacred to me. I used to be told, ridiculous, high-flown notions about them. By the way, I modified those considerably on closer acquaintance. I ought to study them. Nothing like a woman for developing a fellow. So I laid in a stock of books in different languages, mostly novels, in which women played title roles, in order to get up some definite data before venturing amongst them. I can't say I derived much benefit from this course. There seemed to be as great a diversity of opinion about the female species as, let us say, about the Salmonidae. My friend Ponsonby Smith, who is one of the oldest fly fishers in the Three Kingdoms, said to me once, "Take my word for it, there are only 4 true salmo, the salar, the truta, the fario, and the ferox. All the rest are just varieties, subgenuses of the above. Stick to that." Some writing fellow divided all the women into good 'uns and bad 'uns, but as a conscientious stickler for truth, I must say that both in trout as in women I have found myself faced with most puzzling varieties that were a tantalizing blending of several qualities. I then resolved to study them on my own account. I pursued the eternal feminine in a spirit of purely scientific investigation. I knew you'd laugh skeptically at that, but it's a fact. I was impartial in my selection of subjects for observation, French, German, Spanish, as well as the home product. Nothing in petticoats escaped me. I devoted myself to the freshest ingenue as well as the experienced widow of 3 departed. And I may as well confess that the more I saw of her, the less I understood her. But I think they understood me. They refused to take me au sérieux. When they weren't fleecing me, they were interested in the state of my soul. I preferred the former, but all humbugged me equally, so I gave them up. I took to rod and gun instead. Pro salute animae. It's decidedly safer. I have scoured every country on the globe. Indeed, I can say that I have shot and fished in woods and waters where no other white man perhaps ever dropped a beast or played a fish before. There is no life like the life of a free wanderer, and no lore like the lore one gleans in the great book of nature. But one must have freed one's spirit from the taint of the town before one can even read the alphabet of its mystic meaning. What has this to do with the glove? True, not much, and yet it has a connection. It accounts for me. Well, for 12 years I have followed the impulses of the wandering spirit that dwells in me. I have seen the sun rise in Finland and gild the devil's knuckles as he sank behind the Drakensberg. I have caught the barba and the gamer yellow fish in the Vaal River, taken muskellunge and black bass in Canada, thrown fly over guapote and cavallo in Central American lakes, and choked the monster eels of Mauritius with a cunningly faked-up duckling. but I have been shy as a chub at the shadow of a woman. Well, it happened last year. I came back on business, another confounded legacy, end of June too, just as I was off to Finland. But Messrs. Thimble and Rigg, the highly respectable firm who look after my affairs, represented that I owed it to others, whom I kept out of their share of the legacy, to stay near town till affairs were wound up. They told me, with a view to reconcile me perhaps, of a trout stream with a decent inn near it, an unknown stream in Kent. It seems a junior member of the firm is an angler. At least he sometimes catches pike or perch in the Medway, some way from the stream where the trout rise in audacious security from artificial lures. I stipulated for a clerk to come down with any papers to be signed, and started at once for Victoria. I declined to tell the name of my find, firstly because the trout are the gamest little fish that ever rose to fly and run a good 2 pounds. Secondly, I have paid for all the rooms in the inn for the next year, and I want it to myself. The glove is lying on the table next to me as I write. If it isn't in my breast pocket or under my pillow, it is some place where I can see it. It has a delicate gray body, suede I think they call it, with a whipping of silver round the top and a darker gray silk tag to fasten it. It is marked 5 3/4 inside, and has a delicious scent about it to keep off moths, I suppose. Naphthalene is better. It reminds me of a silver sedge tied on a tin hook. I startled the good landlady of the little inn, there is no village, fortunately, when I arrived with the only porter of the tiny station laden with traps. She hesitated about a private sitting room, but eventually we compromised matters, as I was willing to share it with the other visitor. I got into knickerbockers at once, collared a boy to get me worms and minnows for the morrow, and as I felt too lazy to unpack tackle, just sat in a shiny armchair, made comfortable by the successive sitting of former occupants, at the open window, and looked out. The river, not the trout stream, winds to the right, and the trees cast trembling shadows into its clear depths. The red tiles of a farm roof show between the beeches and break the monotony of the blue sky background. A dusty wagoner is slaking his thirst with a tankard of ale. I am conscious of the strange, lonely feeling that a visit to England always gives me. Away in strange lands, even in solitary places, one doesn't feel it somehow. One is filled with the hunter's lust, bent on a kill, but at home in the quiet country, with the smoke curling up from the fireside, the mowers busy laying the hay in swaths, the children tumbling under the trees in the orchard, and a girl singing as she spreads the clothes on the sweetbriar hedge, amidst a scene quick with home sights and sounds, a strange lack creeps in and makes itself felt in a dull, aching way. Oddly enough, too, I had a sense of uneasiness, a something going to happen. I had often experienced it when out alone in a great forest, or on an unknown lake, and it always meant beware of danger of some kind. But why should I feel it here? Yet I did, and I couldn't shake it off. I took to examining the room. It was a commonplace one of the usual type, but there was a work basket on the table, a dainty thing lined with blue satin. There was a bit of lace stretched over shiny blue linen, with a needle sticking in it. Such fairy work, like cobwebs seen from below, spun from a branch against a background of sky. A gold thimble, too, with initials, not the landlady's, I know. What pretty things, too, in the basket! A scissors, a capital shape for fly making, a little file, and some flossed silk and tinsel. the identical color I want for a new fly I have in my head, one that will be a demon to kill. The Northern Devil, I mean to call him. Someone looks in behind me, and a light step passes upstairs. I drop the basket. I don't know why. There are some reviews near it. I take up one and soon am buried in an article on Tasmanian fauna. It is strange, but whenever I do not know anything about a subject, I always find these writing fellows either entirely ignorant or damned wrong. After supper, I took a stroll to see the river. It was a silver-gray evening, with just the last lemon and pink streaks of the sunset staining the sky. There had been a shower, and somehow the smell of the dust after rain mingled with the mignonette in the garden brought back vanished scenes of small boyhood, when I caught minnows in a bottle and dreamt of a shilling rod as happiness unattainable. I turned aside from the road in accordance with directions and walked towards the stream. Hello! Someone before me! What a bore! The angler is hidden by an elder bush, but I can see the fly drop delicately, artistically, on the water. Fishing upstream, too. There is a bit of broken water there, and the midges dance in myriads. A silver gleam, and the line spins out, and the fly falls just in the right place. It is growing dusk, but the fellow is an adept at quick, fine casting. I wonder what fly he has on. Why, he's going to try downstream now? I hurry forward, and as I near him, I swerve to the left out of the way. Sup! A sudden sting in the lobe of my ear. Hey! I cry, as I find I am caught. The tail fly is fast in it. A slight, gray-clad woman holding the rod lays it carefully down and comes toward me through the gathering dusk. My first impulse is to snap the gut and take to my heels, but I am held by something less tangible but far more powerful than the grip of the limerick hook in my ear. I am very sorry, she says, in a voice that matched the evening. It was so quiet and soft, but it was exceedingly stupid of you to come behind like that. I didn't think you threw such a long line. I thought I was safe, I stammered. Hold this, she says, giving me a diminutive fly book, out of which she has taken a scissors. I obey meekly. She snips the gut. Have you a sharp knife? If I strip the hook, you can push it through. It is lucky it isn't in the cartilage. I suppose I am an awful idiot, but I only handed her the knife, and she proceeded as calmly as if stripping a hook in a man's ear were an everyday occurrence. Her gown is of some soft gray stuff, and her gray leather belt is silver-clasped. Her hands are soft and cool and steady, but there is a rarely disturbing thrill in their gentle touch. The thought flashed through my mind that I had just missed that, a woman's voluntary touch, not a paid caress, all my life. Now, you can push it through yourself. I hope it won't hurt too much. And taking the hook, I push it through, and a drop of blood follows it. Oh, she cries, but I assure her it is nothing, and stick the hook surreptitiously in my coat sleeve. Then we both laugh, and I look at her for the first time. She has a very white forehead, with little tendrils of hair blowing round it under her gray cap. Her eyes are gray. I didn't see that then. I only saw that they were steady, smiling eyes that matched her mouth. Such a mouth, the most maddening mouth a man ever longed to kiss, above a two-pointed chin, soft as a child's. Indeed, the whole face looks soft in the misty light. I am sorry I spoiled your sport, I say. Oh, that doesn't matter. It's time to stop. I got 2 brace, one a beauty. She is winding in her line, and I look in her basket. They are beauties, 1 2-pounder, the rest running from a half to a pound. What fly? Yellow dun took that one, but your assailant was a partridge spider. I sling her basket over my shoulder. She takes it as a matter of course, and we retrace our steps. I feel curiously happy as we walk towards the road. There is a novel delight in her nearness. The feel of woman works subtly and strangely in me. The rustle of her skirt as it brushes the black heads in the meadow grass, and the delicate perfume, partly violets, partly herself, that comes to me with each of her movements, is a rare pleasure. I am hardly surprised when she turns into the garden of the inn. I think I knew from the first that she would. Better bathe that ear of yours and put a few drops of carbolic in the water. She takes the basket as she says it and goes into the kitchen. I hurry over this and go to the little sitting room. There is a tray with a glass of milk and some oaten cakes upon the table. I am too disturbed to sit down. I stand at the window and watch the bats flitter in the gathering moonlight, and listen with quivering nerves for her step. Perhaps she will send for the tray and not come after all. What a fool I am to be disturbed by a gray-clad witch with a tantalizing mouth. That comes of loafing about doing nothing. I mentally darn the old fool who saved her money instead of spending it. Why the devil should I be bothered? I don't want it anyhow. She comes in as I fume, and I forget everything at her entrance. I push the armchair toward the table, and she sinks quietly into it, pulling the tray nearer. She has a wedding ring on, but somehow it never strikes me to wonder if she is married, or a widow, or who she may be. I am content to watch her break her biscuits. She has the prettiest hands, and a trick of separating her last fingers when she takes hold of anything. They remind me of white orchids I saw somewhere. She led me to talk about Africa, I think. I like to watch her eyes glow deeply in the shadows, and then catch light as she bent forward to say something in her quick, responsive way. Long ago, when I was a girl, she said once. Long ago? I echoed incredulously. Surely not. Ah, but yes. You haven't seen me in the daylight. With a soft little laugh. Do you know what the gypsies say? Never judge a woman or a ribbon by candlelight. They may have said moonlight equally well. She rises as she speaks, and I feel an overpowering wish to have her put out her hand. But she does not. She only takes the work-basket and a book and says good night with an inclination of her little head. I go over and stand next to her chair. I don't like to sit in it, but I like to put my hand where her head leant and fancy if she were there, how she would look up. I woke next morning with a curious sense of pleasurable excitement. I whistled from very lightness of heart as I dressed. When I got down, I found the landlady clearing away her breakfast things. I felt disappointed and resolved to be down earlier in the future. I didn't feel inclined to try the minnow. I put them in a tub in the yard and tried to read and listen for her step. I dined alone. The day dragged terribly. I did not like to ask about her. I had a notion she might not like it. I spent the evening on the river. I might have filled a good basket, but I let the beggars rest. After all, I had caught fish enough to stock all the rivers in Great Britain. There are other things than trout in the world. I sit and smoke a pipe where she caught me last night. If I half close my eyes, I can see hers and her mouth in the smoke. That is one of the curious charms of baccy, and it helps to reproduce brain pictures. After a bit, I think, perhaps she's left. I get quite feverish at the thought and hasten back. I must ask. I look up at the window as I pass, and there is surely a gleam of white. I throw down my traps and hasten up. She is leaning with her arms on the window ledge, staring out into the gloom. I could swear I caught a suppressed sob as I entered. I cough, and she turns quickly and bows slightly. A bonnet and gloves and lace affair and a lot of papers are lying on the table. I am awfully afraid she is going. I say, "Oh, please don't let me drive you away. It is so early yet. I half expected to see you on the river." "Nothing so pleasant. I have been up in town." The tears have certainly gotten into her voice. "All day. It was so hot and dusty. I am tired out." A little servant brings in the lamp and a tray with a bottle of lemonade. "Mistress hasn't any lemons. Will this do?" "Oh, yes," she says wearily. She is shading her eyes with her hand. "Anything. I am fearfully thirsty." "Let me concoct you a drink instead. I have lemons and ice and things. My man sent me down supplies today. I leave him in town. I am rather a dab at drinks. I learned it from the Yankees, about the only thing I did learn from them I care to remember. Susan, the little maid, helps me to get the materials, and she watches me quietly. When I give it to her, she takes it with a smile. She has been crying. That is an ample thank you. She looks quite old. Something more than tiredness called up these lines on her face. Well, 10 days passed. Sometimes we met at breakfast, sometimes at supper, sometimes we fished together, or sat in the straggling orchard and talked. She neither avoided me nor sought me. She is the most charming mixture of child and woman I have ever met. She is a dual creature. Now, I never met that in a man. When she is here without getting a letter in the morning or going to town, she seems like a girl. She runs about in her gray gown and little cap and laughs and seems to throw off all thought like an irresponsible child. She is eager to fish or pick gooseberries and eat them daintily, or sit under the trees and talk. But when she goes to town, I notice she always goes when she gets a lawyer's letter. There's no mistaking the envelope. She comes home tired and haggard-looking, an old woman of 35. I wonder why. It takes her, even with her elasticity of temperament, nearly a day to get young again. I hate her to go to town. It is extraordinary how I miss her. I can't recall, when she is absent, her saying anything very wonderful, but she converses all the time. She has a gracious way of filling the place with herself. There is an entertaining quality in her very presence. We had one rainy afternoon. She tied me some flies. I shan't use any of them. I watched the lights in her hair as she moved. It is quite golden in some places. And she has a tiny mole near her left ear and another on her left wrist. On the 11th day, she got a letter, but she didn't go into town. She stayed up in her room all day. 20 times I felt inclined to send her a line, but I had no excuse. I heard the landlady say as I passed the kitchen window, "Poor dear, I'm sorry to lose her." Lose her? I should think not. It has come to this with me that I don't care to face any future without her, and yet I know nothing about her, not even if she is a free woman. I shall find that out the next time I see her. In the evening, I catch a glimpse of her gown in the orchard, and I follow her. We sit down near the river. Her left hand is lying gloveless next to me in the grass. Do you think, from what you have seen of me, that I would ask a question out of any mere impertinent curiosity? She starts. No, I do not. I take up her hand and touch the ring. Tell me, does this bind you to anyone? I'm conscious of a buzzing in my ears and a dancing blur of water and sky and trees as I wait, it seems to me an hour, for her reply. I felt the same sensation once before when I got drawn into some rapids and had an awfully narrow shave, but of that another time. The voice is shaking. I am not legally bound to anyone, at least. But why do you ask? She looks me square in the face as she speaks with a touch of haughtiness I never saw in her before. Perhaps the great relief I feel, the sense of joy at knowing she is free, speaks out of my face, for hers flushes and she drops her eyes, her lips tremble. I don't look at her again, but I can see her all the same. After a while she says, I have intended to tell you something about myself this evening. Now I must. Let us go in. I shall come down to the sitting room after your supper. She takes a long look at the river and the inn, as if fixing the place in her memory. It strikes me with a chill that there is a goodbye in her gaze. Her eyes rest on me a moment. As they come back, there is a sad look in their gray clearness. She swings her little gray gloves in her hand as we walk back. I can hear her walking up and down overhead. How tired she will be, and how slowly the time goes. I am standing at one side of the window when she enters. She stands at the other, leaning her head against the shutter with her hands clasped before her. I can hear my own heart beating, and I fancy hers through the stillness. The suspense is fearful. At length she says, You have been a long time out of England. You don't read the papers? No. A pause. I believe my heart is beating inside my head. You asked me if I was a free woman. I don't pretend to misunderstand why you asked me. I am not a beautiful woman. I never was, but there must be something about me. There is in some women, essential femininity, perhaps, that appeals to all men. What I read in your eyes, I have seen in many men's before, but before God, I never tried to rouse it. Today, with a sob, I can't say I am free. Yesterday morning I could not. Yesterday my husband gained his case and divorced me. She closes her eyes and draws in her underlip to stop its quivering. I want to take her in my arms, but I am afraid to. I did not ask you any more than if you were free. No, but I am afraid you don't quite take in the meaning. I did not divorce my husband. He divorced me. He got a degree nisi. Do you understand now? She is speaking with difficulty. Do you know what that implies? I can't stand her face any longer. I take her hands, they are icy cold, and hold them tightly. Yes, I know what it implies. That is, I know the legal and social conclusion to be drawn from it, if that is what you mean. But I never asked you for that information. I have nothing to do with your past. You did not exist for me before the day we met on the river. I take you from that day, and I ask you to marry me. I feel her tremble, and her hands get suddenly warm. She turns her head and looks at me long and searchingly. Then she says, Sit down. I want to say something. I obey, and she comes and stands next to the chair. I can't help it. I reach up my arm, and she puts it gently down. No, you must listen without touching me. I shall go back to the window. I don't want to influence you a bit by any personal magnetism I possess. I want you to listen. I have told you he divorced me. The correspondent was an old friend, a friend of my childhood, of my girlhood. He died just after the first application was made. Luckily for me, He would have considered my honor before my happiness. I did not defend the case. It wasn't likely. Ah, if you knew all. He proved his case, given clever counsel, willing witnesses to whom you make it worthwhile, and no defense. Divorce is always attainable, even in England. But remember, I figure as an adulteress in every English-speaking paper. If you buy last week's evening papers, do you remember the day I was in town? I not. You will see a sketch of me in that day's. Someone, perhaps he, must have given it. It was from an old photograph. I bought one at Victoria as I came out. It is funny, with a hysterical laugh, to buy a caricature of one's own poor face at a news stall. Yet in spite of that, I have felt glad. The point for you is that I made no defense to the world, and, with a lifting of her head, I will make no apology, no explanation, no denial to you, now nor ever. I am very desolate, and your attention came very warm to me, but I don't love you. Perhaps I could learn to, with a rush of color, for what you have said tonight, and it is because of that I tell you to weigh what this means. Later, when your care for me will grow into habit, you may chafe at my past. It is from that I would save you. I hold out my hands, and she comes and puts them aside and takes me by the beard and turns at my face and scans it earnestly. She must have been deceived a good deal. I let her do as she pleases. It is the wisest way with women, and it is good to have her touch me in that way. She seems satisfied. She stands leaning against the arm of the chair and says, I must first learn to think of myself as a free woman again. It almost seems wrong today to talk like this. Can you understand that feeling? I nod assent. Next time I must be sure, and you must be sure. She lays her finger on my mouth as I am about to protest. Shh! You shall have a year to think. If you repeat then what you have said today, I shall give you your answer. You must not try to find me. I have money. If I am living, I will come here to you. If I am dead, you will be told of it. In the year between, I shall look upon myself as belonging to you, and render an account, if you wish, of every hour. You will not be influenced by me in any way, and you will be able to reason it out calmly. If you think better of it, don't come. I feel there would be no use trying to move her. I simply kiss her hands and say, as you will, dear woman, I shall be here. We didn't say any more. She sits down on a footstool with her head against my knee, and I just smooth it. When the clocks strike 10 through the house, she rises, and I stand up. I see that she has been crying quietly, poor lonely little soul. I lift her off her feet and kiss her, and stammer out my sorrow at losing her, and she is gone. Next morning the little maid brought me an envelope from the lady, who left by the first train. It held a little gray glove. That is why I carry it always, and why I haunt the inn and never leave it for longer than a week. Why I sit and dream in the old chair that has a ghost of her presence always. Dream of the spring to come with the mayfly on the wing, and the young summer when midges dance, and the trout are growing fastidious. When she will come to me across the meadow grass, through the silver haze, as she did before, come with her gray eyes shining, to exchange herself for her little gray glove. End of A Little Gray Glove.
Mother of Pearl by Richard Le Gallienne. read for Love Stories 5 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2021. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mother of Pearl by Richard Le Gallienne. There was once a poet who lived all alone by the sea. He had built for himself a little house of boulders mortised in among the rocks, so hidden that it was seldom that any wayfarer stumbled upon his retreat. Wayfarers, indeed, were few in that solitary island, which was for the most part covered with thick beech woods, and had for its inhabitants only the wild creatures of the wood and water, and the strange, unearthly shapes that none but the poet's eyes could see. The nearest village was miles away on the mainland, and for months at a time the solitude would be undisturbed by the sound of human voice or footstep, which was the poet's idea of happiness. The world of men had seemed to him a world of sorrow and foolishness and lies, and so he had forsaken it to dwell with silence and beauty and the sound of the sea. For him the world had been an uncompanioned wilderness. Here at last his spirit had found its home and its kindred. The speech of men had been to him a vain confusion, but here were the voices he had been born to understand, the elemental voices of earth and sea and sky, the secret wisdom of the eternal. From morning till night his days were passed in listening to these voices, and in writing down in beautiful words the messages of wonder they brought him. So his little house grew to be filled with the lovely songs that had come to him out of the sky and the sea and the haunted beaches. He had written them in a great book with silver clasps, and often at evening, when the moon was rising over the sea, he would sing them to himself, for joy in the treasure which he had thus hoarded out of the air, as a man might weigh the grains of gold sifted from the flowing river. One night, as he thus sat singing to himself in the solitude, he was startled by a deep sigh as of some human creature near at hand, and looking around he was aware of a lovely form, half in and half out of the water, gazing at him with great moonlit eyes from beneath masses of golden hair. In awe and delight he gazed back, spellbounded at the unearthly vision. It was a fairy woman of the sea, more beautiful than tongue can tell. Over her was the supernatural beauty of dreams, and as he looked at her, the poet's heart filled with that more than mortal happiness that only comes to us in dreams. "Beautiful spirit!" at length he cried, stretching out his arms to the vision. But as he did so, she was gone, and in the place where she had been there was naught but the lonely moonlight falling on the rocks. "It was all a trick of the moonlight," said the poet to himself, but even as he said it, there seemed to come floating to him the cadences of an unearthly music of farewell. In his heart the poet knew that it had not been the moonlight, but that nature had granted him one of those mystic visitations which come only to those whose loving meditations upon her secrets have opened the hidden doors. She had drawn aside for a moment the veil of her visible beauty, and vouchsafed him a glimpse of her invisible mystery. But the veil had been drawn again almost instantly, and the poet's eyes were left empty, and hungered for the face that had thus momentarily looked at him through the veil. Yet his heart was filled with a high happiness, for the vision, once his, would it not be his again? Did it not mean that through the long initiation of his solitary contemplation he had come at length to that airy boundary where the wall between the seen and the unseen grows transparent, and the human meets the immortal face to face? Still days passed, and the poet watched in vain for the beautiful woman of the sea. She came not again for all his singing, and his heart grew heavy within him. But one day, as he walked the seashore at dawn, it gave a great bound of joy, for there in the mystical writing upon the silver sand was a message which no eyes but his could read. But the poet was skilled in the secret script of the elements. To him the patterns of leaves and flowers, the traceries of moss and lichen, the markings on rocks and trees, which to others were but meaningless decorations, were the letters of nature's hidden language, the spell words of her runic wisdom. To other eyes, the message he had found within on the sand would have seemed but a tangle of delicate weeds and shells cast up by the sea. To him, as he turned it into our coarser human speech, it said, "Seek me not, unsought I come, daughter of the moonlit foam. Near and far am I to thee, near and far as earth and sea, as wave to wave, as star to star, near and far, near and far." And that night when the poet sat and sang with full heart in the moonlight, lo, the vision was there once more. But again, as he stretched out his arms, she was gone. But this time the poet did not grieve as before, for he knew that she would come again, as indeed it befell. When she appeared to him the third time, she had stolen so near to his side that he could gaze deep into her strange eyes as into the fathomless moonlit sea, and at the ending of his song she did not fade away as before, but her long hair fell all about him like a net of moonbeams, and she lay like the moon herself in his enraptured arms. To the passionate lover of nature, the anchorite of her solitudes, there often comes, in the very hour of his closest approach to her, an aching sense of incomplete oneness with her, a human desire for some responsive embodiment of her mysterious beauty. And there are ecstatic moments in which nature seems on the tremulous verge of sending us a magic answer, moments of intense reverie where the woods seem about to reveal to us the inner heart of their silence, in some sudden shape of unimaginable enchantment, or the infinite of the starry night take form at our side in some companionable radiance. We long, as it were, to press our lips to the forehead of the dawn, to crush the leafy abundance of summer to our breast, and to fold the infinite ocean in our embrace. To the poet, reward of his lonely vigils and endless longing, nature had granted this marvel. How often, as he had gazed at the moon rising out of the sea, had he dreamed of a shining shape that came to him along her silvery pathway? And tonight the mystery of the moonlit sea was in his arms. No longer a lovely vision calling him from afar, an unapproachable wonder, a voice, a gleam, but a miraculously embodied spirit of the elements, supernaturally fair. The poet was more than all men learned in beautiful words, but he could find no words for this strange happiness that had befallen him. Indeed, he had now passed beyond the world of words, and as he gazed into those magic eyes that seemed like sea flowers growing out of the air, they spoke to each other as wave talks to wave, or as leaves whisper together on the trees. So it was that the poet ceased to be alone in his solitude, and the fairy woman from the sea became his wife, and very wonderful was their happiness. But as with all happiness, theirs too was not without its touch of sorrow. For, marvelously wedded though they were, so closely united that they seemed veritably one rather than two beings, there had been a deep meaning to that little song which the poet had found written in seaweed upon the sand. Near and far am I to thee, near and far as earth and sea, it had said. Near and far, near and far. For not even their love could cast down for them one eternal barrier. They could meet and love across it, but it was still there. They were children of two diverse elements, and neither could cross from one into the other. She a child of the blue sea, he a child of the green earth. She must always leave him at the edge of the mysterious woods in which her heart ached to wander, and however far out into the wide waters he would swim at her side, there would always be those deep-sea grottos and flower gardens whither he could never follow. Down into these enchanted depths he would watch her glide her shimmering way, but never might he follow her to the hidden kingdoms of the sea. He must await her out there, an alien in the upper sunshine, and watch her glittering kindred stream in and out the rainbowed portals, till again she was at his side, her hands filled for his consolation with the secret treasures of the sea. So would she from the shore, with despair in her eyes, watch him disappear among the beech trees, to gather for her the waxen flowers and the sweet-smelling green leaves and grasses she loved more than any that grew in the sea. Thus across their barrier would they make exchange of the marvels that grew on either side, and thus indeed the barrier grew less and less by reason of their love. Sometimes they asked each other if that other mystery, death, would remove the barrier altogether. But at the heart of the woman, life was already whispering another answer. "What," said she, as they watched the solemn stars in the still water one summer night, "what if a little being were born to us, that should belong to both our worlds, to your green earth and to my blue sea? Would you seem so lonely then? A little being that could run by your side in the meadows and swim with me into the depths of the sea?" "Would you be so lonely then?" he echoed. And lo, after a season it was this very marvel that came to pass. For one night as she came along the moon path to his side, she was not alone, but a tiny fairy woman was with her, a little radiant creature that, as her mother had dreamed, could gather with one hand the flowers that grow in the deeps of the wood, and with the other the flowers that grow in the deeps of the sea. Like any other mortal babe she was, save for this: around her waist ran a shimmering girdle of mother-of-pearl. So the poet and his wife called her mother-of-pearl, and she became for them, as it were, a baby bridge between two elements. In her mysterious life their two lives became one as never before. So near she brought them to each other that often there seemed no barrier at all. And thus days and years passed, and very wonderful was their happiness. But by this the world which the poet had forgotten had grown curious regarding the life which he lived alone among the rocks. Many of his songs, as songs will, had escaped from his solitude and floated singing among men, and weird rumors grew of the strange happiness that had come to him. Some of the more curious had spied upon him in his seclusion, and had brought back to the town marvelous accounts of having seen him in the moonlight with his fairy wife and child at his side. And after its fashion the world had decided that here was plainly the work of the devil, and that the poet was a wizard in league with the powers of darkness. So the ignorant world has ever interpreted the beauty it could not understand and the happiness it could not give. Thus a cloud began to gather, of which the poet and his mer-wife and little mother-of-pearl knew nothing. And one evening at moonrise, as they were disporting themselves in their innocent happiness by the sea, it burst upon them from the beech trees with a gathering murmur and a sudden roar. A great mob, uttering cries and waving torches, broke from the wood and ran toward them. "Death to the wizard!" they cried. "Death! Death!" As the poet heard them, he turned to his wife and little mother-of-pearl. "Fear not," he cried, "they cannot harm us." Then, as again the cry went up, "Death to the wizard!" a sudden light shone in his face. Death, yes, that is the last door of the barrier, and he plunged into the moonlit water. And when the rabble at length reached the shore with their torches, The poet and his loved ones were already lost in the silvery pathway that leads to the hidden kingdoms of the sea. End of Mother of Pearl by Richard Le Gallienne.
The Star Lovers by Grace James. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by William Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Star Lovers by Grace James. All you that are true lovers, I beseech you, pray the gods for fair weather upon the 7th night of the 7th moon. For patience' sake and for dear love's sake, pray, and be pitiful that upon that night there may be neither rain, nor hail, nor cloud, nor thunder, nor creeping mist. Hear the sad tale of the Star Lovers, and give them your prayers. The weaving maiden was the daughter of a deity of light. Her dwelling was upon the shore of the Milky Way, which is the bright river of heaven. All the day long she sat at her loom and plied her shuttle, weaving the gay garments of the gods. Warp and woof, hour by hour, the colored web grew, till it lay fold on fold, piled at her feet. Still, she never ceased her labor, for she was afraid. She had heard a saying, sorrow, age-long sorrow, shall come upon the weaving maiden when she leaves her loom. So she labored, and the gods had garments to spare, but she herself, poor maiden, was ill-clad. She recked nothing of her attire or of the jewels that her father gave her. She went barefoot, and let her hair hang down unconfined. Ever and anon a long lock fell upon the loom, and back she flung it over her shoulder. She did not play with the children of heaven, or take her pleasure with celestial youths and maidens. She did not love or weep. She was neither glad nor sorry. She sat weaving, weaving, and wove her being into the many-colored web. Now her father, the deity of light, grew angry. He said, daughter, you weave too much. It is my duty, she said. At your age to talk of duty, said her father, out upon you. Wherefore are you displeased with me, my father? She said, and her fingers plied the shuttle. Are you a stalk or a stone or a pale flower by the wayside? Nay, she said, I am none of these. Then leave your loom, my child, and live. Take your pleasure. Be as others are. And wherefore should I be as others are? She said. Never dare to question me. Come, will you leave your loom? She said, sorrow, age-long sorrow, shall come upon the weaving maiden when she leaves her loom. A foolish saying, cried her father, not worthy of credence. What do we know of age-long sorrow? Are we not gods? With that, he took her shuttle from her hand gently and covered the loom with a cloth. And he caused her to be very richly attired, and they put jewels upon her, and garlanded her head with flowers of paradise. And her father gave her for spouse the herd boy of heaven, who tended his flocks upon the banks of the bright river. Now the maiden was changed indeed. Her eyes were stars, and her lips were ruddy. She went dancing and singing all the day. Long hours she played with the children of heaven, and she took her pleasure with the celestial youths and maidens. Lightly she went. Her feet were shod with silver. Her lover, the herd boy, held her by the hand. She laughed so that the very gods laughed with her, and high heaven re-echoed the sounds of mirth. She was careless. Little did she think of duty or the garments of the gods. As for her loom, she never went near it from one moon's end to another. I have my life to live, she said. I will weave it into a web no more. And the herd boy, her lover, clasped her in his arms. Her face was all tears and smiles, and he hid it upon his breast. So she lived her life. But her father, the deity of light, was angry. "It is too much," he said. "Is the girl mad? She will become the laughing-stock of heaven. Besides, who is to weave the new spring garments of the gods?" 3 times he warned his daughter. 3 times she laughed softly and shook her head. "Your hand opened the door, my father," she said, "but of a surety no hand either of God or mortal can shut it." He said, "You shall find it otherwise to your cost." And he banished the herd boy for ever and ever to the farther side of the bright river. The magpies flew together from far and near, and they spread their wings for a frail bridge across the river. And the herd boy went over by the frail bridge, and immediately the magpies flew away to the ends of the earth, and the weaving maiden could not follow. She was the saddest thing in heaven. Long, long she stood upon the shore, and held out her arms to the herd boy, who tended his oxen, desolate and in tears. Long, long she lay and wept upon the sand. Long, long she brooded, looking on the ground. She rose and went to her loom. She cast aside the cloth that covered it. She took her shuttle in her hand. "Age-long sorrow," she said, "age-long sorrow." Presently she dropped the shuttle. "Ah," she moaned, "the pain of it," and she leaned her head against the loom. But in a little while she said, "Yet I would not be as once I was. I did not love or weep. I was neither glad nor sorrow. Now I love and weep. I am glad, and I am sorry." Her tears fell like rain, but she took up the shuttle and labored diligently, weaving the garments of the gods. Sometimes the web was gray with grief, sometimes it was rosy with dreams. The gods were fain to go strangely clad. The maiden's father, the deity of light, for once was well pleased. "That is my good, diligent child," he said. "Now are you quiet and happy?" "The quiet of dark despair," she said. "Happy? I am the saddest thing in heaven." "I am sorry," said the deity of light. "What shall I do?" "Give me back my lover." "Nay, child, that I cannot do. He is banished for ever and ever by the decree of a deity that cannot be broken." "I knew it," she said. "Yet something I can do. Listen. On the 7th day of the 7th moon, I will summon the magpies together from the ends of the earth, and they shall be a bridge over the bright river of heaven, so that the weaving maiden shall lightly cross to the waiting herd boy on the further shore." And so it was. On the 7th day of the 7th moon came the magpies from far and near, and they spread their wings for a frail bridge. And the weaving maiden went over by the frail bridge. Her eyes were like stars, and her heart like a bird in her bosom, and the herd boy was there to meet her upon the farther shore. And so it is still, O true lovers. Upon the 7th day of the 7th moon, These two keep their tryst. Only if the rain falls, with thunder and cloud and hail, and the bright river of heaven is swollen and swift, the magpies cannot make a bridge for the weaving maiden. Alack, the dreary time! Therefore, true lovers, pray the gods for fair weather. End of The Star Lovers by Grace James. A Stop at Suzanne's by Grayer Clover. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The author of this sketch, a young American aviator, a resident of Richmond, Virginia, was killed in battle in August 1918. A Stop at Suzanne's. Suzanne is a very pretty girl, I was told, but the charm of Suzanne's wasn't with her alone, for always one spoke of the deliciously tasting meal, how nice the old madame is, and how fine a chap is her mari, the father of Suzanne. Then of the garden in back, and before you had finished listening, you didn't know which was the most important thing about Suzanne's. All you knew was that it was the place to go when on an aeroplane voyage. At the pilotage office, I found 5 others ahead of me. All of us were bound in the same direction. We were given barographs, altimeters, and maps, and full directions as to forced landings and what to do when lost. We hung around the voyage hangar until about 8 in the morning, but there was a low mist and cloudy sky, so we could not start out until afternoon, and I didn't have luncheon at Suzanne's. After noon, several of the others started out, but I wanted to plan my supper stop for the second point, so I waited until about 4 o'clock before starting. Almost before I knew it, a village, which on the map was 12 kilometers away, was slipping by beneath me, and then off to one side was a forest, green and cool-looking and very regular around the edges. Pretty soon I came to a deep blue streak bordered by trees, and was so interested in it, it wound around under a railroad track, came up, brushed by lots of back gates, and finally fell in a wide splash of silver over a little fall by the mill. Then I forgot all about flying and suddenly woke up to the fact one wing was about as low as it could get, and that the nose of the machine was doing its best to follow the wing. Long before I came to the stopping point, I could see the little white hangar. The field is not large, but it is strange, so you come down rather anxiously, for if you can't make that field the first time, you will never be able to fly. They tell you before leaving. I glided down easily enough, for, after all, it is just that, either you can or you can't, and made a good enough landing. The sergeant signed my paper, and a few minutes later away I went for Suzanne's. The next stop is near a little village, Suzanne's village, so when I came to the field and landed, I was sure to be too tired to go up again immediately. Instead, I went off to town, after making things right with the man in charge. That wasn't a bit difficult either, for all I did was to wink as hard as I could, and he understood perfectly. I knew where Suzanne's was, so I made directly for it. It was a little early, but you should never miss the aperitif. With that first, success is assured. Without it, it is like getting out of bed on the wrong foot. Up I marched to the unimposing door and walked into the main room, a big room with long wooden tables and benches and a zinc bar at one end where all kinds of bottles rested. It isn't called Suzanne's, of course. It has only that name among us. As I closed the door behind me and looked about, a bonne was serving several men at a corner table, and behind the bar a big, red-faced, stout man was pouring stuff into bottles. He looked at me a moment, and then with a tremendous "Tiens!" he came out from behind the tables and advanced toward me. "Bonjour," he said. "Do you come from afar?" "Oh, no," I answered. "Only from Tiens," he repeated. Then, "Ah, you are from the school." L'école, he called it. "From l'école," I admitted, and taking me by the arm, he led me to a door at the rear. Through this he propelled me, and then in his huge voice he called, "Suzanne, une pilote," and I was introduced. As he shut the door, I could just see the corner table with the three old men staring open-mouthed, the wine before them forgotten, the bread and cheese in their hands untasted. Then down the stairs came light steps and a rustle of skirts, and Suzanne was before me with smiling face and outstretched hand. Her instant welcome, the genuine smile. Almost immediately I understood the fame of this little station, so far from everything but the air route. Her charm is indescribable. She is pretty, she is well dressed, but it isn't that. It is a sincerity of manner, complete hospitality, and once you are accepted as a bosom friend of the family, that is the charm of Suzanne's. After a few questions as to where I came from, how long I had been there, and where I was going, Suzanne led me upstairs to be presented to ma belle-mère, a white-haired old lady sitting in a big, straight-backed chair. Then, after more courtesies had been extended to me, Suzanne preceded me down to the garden and left me alone while she went in to see that the supper was exceptionally good. A soft footstep on the gravel walk sounded behind me, and I turned to see one of the most beautiful women I ever beheld. She was tall and slender, and as she came gracefully across the lawn, she swung a little work-bag from one arm. All in black she was, with a lace shawl over her bare head. Like everyone in that most charming and hospitable house, there was no formality or show about her. She came, smiling, and sat on the bench beside me, drawing open her work-bag. I could not help noticing, particularly, her beautiful eyes, for they told the story, a story too common here, except that her eyes had changed now to an expression of resigned peace. Then she told me about Suzanne. Long before, ages and ages ago it seemed, but really only 4 years, a huge, ungainly bird fell crashing to earth, and from the wreck a man was taken unconscious. He was carried to Suzanne's, and she nursed him and cared for him until he was well again. Suzanne was very happy then, Madame told me, and no wonder, for the daring aviator and Suzanne were in love. She nursed him back to health, and when he went away, he left his heart forever with her. They weren't engaged, and every little while he would fly over from his station to see Suzanne. Those were in the early days, and aviation, well, even at that, it hasn't changed so much. One day a letter came for Suzanne, and with a catch at her throbbing heart, she read that her fiancé had been killed. Mort pour la patrie, it said, and Suzanne was never the same afterward. For many months the poor girl grieved, but finally she began to realize that what had happened to her had happened to thousands of other girls too, and gradually she took up the attitude that you find throughout this glorious country. Only her eyes now tell the sad story. One evening, two men walked into the cafe, and from their talk Suzanne knew they were from l'école. She sat down and listened to them. They talked about the war, about aviation, about deeds of heroism, and Suzanne drank in every word, for they were talking the language of her dead lover. The two aviators stayed to dinner, but the big room was not good enough. They must come back to the family dinner, to the intimacy of the back room. They stayed all night and left early next morning, but before they left, they wrote their names in a big book. Today, Suzanne has the book filled full of names, many now famous, many names that are only a memory. That is how it started. When the two pilots went back to l'école, they spoke in glowing terms of Suzanne's, of the soft beds, of the delicious dinner, and I think mostly of Suzanne. Visitors came after that to eat at Suzanne's and to see her famous book. They came regularly, and finally Suzanne's became an institution. Always a pilot was taken into the back room. He ate with the family. He told them all the news from l'école, and in exchange he heard stories about the early days, stories that will never be printed, but which embody examples of the heroism and intelligence that have done their part to develop aviation. Soon we went into dinner, and such a dinner! Truly nothing is too good for an aviator at Suzanne's, and they give their best to these wondering strangers. They do not ask your name. They call everyone monsieur, but before you leave, you sign the book and they all crowd around to look without saying anything. Your name means nothing yet, but a year from now, perhaps, who can tell? In the first pages are names that have been bywords for years, and some that are famous the world over. After dinner, Suzanne slipped away, presently to reappear with a special bottle and glasses. I felt sure this was part of the entertainment afforded all their winged visitors, for they went about it in a practised manner. Each was familiar with his or her part, but to me it was all delightfully new. Our glasses were filled, and Suzanne raised hers up first. Without a word, she looked around the circle. Her eyes met them all, then rested with Madame. She had not said a word. It was Papa who proposed my health, and as the bottoms went up, Suzanne and Madame both had a struggle to repress a tear. They were drinking my health, but their thoughts were far away, and in my heart I was wishing that happiness might come again to them. Suzanne certainly deserves it. When I returned to school, they asked, "Did you stop at Suzanne's?" And now to others just ready to make that voyage, I always say, be sure to stop at Suzanne's. End of A Stop at Suzanne's.
The District Doctor by Ivan S. Turgenev, from Best Russian Short Stories, edited by Thomas Seltzer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The District Doctor by Ivan S. Turgenev. One day in autumn, on my way back from a remote part of the country, I caught cold and fell ill. Fortunately, the fever attacked me in the district town at the inn. I sent for the doctor. In half an hour the district doctor appeared, a thin, dark-haired man of middle height. He prescribed me the usual sudorific, ordered a mustard plaster to be put on, very deftly slid a 5-ruble note up his sleeve, coughing dryly and looking away as he did so, and then was getting up to go home, but somehow fell into talk and remained. I was exhausted with feverishness. I foresaw a sleepless night, and was glad of a little chat with a pleasant companion. Tea was served. My doctor began to converse freely. He was a sensible fellow, and expressed himself with vigor and some humor. Queer things happen in the world. You may live a long while with some people, and be on friendly terms with them, and never once speak openly with them from your soul. With others you have scarcely time to get acquainted, and all at once you are pouring out to him, or he to you, all your secrets, as though you were at confession. I don't know how I gained the confidence of my new friend. Anyway, with nothing to lead up to it, he told me a rather curious incident, and here I will report his tale for the information of the indulgent reader. I will try to tell it in the doctor's own words. "You don't happen to know," he began in a weak and quavering voice, the common result of the use of unmixed Berezov snuff, "you don't happen to know the judge here, Milov Pavelukitch? You don't know him? Well, it's all the same." He cleared his throat and rubbed his eyes. "Well, you see, the thing happened, to tell you exactly without mistake, in Lent at the very time of the thaws. I was sitting at his house, our judge's, you know, playing preference. Our judge is a good fellow, and fond of playing preference. Suddenly," the doctor made frequent use of this word, suddenly, "they tell me, 'There's a servant asking for you.' I say, 'What does he want?' They say, 'He has brought a note. It must be from a patient.' 'Give me the note,' I say. So it is from a patient. Well and good, you understand, it's our bread and butter. But this is how it was. A lady, a widow, writes to me. She says, 'My daughter is dying. Come, for God's sake,' she says, 'and the horses have been sent for you.' Well, that's all right, but she was 20 miles from the town, and it was midnight out of doors, and the roads in such a state, my word. And as she was poor herself, one could not expect more than 2 silver roubles, and even that problematic. And perhaps it might only be a matter of a roll of linen and a sack of oatmeal in payment. However, duty, you know, before everything. A fellow creature may be dying." I hand over my cards at once to Kaliopin, the member of the Provincial Commission, and return home. I look. A wretched little trap was standing at the steps, with peasants' horses, fat, too fat, and their coat as shaggy as felt, and the coachman sitting with his cap off out of respect. Well, I think to myself, it's clear, my friend, these patients aren't rolling in riches. You smile, but I tell you, a poor man like me has to take everything into consideration. If the coachman sits like a prince, and doesn't touch his cap, and even sneers at you behind his beard, and flicks his whip, then you may bet on 6 roubles. But this case I saw had a very different air. However, I think there's no help for it. Duty before everything. I snatch up the most necessary drugs and set off. Will you believe it? I only just managed to get there at all. The road was infernal. Streams, snow, watercourses, and the dike had suddenly burst there. That was the worst of it. However, I arrived at last. It was a little thatched house. There was a light in the windows. That meant they expected me. I was met by an old lady, very venerable, in a cap. "Save her," she says. "She is dying." I say, "Pray don't distress yourself. Where is the invalid? Come this way." I see a clean little room, a lamp in the corner. On the bed, a girl of 20, unconscious. She was in a burning heat and breathing heavily. It was fever. There were 2 other girls, her sisters, scared and in tears. Yesterday, they tell me, she was perfectly well and had a good appetite. This morning she complained of her head, and this evening suddenly, you see, like this. I say again, pray don't be uneasy. It's a doctor's duty, you know. And I went up to her and bled her, told them to put on a mustard plaster, and prescribed a mixture. Meantime I looked at her. You know. There, by God! I had never seen such a face. She was a beauty, in a word. I felt quite shaken with pity. Such lovely features, such eyes. But, thank God, she became easier. She fell into a perspiration, seemed to come to her senses, looked round, smiled, and passed her hand over her face. Her sisters bent over her. They ask, "How are you?" "All right," she says, and turns away. I looked at her. She had fallen asleep. Well, I say, now the patient should be left alone. So we all went out on tiptoe. Only a maid remained, in case she was wanted. In the parlor there was a samovar standing on the table and a bottle of rum. In our profession one can't get on without it. They gave me tea, asked me to stop the night. I consented. Where could I go, indeed, at that time of night? The old lady kept groaning. "What is it?" I say. "She will live. Don't worry yourself. You had better take a little rest yourself. It is about 2 o'clock." "But will you send to wake me if anything happens?" "Yes, yes." The old lady went away, and the girls, too, went to their own room. They made up a bed for me in the parlor. Well, I went to bed, but I could not get to sleep, for a wonder, for in reality I was very tired. I could not get my patient out of my head. At last I could not put up with it any longer. I got up suddenly. I think to myself, I will go and see how the patient is getting on. Her bedroom was next to the parlor. Well, I got up and gently opened the door. How my heart beat! I looked in. The servant was asleep, her mouth wide open, and even snoring, the wretch. But the patient lay with her face towards me, and her arms flung wide apart, poor girl. I went up to her, when suddenly she opened her eyes and stared at me. "Who is it? Who is it?" I was in confusion. "Don't be alarmed, madam," I say. "I am the doctor. I have come to see how you feel." "You, the doctor?" "Yes, the doctor. Your mother sent for me from the town. We have bled you, madam. Now pray go to sleep, and in a day or two, please God, we will set you on your feet again." "Ah, yes, yes, doctor. Don't let me die. Please, please." "Why do you talk like that? God bless you." She is in a fever again, I think to myself. I felt her pulse. Yes, she was feverish. She looked at me and then took me by the hand. "I will tell you why I don't want to die. I will tell you. Now we are alone, and only, please don't you, not to anyone, listen." I bent down. She moved her lips quite to my ear. She touched my cheek with her hair. I confess my head went round, and began to whisper. I could make out nothing of it. She was delirious. She whispered and whispered, but so quickly, and as if it were not in Russian. At last she finished, and shivering, dropped her head on the pillow, and threatened me with her finger. "Remember, doctor, to no one." I calmed her somehow, gave her something to drink, waked the servant, and went away. At this point the doctor again took snuff with exasperated energy, and for a moment seemed stupefied by its effects. "However," he continued, "the next day, contrary to my expectations, the patient was no better. I thought, and suddenly decided to remain there, even though my other patients were expecting me. And you know, one can't afford to disregard that. One's practice suffers if one does. But, in the first place, the patient was really in danger, and secondly, to tell the truth, I felt strongly drawn to her. Besides, I liked the whole family. Though they were really badly off, they were singularly, I may say, cultivated people. Their father had been a learned man, an author. He died, of course, in poverty, but he had managed, before he died, to give his children an excellent education. He left a lot of books, too. Either because I looked after the invalid very carefully, or for some other reason, Anyway, I can venture to say all the household loved me as if I were one of the family. Meantime, the roads were in a worse state than ever. All communications, so to say, were cut off completely. Even medicine could with difficulty be got from the town. The sick girl was not getting better, day after day and day after day, but here— the doctor made a brief pause. I declare I don't know how to tell you. He again took snuff, coughed, and swallowed a little tea. I can tell you without beating about the bush. My patient, how should I say? Well, she had fallen in love with me. Or no, it was not that she was in love. However, really, how should one say? The doctor looked down and grew red. No, he went on quickly, in love indeed. A man should not overestimate himself. She was an educated girl, clever and well read, and I had even forgotten my Latin, one may say, completely. As to appearance, the doctor looked himself over with a smile, I am nothing to boast of there either, but God Almighty did not make me a fool. I don't take black for white. I know a thing or two. I could see very clearly, for instance, that Alexandra Andreyevna, that was her name, did not feel love for me, but had a friendly, so to say, inclination, a respect or something for me. Though she herself perhaps mistook this sentiment, anyway, this was her attitude. You may form your own judgment of it. But, added the doctor, who had brought out all these disconnected sentences without taking breath and with obvious embarrassment, I seem to be wandering rather. You won't understand anything like this. There, with your leave, I will relate it all in order. He drank off a glass of tea and began in a calmer voice. Well then, my patient kept getting worse and worse. You are not a doctor, my good sir. You cannot understand what passes in a poor fellow's heart, especially at first, when he begins to suspect that the disease is getting the upper hand of him. What becomes of his belief in himself? You suddenly grow so timid, it's indescribable. You fancy then that you have forgotten everything you knew, and that the patient has no faith in you, and that other people begin to notice how distracted you are, and tell you the symptoms with reluctance, that they are looking at you suspiciously, whispering, it's horrid. There must be a remedy, you think, for this disease, if one could find it. Isn't this it? You try— No, that's not it. You don't allow the medicine the necessary time to do good. You clutch at one thing, then at another. Sometimes you take up a book of medical prescriptions. Here it is, you think. Sometimes, by Jove, you pick one out by chance, thinking to leave it to fate. But meantime a fellow creature's dying, and another doctor would have saved him. We must have a consultation, you say. I will not take the responsibility on myself. And what a fool you look at such times! Well, in time you learn to bear it. It's nothing to you. A man has died, but it's not your fault. You treated him by the rules. But what's still more torture to you is to see blind faith in you, and to feel yourself that you are not able to be of use. Well, it was just this blind faith that the whole of Alexandra Andreyeva's family had in me. They had forgotten to think that their daughter was in danger. I, too, on my side, assure them that it's nothing. But meantime my heart sinks into my boots. To add to our troubles, the roads were in such a state that the coachman was gone for whole days together to get medicine. And I never left the patient's room. I could not tear myself away. I tell her amusing stories, you know, and play cards with her. I watch by her side at night. The old mother thanks me with tears in her eyes, but I think to myself, I don't deserve your gratitude. I frankly confess to you, there is no object in concealing it now, I was in love with my patient, and Alexandra Andreyevna had grown fond of me. She would not sometimes let anyone be in her room but me. She began to talk to me, to ask me questions, where I had studied, how I lived, who are my people, whom I go to see. I feel that she ought not to talk, but to forbid her to forbid her resolutely, you know, I could not. Sometimes I held my head in my hands and asked myself, "What are you doing, villain?" And she would take my hand and hold it, give me a long, long look, and turn away, sigh, and say, "How good you are!" Her hands were so feverish, her eyes so large and languid. "Yes," she says, "you are a good, kind man. You are not like our neighbors. No, you are not like that. Why did I not know you till now?" "Alexandra Andreyevna, calm yourself," I say. "I feel, believe me, I don't know how I have gained, but there, calm yourself. All will be all right. You will be well again. And meanwhile I must tell you," continued the doctor, bending forward and raising his eyebrows, "that they associated very little with the neighbors, because the smaller people were not on their level, and pride hindered them from being friendly with the rich. I tell you, they were an exceptionally cultivated family, so you know it was gratifying for me. She would only take her medicine from my hands. She would lift herself up, poor girl, with my aid, and take it, and gaze at me. My heart felt as if it were bursting. And meanwhile she was growing worse and worse, worse and worse all the time. She will die, I think to myself, she must die. Believe me, I would sooner have gone to the grave myself. And here were her mother and sisters watching me, looking into my eyes, and their faith in me was wearing away. "Well, how is she?" "Oh, all right, all right." All right, indeed. My mind was failing me. Well, I was sitting one night alone again by my patient. The maid was sitting there too, and snoring away in full swing. I can't find fault with the poor girl, though. She was worn out too. Alexandra Andreyevna had felt very unwell all the evening. She was very feverish. Until midnight she kept tossing about. At last she seemed to fall asleep. At least she lay still without stirring. The lamp was burning in the corner before the holy image. I sat there, you know, with my head bent. I even dozed a little. Suddenly it seemed as though someone touched me in the side. I turned round. Good God! Alexandra Andreyevna was gazing with intent eyes at me. Her lips parted, her cheeks seemed burning. "What is it?" "Doctor, shall I die?" "Merciful heavens!" "No, doctor, no. Please don't tell me I shall live. Don't say so. If you knew Listen, for God's sake, don't conceal my real position." And her breath came so fast. "If I can know for certain that I must die, then I will tell you all. Alexandra Andreyevna, I beg." "Listen, I have not been asleep at all. I have been looking at you a long while." "For God's sake!" "I believe in you. You are a good man, an honest man. I entreat you by all that is sacred in the world, tell me the truth. If you knew how important it is for me. Doctor, for God's sake, tell me, am I in danger?" "What can I tell you, Alexandra Andreyevna? Pray." "For God's sake, I beseech you." "I can't disguise from you, I say. Alexandra Andreyevna, you are certainly in danger, but God is merciful." "I shall die, I shall die." And it seemed as though she were pleased. Her face grew so bright, I was alarmed. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I am not frightened of death at all." She suddenly sat up and leaned on her elbow. "Now, yes, now I can tell you that I thank you with my whole heart, that you are kind and good, that I love you." I stare at her like one possessed. It was terrible for me, you know. "Do you hear? I love you, Alexandra Andreyevna. How have I deserved—" "No, no, you don't. You don't understand me." And suddenly she stretched out her arms, and taking my head in her hands, she kissed it. Believe me, I almost screamed aloud. I threw myself on my knees and buried my head in the pillow. She did not speak. Her fingers trembled in my hair. I listen. She is weeping. I began to soothe her, to assure her. I really don't know what I did say to her. You will wake up the girl, I say to her. Alexandra Andreevna, I thank you. Believe me, calm yourself. Enough, enough, she persisted. Never mind all of them. Let them wake then. Let them come in. It does not matter. I am dying, you see. And what do you fear? Why are you afraid? Lift up your head. Or perhaps you don't love me. Perhaps I am wrong. In that case, forgive me. Alexandra Andreevna, what are you saying? I love you, Alexandra Andreevna. She looked straight into my eyes and opened her arms wide. Then take me in your arms. I tell you frankly, I don't know how it was I did not go mad that night. I feel that my patient is killing herself. I see that she is not fully herself. I understand, too, that if she did not consider herself on the point of death, she would never have thought of me. And indeed, say what you will, it's hard to die at 20 without having known love. This was what was torturing her. This was why, in despair, she caught at me. Do you understand now? But she held me in her arms and would not let me go. Have pity on me, Alexandra Andreevna, and have pity on yourself, I say. Why, she says, what is there to think of? You know I must die. This she repeated incessantly. If I knew that I should return to life and be a proper young lady again, I should be ashamed, of course ashamed. But why now? But who has said you will die? Oh, no, leave off. You will not deceive me. You don't know how to lie. Look at your face. You shall live, Alexandra Andreevna. I will cure you. We will ask your mother's blessing. We will be united. We will be happy. No, no, I have your word. I must die. You have promised me. You have told me. It was cruel for me, cruel for many reasons. And see what trifling things can do sometimes. It seems nothing at all, but it's painful. It occurred to her to ask me, what is my name, not my surname, but my first name. I must needs be so unlucky as to be called Trifon. Yes, indeed, Trifon Ivanitch. Everyone in the house called me doctor. However, there's no help for it. I say, Trifon, madam. She frowned, shook her head, and muttered something in French. Something unpleasant, of course, and then she laughed, disagreeably, too. Well, I spent the whole night with her in this way. Before morning I went away, feeling as though I were mad. When I went again into her room it was daytime, after morning tea. Good God, I could scarcely recognize her. People are laid in their grave looking better than that. I swear to you on my honor, I don't understand. I absolutely don't understand now how I lived through that experience. 3 days and nights my patient still lingered on, and what nights, what things she said to me. And on the last night, only imagine to yourself, I was sitting near her and kept praying to God for one thing only. Take her, I said, quickly, and me with her. Suddenly the old mother comes unexpectedly into the room. I had already the evening before told her, the mother, there was little hope, and it would be well to send for a priest. When the sick girl saw her mother, she said, "It's very well you have come. Look at us. We love one another. We have given each other our word." "What does she say, doctor? What does she say?" I turned livid. "She is wandering, I say. The fever." But she— "Hush, hush! You told me something quite different just now, and have taken my ring. Why do you pretend? My mother is good. She will forgive. She will understand. And I am dying. I have no need to tell lies. Give me your hand." I jumped up and ran out of the room. The old lady, of course, guessed how it was. I will not, however, weary you any longer, and to me too, of course, it's painful to recall all this. My patient passed away the next day. God rest her soul," the doctor added, speaking quickly and with a sigh. "Before her death she asked her family to go out and leave me alone with her. 'Forgive me,' she said. 'I am perhaps to blame towards you, my illness, but believe me, I have loved no one more than you. Do not forget me. Keep my ring. The doctor turned away. I took his hand. "Ah," he said, "let us talk of something else. Or would you care to play preference for a small stake? It is not for people like me to give way to exalted emotions. There's only one thing for me to think of, how to keep the children from crying and the wife from scolding. Since then, you know, I have had time to enter into lawful wedlock, as they say. Oh, I took a merchant's daughter, 7,000 for her dowry. Her name's Aquilina. It goes well with Trifon. She is an ill-tempered woman, I must tell you, but luckily she's asleep all day. Well, shall it be preference?" We sat down to preference for halfpenny points. Trifon Ivanitch won 2 roubles and a half from me, and went home late, well pleased with his success. End of The District Doctor by Ivan S. Turgenev, from Best Russian Short Stories.
The Head Gardener's Story by Anton Chekhov, recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by Light Crystal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Head Gardener's Story, Anton Chekhov. A sale of flowers was taking place in Count N's greenhouses. The purchasers were few in number: a landowner who was a neighbour of mine, a young timber merchant, and myself. While the workmen were carrying out our magnificent purchases and packing them into the carts, we sat at the entry of the greenhouse and chatted about one thing and another. It is extremely pleasant to sit in a garden on a still April morning, listening to the birds and watching the flowers brought out into the open air and basking in the sunshine. The head gardener, Mihail Karlovich, a venerable old man with a full-shaven face, wearing a fur waistcoat and no coat, superintended the packing of the plants himself, but at the same time he listened to our conversation in the hope of hearing something new. He was an intelligent, very good-hearted man, respected by everyone. He was for some reason looked upon by everyone as a German, though he was in reality on his father's side Swedish, on his mother's side Russian, and attended the Orthodox Church. He knew Russian, Swedish, and German. He had read a good deal in those languages, and nothing one could do gave him greater pleasure than lending him some new book, or talking to him, for instance, about Ibsen. He had his weaknesses, but they were innocent ones. He called himself the head gardener, though there were no under-gardeners. The expression of his face was unusually dignified and haughty. He could not endure to be contradicted, and liked to be listened to with respect and attention. "That young fellow there I can recommend to you as an awful rascal," said my neighbour, pointing to a labourer with a swarthy, gypsy face, who drove by with the water barrel. "Last week he was tried in the town for burglary and was acquitted. They pronounced him mentally deranged. And yet look at him. He is the picture of health. Scoundrels are very often acquitted nowadays in Russia on grounds of abnormality and aberration. Yet these acquittals, these unmistakable proofs of an indulgent attitude to crime, lead to no good. They demoralize the masses. The sense of justice is blunted in all as they become accustomed to seeing vice unpunished. And you know, in our age one may boldly say, in the words of Shakespeare, that in our evil and corrupt age virtue must ask forgiveness of vice." "That's very true," the merchant assented. "Owing to these frequent acquittals, murder and arson have become much more common. Ask the peasants." Mihail Karlovich turned towards us and said, "As far as I am concerned, gentlemen, I am always delighted to meet with these verdicts of not guilty. I am not afraid for morality and justice when they say not guilty, but on the contrary I feel pleased, even when my conscience tells me the jury have made a mistake in acquitting the criminal. Even then I am triumphant. Judge for yourselves, gentlemen. If the judges and the jury have more faith in man than in evidence, material proofs, and speeches for the prosecution, is not that faith in man in itself higher than any ordinary considerations? Such faith is only attainable by those few who understand and feel Christ. A fine thought, I said, but it's not a new one. I remember a very long time ago I heard a legend on that subject. A very charming legend, said the gardener, and he smiled. I was told it by my grandmother, my father's mother, an excellent old lady. She told me it in Swedish, and it does not sound so fine, so classical, in Russian. But we begged him to tell it, and not to be put off by the coarseness of the Russian language. Much gratified, he deliberately lighted his pipe, looked angrily at the labourers, and began. There settled in a certain little town a solitary, plain, elderly gentleman called Thompson or Wilson. But that does not matter. The surname is not the point. He followed an honourable profession. He was a doctor. He was always morose and unsociable, and only spoke when required by his profession. He never visited anyone, never extended his acquaintance beyond a silent bow, and lived as humbly as a hermit. The fact was, he was a learned man, and in those days learned men were not like other people. They spent their days and nights in contemplation, in reading and in healing disease, looked upon everything else as trivial, and had no time to waste a word. The inhabitants of the town understood this, and tried not to worry him with their visits and empty chatter. They were very glad that God had sent them at last a man who could heal diseases, and were proud that such a remarkable man was living in their town. He knows everything, they said about him. But that was not enough. They ought to have also said, he loves everyone. In the breast of that learned man there beat a wonderful, angelic heart. Though the people of that town were strangers, and not his own people, yet he loved them like children, and did not spare himself for them. He was himself ill with consumption. He had a cough, but when he was summoned to the sick, he forgot his own illness, and he did not spare himself, and gasping for breath, climbed up the hills, however high they might be. He disregarded the sultry heat and the cold, despised thirst and hunger. He would accept no money, and strange to say, when one of his patients died, he would follow the coffin with the relations, weeping. And soon he became so necessary to the town that the inhabitants wondered how they could have got on before without the man. Their gratitude knew no bounds. Grown-up people and children, good and bad alike, honest men and cheats, all, in fact, respected him and knew his value. In the little town and all the surrounding neighbourhood, there was no man who would allow himself to do anything disagreeable to him. Indeed, they would never have dreamed of it. When he came out of his lodging, he never fastened the doors or windows, in complete confidence that there was no thief who could bring himself to do him wrong. He often had in the course of his medical duties to walk along the high roads, through the forests and mountains haunted by numbers of hungry vagrants, but he felt that he was in perfect security. One night he was returning from a patient when robbers fell upon him in the forest, but when they recognized him, they took off their hats respectfully and offered him something to eat. When he answered that he was not hungry, they gave him a warm wrap and accompanied him as far as the town, happy that fate had given them the chance in some small way to show their gratitude to the benevolent man. Well, to be sure, my grandmother told me that even the horses and the cows and the dogs knew him and expressed their joy when they met him. And this man, who seemed by his sanctity to have guarded himself from every evil, to whom even brigands and frenzied men wished nothing but good, was one fine morning found murdered, covered with blood, with his skull broken. He was lying in a ravine, and his pale face wore an expression of amazement. Yes, not horror, but amazement was the emotion that had been fixed upon his face when he saw the murderer before him. You can imagine the grief that overwhelmed the inhabitants of the town and the surrounding districts. All were in despair, unable to believe their eyes, wondering who could have killed the man. The judges who conducted the inquiry and examined the doctor's body said, "Here we have all the signs of a murder, but as there is not a man in the world capable of murdering our doctor, obviously it was not a case of murder, and the combination of evidence is due to simple chance. We must suppose that in the darkness he fell into the ravine of himself and was mortally injured." The whole town agreed with this opinion. The doctor was buried, and nothing more was said about a violent death. The existence of a man who could have the baseness and wickedness to kill the doctor seemed incredible. There is a limit even to wickedness, isn't there? All at once, would you believe it, chance led them to discovering the murderer, a vagrant who had been many times convicted, notorious for his vicious life, was seen selling for drink a snuff-box and watch that had belonged to the doctor. When he was questioned, he was confused and answered with an obvious lie. A search was made, and in his bed was found a shirt with stains of blood on the sleeves, and a doctor's lancet set in gold. What more evidence was wanted? They put the criminal in prison. The inhabitants were indignant, and at the same time said, "It's incredible. It can't be so. Take care that a mistake is not made. It does happen, you know. That evidence tells a false tale." At his trial, the murderer obstinately denied his guilt. Everything was against him, and to be convinced of his guilt was as easy as to believe that this earth is black. But the judges seem to have gone mad. They weighed every proof 10 times, looked distrustfully at the witnesses, flushed crimson and sipped water. The trial began early in the morning and was only finished in the evening. "Accused," the chief judge said, addressing the murderer, "the court has found you guilty of murdering Dr. So-and-so, and has sentenced you to—" The chief judge meant to say, "to the death penalty," but he dropped from his hands the paper on which the sentence was written, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and cried out, "No, may God punish me if I judge wrongly, but I swear he is not guilty. I cannot admit the thought that there exists a man who would dare to murder our friend the doctor. A man could not sink so low." "There cannot be such a man," the other judges assented. "No," the crowd cried, "let him go." The murderer was set free to go where he chose, and not one soul blamed the court for an unjust verdict. And my grandmother used to say that for such faith in humanity, God forgave the sins of all the inhabitants of that town. He rejoices when people believe that man is his image and semblance, and grieves if, forgetful of human dignity, they judge worse of men than of dogs. The sentence of acquittal may bring harm to the inhabitants of the town, but on the other hand, think of the beneficial influence upon them of that faith in man. A faith which does not remain dead, you know. It raises up generous feelings in us, and always impels us to love and respect every man. Every man. and that is important. Mihail Karlovich had finished. My neighbour would have urged some objection, but the head gardener made a gesture that signified that he did not like objections. Then he walked away to the carts and, with an expression of dignity, went on looking after the packing. End of The Head Gardener's Story by Anton Chekhov.
The Lady with the Dog by Anton Chekhov, translated by Constance Garnett, read for Love Stories Volume 5 by Zunzel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lady with the Dog by Anton Chekhov. It was said that a new person had appeared on the seafront, a lady with a little dog, Dmitry Dmitrich Gurov, who had by then been a fortnight at Yalta and so was fairly at home there, had begun to take an interest in new arrivals. Sitting in Vernet's pavilion, he saw walking on the seafront a fair-haired young lady of medium height, wearing a beret. A white Pomeranian dog was running behind her. And afterwards he met her in the public gardens and in the square several times a day. She was walking alone, always wearing the same beret, and always with the same white dog. No one knew who she was, and everyone called her simply the Lady with the Dog. If she is here alone without a husband or friends, it wouldn't be amiss to make her acquaintance, Gurov reflected. He was under 40, but he had a daughter already 12 years old and 2 sons at school. He had been married young, when he was a student in his 2nd year, and by now his wife seemed half as old again as he. She was a tall, erect woman with dark eyebrows, staid and dignified, and, as she said of herself, intellectual. She read a great deal, used phonetic spelling, called her husband not Dmitri but Dimitri, and he secretly considered her unintelligent, narrow, inelegant, was afraid of her, and did not like to be at home. He had begun being unfaithful to her long ago, had been unfaithful to her often, and probably on that account almost always spoke ill of women, and when they were talked about in his presence, used to call them the lower race. It seemed to him that he had been so schooled by bitter experience that he might call them what he liked, and yet he could not get on for 2 days together without the lower race. In the society of men he was bored and not himself. With them he was cold and uncommunicative, but when he was in the company of women he felt free and knew what to say to them and how to behave. And he was at ease with them even when he was silent. In his appearance, in his character, in his whole nature, there was something attractive and elusive which allured women and disposed them in his favor. He knew that, and some force seemed to draw him, too, to them. Experience often repeated, truly bitter experience, had taught him long ago that with decent people, especially Moscow people, always slow to move and irresolute, every intimacy, which at first so agreeably diversifies life and appears a light and charming adventure, inevitably grows into a regular problem of extreme intricacy, and in the long run the situation becomes unbearable. But at every fresh meeting with an interesting woman, this experience seemed to slip out of his memory, and he was eager for life, and everything seemed simple and amusing. One evening he was dining in the gardens, and the lady in the beret came up slowly to take the next table. Her expression, her gait, her dress, and the way she did her hair told him that she was a lady, that she was married, that she was in Yalta for the first time and alone, and that she was dull there. The stories told of the immorality in such places as Yalta are to a great extent untrue. He despised them, and knew that such stories were for the most part made up by persons who would themselves have been glad to sin if they had been able. But when the lady sat down at the next table 3 paces from him, he remembered these tales of easy conquests, of trips to the mountains, and the tempting thought of a swift, fleeting love affair. A romance with an unknown woman whose name he did not know suddenly took possession of him. He beckoned coaxingly to the Pomeranian, and when the dog came up to him, he shook his finger at it. The Pomeranian growled. Gurov shook his finger at it again. The lady looked at him and at once dropped her eyes. "He doesn't bite," she said and blushed. "May I give him a bone?" he asked. And when she nodded, he asked courteously, "Have you been long in Yalta?" 5 days. "And I have already dragged out a fortnight here." There was a brief silence. "Time goes so fast, and yet it is so dull here," she said, not looking at him. "That's only the fashion to say it is dull here. A provincial will live in Belyov or Zidra and not be dull. And when he comes here, it's oh the dullness, oh the dust. One would think he came from Grenada." She laughed. They both continued eating in silence like strangers. But after dinner they walked side by side, and there sprang up between them the light jesting conversation of people who are free and satisfied, to whom it does not matter where they go or what they talk about. They walked and talked of the strange light on the sea. The water was of a soft, warm lilac hue, and there was a golden streak from the moon upon it. They talked of how sultry it was after a hot day. Gurov told her that he came from Moscow, that he had taken his degree in arts, but had a post in a bank, that he had trained as an opera singer, but had given it up, that he owned 2 houses in Moscow. And from her he learned that she had grown up in Petersburg, but had lived in S since her marriage 2 years before, that she was staying another month in Yalta, and that her husband, who needed a holiday too, might perhaps come and fetch her. She was not sure whether her husband had a post in a crown department or under the provincial council, and was amused by her own ignorance. And Gurov learned, too, that she was called Anna Sergeyevna. Afterwards he thought about her in his room at the hotel, thought she would certainly meet him the next day. It would be sure to happen. As he got into bed he thought how lately she had been a girl at school, doing lessons like his own daughter. He recalled the diffidence, the angularity that was still manifest in her laugh, and her manner of talking with a stranger. This must have been the first time in her life she had been alone in surroundings in which she was followed, looked at, and spoken to merely from a secret motive, which she could hardly fail to guess. He recalled her slender, delicate neck, her lovely gray eyes. There's something pathetic about her anyway, he thought, and fell asleep. A week had passed since they had made acquaintance. It was a holiday. It was sultry indoors, while in the street the wind whirled the dust round and blew people's hats off. It was a thirsty day, and Gurov went into the pavilion and pressed Anna Sergeyevna to have syrup and water or an ice. One did not know what to do with oneself. In the evening, when the wind had dropped a little, they went out on the groyne to see the steamer come in. There were a great many people walking about the harbor. They had gathered to welcome someone, bringing bouquets, and 2 peculiarities of a well-dressed Yalta crowd were very conspicuous. The elderly ladies were dressed like young ones, and there were great numbers of generals. Owing to the roughness of the sea, the steamer arrived late after the sun had set, and it was a long time turning about before it reached the groyne. Anna Sergeyevna looked through her lorgnette at the steamer and the passengers as though looking for acquaintances, and when she turned to Gurov, her eyes were shining. She talked a great deal and asked disconnected questions, forgetting next moment what she had asked. Then she dropped her lorgnette in the crush. The festive crowd began to disperse. It was too dark to see people's faces. The wind had completely dropped, but Gurov and Anna Sergeyevna still stood as though waiting to see someone else come from the steamer. Anna Sergeyevna was silent now and sniffed the flowers without looking at Gurov. "The weather is better this evening," he said. "Where shall we go now? Shall we drive somewhere?" She made no answer. Then he looked at her intently, and all at once put his arm round her and kissed her on the lips, and breathed in the moisture and the fragrance of the flowers, and he immediately looked around him, anxiously wondering whether anyone had seen them. "Let us go to your hotel," he said softly, and both walked quickly. The room was close and smelt of the scent she had bought at the Japanese shop. Gurov looked at her and thought, what different people one meets in the world. From the past he preserved memories of careless, good-natured women who loved cheerfully and were grateful to him for the happiness he gave them, however brief it might be, and of women like his wife who loved without any genuine feeling, with superfluous phrases, affectedly, hysterically, with an expression that suggested that it was not love nor passion, but something more significant, and of 2 or 3 others, very beautiful cold women, on whose faces he had caught a glimpse of a rapacious expression, an obstinate desire to snatch from life more than it could give. And these were capricious, unreflecting, domineering, unintelligent women, not in their first youth. And when Gurov grew cold to them, their beauty excited his hatred, and the lace on their linen seemed to him like scales. But in this case, there was still a diffidence, the angularity of inexperienced youth, an awkward feeling, and there was a sense of consternation as though someone had suddenly knocked on the door. The attitude of Anna Sergeyevna, the lady with the dog, to what had happened was somehow peculiar, very grave, as though it were her fall. So it seemed, and it was strange and inappropriate. Her face dropped and faded, and on both sides of it her long hair hung down mournfully. She mused in a dejected attitude, like the woman who was a sinner in an old-fashioned picture. "It's wrong," she said. "You will be the first to despise me now." There was a watermelon on the table. Gurov cut himself a slice and began eating it without haste. There followed at least half an hour of silence. Anna Sergeyevna was touching. There was about her the purity of a good, simple woman who had seen little of life. The solitary candle burning on the table threw a faint light on her face, yet it was clear that she was very unhappy. "How could I despise you?" asked Gurov. "You don't know what you are saying." "God forgive me," she said, and her eyes filled with tears. "It's awful." "You seem to feel you need to be forgiven." "Forgiven? No. I am a bad, low woman. I despise myself and don't attempt to justify myself. It's not my husband, but myself I have deceived. And not only just now. I've been deceiving myself for a long time. My husband may be a good, honest man, but he is a flunky. I don't know what he does there, what his work is, but I know he is a flunky. I was 20 when I was married to him. I've been tormented by curiosity. I wanted something better. There must be a different sort of life, I said to myself. But I wanted to live, to live, to live. I was fired by curiosity. You don't understand it, but I swear to God I could not control myself. Something happened to me. I could not be restrained. I told my husband I was ill and came here. And here I have been walking about as though I were dazed, like a mad creature. And now I have become a vulgar, contemptible woman whom anyone may despise. Gurov felt bored already listening to her. He was irritated by the naive tone, by this remorse, so unexpected and inopportune. But for the tears in her eyes, he might have thought she was jesting or playing a part. "I don't understand," he said softly. "What is it you want?" She hid her face on his breast and pressed close to him. Believe me, I beseech you," she said. "I love a pure, honest life, and sin is loathsome to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Simple people say, the evil one has beguiled me, and I may say of myself now that the evil one has beguiled me." "Hush, hush," he muttered. He looked at her fixed, scared eyes, kissed her, talked softly and affectionately, and by degrees she was comforted, and her gaiety returned. They both began laughing. Afterwards, when they went out, there was not a soul on the seafront. The town with its cypresses had quite a death-like air, but the sea still broke noisily on the shore. A single barge was rocking on the waves, and a lantern was blinking sleepily on it. They found a cab and drove to Oreanda. "I found out your surname in the hall just now. It was written on the board. Von Diederitz," said Gurov. "Is your husband a German?" "No, I believe his grandfather was a German, but he is an Orthodox Russian himself." At Oreanda they sat on a seat not far from the church, looked down at the sea and were silent. Yalta was hardly visible through the morning mist. White clouds stood motionless on the mountain tops. The leaves did not stir on the trees. Grasshoppers chirruped, and the monotonous hollow sound of the sea rising up from below spoke of the peace, of the eternal sleep awaiting us. So it must have sounded when there was no Yalta, no Oreanda here. So it sounds now, and it will sound as indifferently and monotonously when we are all no more. And in this constancy, in this complete indifference to the life and death of each of us, there lies hid, perhaps, a pledge of our eternal salvation, of the unceasing movement of life upon earth, of unceasing progress towards perfection. Sitting beside a young woman who in the dawn seemed so lovely, soothed and spellbound in these magical surroundings, the sea, mountains, clouds, the open sky, Gurov thought how in reality everything is beautiful in this world when one reflects, everything except what we think or do ourselves when we forget our human dignity and the higher aims of our existence. A man walked up to them, probably a keeper, looked at them and walked away. And this detail seemed mysterious and beautiful too. They saw a steamer come from Theodosia with its lights out in the glow of dawn. "There is dew on the grass," said Anna Sergeyevna after a silence. "Yes, it is time to go home." They went back to the town. Then they met every day at 12 o'clock on the seafront, lunched and dined together, went for walks, admired the sea. She complained that she slept badly, that her heart throbbed violently, asked the same questions, troubled now by jealousy and now by the fear that he did not respect her sufficiently. And often in the square or gardens, when there was no one near them, he suddenly drew her to him and kissed her passionately. Complete idleness, these kisses in broad daylight while he looked around in dread of someone seeing them, the heat, the smell of the sea, and the continual passing to and fro before him of idle, well-dressed, well-fed people made a new man of him. He told Anna Sergeyevna how beautiful she was, how fascinating. He was impatiently passionate. He would not move a step away from her, while she was often pensive and continually urged him to confess that he did not respect her, did not love her in the least, and thought of her as nothing but a common woman. Rather late, almost every evening, they drove somewhere out of town, to Oreanda or to the waterfall, and the expedition was always a success. The scenery invariably impressed them as grand and beautiful. They were expecting her husband to come, but a letter came from him saying that there was something wrong with his eyes, and he entreated his wife to come home as quickly as possible. Anna Sergeyevna made haste to go. "It's a good thing I am going away," she said to Gurov. "It's the finger of destiny." She went by coach and he went with her. They were driving the whole day. When she had got into a compartment of the express, and when the second bell had rung, she said, "Let me look at you once more. Look at you once again, that's right." She did not shed tears, but was so sad that she seemed ill, and her face was quivering. "I shall remember you, think of you," she said. "God be with you, be happy. Don't remember evil against me. We are parting forever. It must be so, for we ought never to have met. Well, God be with you." The train moved off rapidly. Its lights soon vanished from sight, and a minute later there was no sound of it, as though everything had conspired together to end as quickly as possible that sweet delirium, that madness. Left alone on the platform and gazing into the dark distance, Gurov listened to the chirrup of the grasshoppers and the hum of the telegraph wires, feeling as though he had only just waked up. And he thought, musing, that there had been another episode or adventure in his life, and it too was at an end, and nothing was left of it but a memory. He was moved, sad, and conscious of a slight remorse. This young woman whom he would never meet again had not been happy with him. He was genuinely warm and affectionate with her, but yet in his manner, his tone, and his caresses, there had been a shade of light irony, the coarse condescension of a happy man who was, besides, almost twice her age. All the time she had called him kind, exceptional, lofty. Obviously he had seemed to her different from what he really was, so he had unintentionally deceived her. Here at the station was already a scent of autumn. It was a cold evening. It's time for me to go north, thought Gurov as he left the platform. High time. At home in Moscow, everything was in its winter routine. The stoves were heated, and then in the morning it was still dark when the children were having breakfast and getting ready for school, and the nurse would light the lamp for a short time. The frosts had begun already. When the first snow has fallen on the first day of sledge driving, it is pleasant to see the white earth, the white roofs, to draw soft, delicious breath, and the season brings back the days of one's youth. The old limes and birches, white with hoarfrost, have a good-natured expression. They are nearer to one's heart than cypresses and palms, and near them one doesn't want to be thinking of the sea and the mountains. Gurov was Moscow-born. He arrived in Moscow on a fine, frosty day, and when he put on his fur coat and warm gloves and walked along Petrovka, and when on Saturday evening he heard the ringing of the bells, his recent trip and the places he had seen lost all charm for him. Little by little he became absorbed in Moscow life, greedily read 3 newspapers a day, and declared he did not read the Moscow papers on principle. He already felt a longing to go to restaurants, clubs, dinner parties, anniversary celebrations, and he felt flattered at entertaining distinguished lawyers and artists, and at playing cards with a professor at the doctor's club. He could already eat a whole plateful of saltfish and cabbage. In another month, he fancied, the image of Anna Sergeyevna would be shrouded in a mist in his memory, and only from time to time would visit him in his dreams with a touching smile, as others did. But more than a month passed, real winter had come, and everything was still clear in his memory, as though he had parted with Anna Sergeyevna only the day before. And his memories glowed more and more vividly. When, in the evening stillness, he heard from his study the voices of his children preparing their lessons, or when he listened to a song or the organ at the restaurant, or the storm howled in the chimney, suddenly everything would rise up in his memory. What had happened on the groyne, and the early morning with the mist on the mountains, and the steamer coming from Theodosia, and the kisses. He would pace a long time about his room, remembering it all and smiling. Then the memories passed into dreams, and in his fancy the past was mingled with what was to come. Anna Sergeyevna did not visit him in dreams, but followed him about everywhere like a shadow and haunted him. When he shut his eyes, he saw her as though she were living before him, and she seemed to him lovelier, younger, tenderer than she was, and he imagined himself finer than he had been in Yalta. In the evenings she peeped out at him from the bookcase, from the fireplace, from the corner. He heard her breathing, the caressing rustle of her dress. In the street he watched the women, looking for someone like her. He was tormented by an intense desire to confide his memories to someone, but in his home it was impossible to talk of his love, and he had no one outside. He could not talk to his tenants nor to anyone at the bank. And what had he to talk of? Had he been in love then? Had there been anything beautiful, poetical, or edifying, or simply interesting in his relations with Anna Sergeyevna? And there was nothing for him but to talk vaguely of love, of woman, and no one guessed what it meant. Only his wife twitched her black eyebrows and said, "The part of a lady-killer does not suit you at all, Dmitri." One evening, coming out of the doctor's club with an official with whom he had been playing cards, he could not resist saying, "If only you knew what a fascinating woman I made the acquaintance of in Yalta." The official got into his sledge and was driving away, but turned suddenly and shouted, "Dmitri Dmitrich!" "What?" "You were right this evening. The sturgeon was a bit too strong." These words, so ordinary, for some reason moved Gurov to indignation and struck him as degrading and unclean. What savage manners! What people! What senseless nights! What uninteresting, uneventful days! The rage for card-playing, the gluttony, the drunkenness, the continual talk always about the same thing, useless pursuits and conversations always about the same things, absorb the better part of one's time, the better part of one's strength, and in the end there is left a life groveling and curtailed, worthless and trivial, and there is no escaping or getting away from it, just as though one were in a madhouse or a prison. Gurov did not sleep all night and was filled with indignation, and he had a headache all next day, and the next night he slept badly. He sat up in bed, thinking, or paced up and down his room. He was sick of his children, sick of the bank. He had no desire to go anywhere or to talk of anything. In the holidays in December, he prepared for a journey and told his wife he was going to Petersburg to do something in the interests of a young friend, and he set off for S. What for? He did not very well know himself. He wanted to see Anna Sergeyevna and to talk with her, to arrange a meeting if possible. He reached S in the morning and took the best room at the hotel, in which the floor was covered with gray army cloth, and on the table was an inkstand, gray with dust and adorned with a figure on horseback with its hat in its hand and its head broken off. The hotel porter gave him the necessary information. Von Diederitz lived in a house of his own on Old Goncharny Street. It was not far from the hotel. He was rich and lived in good style. He had his own horses. Everyone in the town knew him. The porter pronounced the name Driederitz. Gurov went without haste to Old Goncharny Street and found the house. Just opposite the house stretched a long gray fence adorned with nails. One would run away from a fence like that, thought Gurov, looking from the fence to the windows of the house and back again. He considered. Today was a holiday and the husband would probably be at home, and in any case it would be tactless to go into the house and upset her. If he were to send her a note, it might fall into her husband's hands, and then it might ruin everything. The best thing was to trust to chance, and he kept walking up and down the street by the fence, waiting for the chance. He saw a beggar go in at the gate and dogs fly at him. Then an hour later he heard a piano, and the sounds were faint and indistinct. Probably it was Anna Sergeyevna playing. The front door suddenly opened, and an old woman came out, followed by the familiar white Pomeranian. Gurov was on the point of calling to the dog, but his heart began beating violently, and in his excitement he could not remember the dog's name. He walked up and down and loathed the gray fence more and more, and by now he thought irritably that Anna Sergeyevna had forgotten him, and was probably already amusing herself with someone else, and that was very natural in a young woman who had nothing to look at from morning till night but that confounded fence. He went back to his hotel room and sat for a long while on the sofa, not knowing what to do. Then he had dinner and a long nap. How stupid and worrying this is, he thought when he woke and looked at the dark windows. It was already evening. Here I've had a good sleep for some reason. What shall I do in the night? He sat on the bed, which was covered by a cheap gray blanket, such as one sees in hospitals, and he taunted himself in his vexation. So much for the lady with the dog, so much for the adventure. You're in a nice fix. That morning at the station, a poster in large letters had caught his eye. The Geisha was to be performed for the first time. He thought of this and went to the theater. It's quite possible she may go to the first performance, he thought. The theater was full. As in all provincial theaters, there was a fog above the chandelier. The gallery was noisy and restless. In the front row, the local dandies were standing up before the beginning of the performance, with their hands behind them. In the governor's box, the governor's daughter, wearing a boa, was sitting in the front seat, while the governor himself lurked modestly behind the curtain with only his hands visible. The orchestra was a long time tuning up. The stage curtain swayed. All the time the audience were coming in and taking their seats. Gurov looked at them eagerly. Anna Sergeyevna, too, came in. She sat down in the third row, and when Gurov looked at her, his heart contracted, and he understood clearly that for him there was in the whole world no creature so near, so precious, and so important to him. She, this little woman, in no way remarkable, lost in a provincial crowd, with a vulgar lorgnette in her hand, filled his whole life now, was his sorrow and his joy, the one happiness that he now desired for himself. And to the sounds of the inferior orchestra, of the wretched provincial violins, he thought how lovely she was. He thought and dreamed. A young man with small side whiskers, tall and stooping, came in with Anna Sergeyevna and sat down beside her. He bent his head at every step and seemed to be continually bowing. Most likely this was the husband whom at Yalta, in a rush of bitter feeling, she had called a flunkey. And there really was in his long figure, his side whiskers, and the small bald patch on his head, something of the flunkey's obsequiousness. His smile was sugary, and in his buttonhole there was some badge of distinction, like the number on a waiter. During the first interval, the husband went away to smoke. She remained alone in her stall. Gurov, who was sitting in the stalls too, went up to her and said in a trembling voice, with a forced smile, "Good evening." She glanced at him and turned pale, then glanced again with horror, unable to believe her eyes, and tightly gripped the fan and the lorgnette in her hands, evidently struggling with herself not to faint. Both were silent. She was sitting. He was standing, frightened by her confusion and not venturing to sit down beside her. The violins and the flute began tuning up. He felt suddenly frightened. It seemed as though all the people in the boxes were looking at them. She got up and went quickly to the door. He followed her, and both walked senselessly along passages and up and down stairs, and figures in legal, scholastic, and civil service uniforms, all wearing badges, flitted before their eyes. They caught glimpses of ladies, of fur coats hanging on pegs. The drafts blew in on them, bringing a smell of stale tobacco, and Gurov, whose heart was beating violently, thought, "Oh, heavens, why are all these people here, and this orchestra?" And at that instant he recalled how, when he had seen Anna Sergeyevna off at the station, he had thought that everything was over, and they would never meet again. But how far they were still from the end. On the narrow, gloomy staircase, over which was written, "To the amphitheater," she stopped. "How you have frightened me," she said, breathing hard, still pale and overwhelmed. "Oh, how you have frightened me! I am half dead. Why have you come? Why?" "But do understand, Anna, do understand," he said hastily in a low voice. "I entreat you to understand." She looked at him with dread, with entreaty, with love. She looked at him intently, to keep his features more distinctly in her memory. "I am so unhappy," she went on, not heeding him. "I have thought of nothing but you all the time. I live only in the thought of you, and I wanted to forget you, but why, oh, why have you come?" On the landing above them, 2 schoolboys were smoking and looking down, but that was nothing to Gurov. He drew Anna Sergeyevna to him and began kissing her face, her cheeks, and her hands. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" she cried in horror, pushing him away. "We are mad. Go away today. Go away at once. I beseech you by all that is sacred. I implore you. There are people coming this way." Someone was coming up the stairs. "You must go away," Anna Sergeyevna went on in a whisper. "Do you hear, Dmitri Dmitrich? I will come and see you in Moscow. I have never been happy. I am miserable now, and I never, never shall be happy, never. Don't make me suffer still more. I swear I'll come to Moscow, but now let us part. My precious, good, dear one, we must part." She pressed his hand and began rapidly going downstairs, looking round at him, and from her eyes he could see that she really was unhappy. Gurov stood for a little while, listened, then, when all sound had died away, he found his coat and left the theater. And Anna Sergeyevna began coming to see him in Moscow. Once in 2 or 3 months she left S, telling her husband that she was going to consult a doctor about an internal complaint. And her husband believed her, and did not believe her. In Moscow she stayed at the Slaviansky Bazaar Hotel, and at once sent a man in a red cap to Gurov. Gurov went to see her, and no one in Moscow knew of it. Once he was going to see her in this way on a winter morning. The messenger had come the evening before when he was out. With him walked his daughter, whom he wanted to take to school. It was on the way. Snow was falling in big, wet flakes. "It is 3 degrees above freezing point, and yet it is snowing," said Gurov to his daughter. "The thaw is only on the surface of the earth. There is quite a different temperature at a greater height in the atmosphere." "And why are there no thunderstorms in the winter, father?" He explained that too. He talked, thinking all the while that he was going to see her, and no living soul knew of it, and probably never would know. He had 2 lives, one open, seen, and known by all who cared to know, full of relative truth and of relative falsehood, exactly like the lives of his friends and acquaintances, and another life running its course in secret. And through some strange, perhaps accidental conjunction of circumstances, everything that was essential, of interest and of value to him, everything in which he was sincere and did not deceive himself, everything that made the kernel of his life, was hidden from other people, and all that was false in him, the sheath in which he hid himself to conceal the truth, such, for instance, as his work in the bank, his discussions at the club, his lower race, his presence with his wife at anniversary festivities, all that was open. and he judged of others by himself, not believing in what he saw, and always believing that every man had his real, most interesting life under the cover of secrecy and under the cover of night. All personal life rested on secrecy, and possibly it was partly on that account that civilized man was so nervously anxious that personal privacy should be respected. After leaving his daughter at school, Gurov went on to the Slaviansky Bazaar. He took off his fur coat below, went upstairs and softly knocked at the door. Anna Sergeyevna, wearing his favorite gray dress, exhausted by the journey and the suspense, had been expecting him since the evening before. She was pale. She looked at him and did not smile, and he had hardly come in when she fell on his breast. Their kiss was slow and prolonged, as though they had not met for 2 years. "Well, how are you getting on there?" he said. "What news?" "Wait, I'll tell you directly. I can't talk." She could not speak. She was crying. She turned away from him and pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. Let her have her cry out. I'll sit down and wait, he thought, and he sat down in an armchair. Then he rang and asked for tea to be brought him, and while he drank his tea, she remained standing at the window with her back to him. She was crying from emotion, from the miserable consciousness that their life was so hard for them. They could only meet in secret, hiding themselves from people like thieves. Was not their life shattered? "Come, do stop," he said. It was evident to him that this love of theirs would not soon be over, that he could not see the end of it. Anna Sergeyevna grew more and more attached to him. She adored him, and it was unthinkable to say to her that it was bound to have an end some day. Besides, she would not have believed it. He went up to her and took her by the shoulders to say something affectionate and cheering, and at that moment he saw himself in the looking-glass. His hair was already beginning to turn gray, and it seemed strange to him that he had grown so much older, so much plainer during the last few years. The shoulders on which his hands rested were warm and quivering. He felt compassion for this life, still so warm and lovely, but probably already not far from beginning to fade and wither like his own. Why did she love him so much? He always seemed to women different from what he was, and they loved in him not himself, but the man created by their imagination, whom they had been eagerly seeking all their lives. And afterwards, when they noticed their mistake, they loved him all the same, and not one of them had been happy with him. Time passed. He had made their acquaintance, got on with them, parted, but he had never once loved. It was anything you like, but not love. And only now, when his head was gray, he had fallen properly, really in love, for the first time in his life. Anna Sergeyevna and he loved each other like people very close, and akin, like husband and wife, like tender friends. It seemed to them that fate itself had meant them for one another, and they could not understand why he had a wife and she a husband, and it was as though they were a pair of birds of passage, caught and forced to live in different cages. They forgave each other for what they were ashamed of in their past. They forgave everything in the present, and felt that this love of theirs had changed them both. In moments of depression in the past, he had comforted himself with any arguments that came into his mind, but now he no longer cared for arguments. He felt profound compassion. He wanted to be sincere and tender. "Don't cry, my darling," he said. "You've had your cry, that's enough. Let us talk now. Let us think of some plan." Then they spent a long while taking counsel together, talked of how to avoid the necessity for secrecy, for deception, for living in different towns and not seeing each other for long at a time. How could they be free from this intolerable bondage? How, he asked, clutching his head. How? And it seemed as though in a little while the solution would be found, and then a new and splendid life would begin. And it was clear to both of them that they had still a long, long road before them, and that the most complicated and difficult part of it was only just beginning. End of The Lady with the Dog by Anton Chekhov, translated by Constance Garnett.
The Stolen Dream by Richard Le Gallienne, recorded for Love Stories Volume 5 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stolen Dream by Richard Le Gallienne. The sun was setting and slanting long lanes of golden light through the trees, as an old man, borne and done by a heavy pack, came wearily through the wood, and at last, as if worn out with the day's travel, unshouldered his burden and threw himself down to rest at the foot of a great oak tree. He was very old, older far, he seemed, than the tree under whose gnarled boughs he was resting, though that looked as if it had been growing since the beginning of the world. His back was bent as with the weight of years, though really it had become so from the weight of the pack that he carried. His cheeks were furrowed like the bark of a tree, and far down his breast fell a beard as white as snow. But his deep-set eyes were still bright and keen, though sly and cruel, and his long nose was like the beak of a hawk. His hands were like roots, strong and knotted, and his fingers ended in talon-like nails. In repose, even, they seemed to be clutching something they loved to touch and would never let go. His clothes were in rags, and his shoes scarce held to his feet. He seemed as abjectly poor as he was abjectly old. Presently, when he had rested a while, he turned to his pack, and, furtively glancing with his keen eyes up and down the wood, to make sure that he was alone, he drew from it a sack of leather, which was evidently of great weight. Its mouth was fastened by sliding thongs, which he loosened with tremulous, eager hands. First he took from the bag a square of some purple silk stuff, which he spread out on the turf beside him, and then, his eyes gleaming with a wild delight, he carefully poured out the contents of the bag onto the purple square, a torrent of gold and silver coins and precious stones flashing like rainbows, a king's treasure. The setting sun flashed on the glittering heap, turning it into a dazzle of many-colored fire. The treasure seemed to light up the wood far and near, and the gaudy summer flowers, that a moment before had seemed so bright and splendid, fell into shadow before its radiance. The old man bathed his claw-like hands in the treasure with a ghoulish ecstasy, and let the gold and silver pour through his fingers over and over again, streams of jeweled light gleaming and flashing in the level rays of the sun. As he did so, he murmured inarticulately to himself, gloating and gurgling with a lonely, hideous joy. Suddenly, a look of fear came over his face. He seemed to hear voices coming up the wood, and, huddling his treasure swiftly back again into the leathern bag, and the bag into the folds of his pack, he rose and sought some bushes near by to hide himself from the sight of whomsoever it was that approached. But as he shouldered his pack, he half staggered, for the pack was of great weight, and he heaved a deep sigh. "It grows heavier and heavier," he muttered. "I cannot carry it much longer. I shall never be able to carry it with me to the grave." As he disappeared among the bushes, a young man and a young woman with arms twined round each other came slowly up the glade, and presently sat down at the foot of the tree where the old man had been resting a moment or two before. "Why, what is this?" presently exclaimed the young girl, picking up something bright out of the grass. It was a gold coin, which in his haste the old man had let slip through his fingers. "Gold!" they both exclaimed together. "It will buy you a new silk gown," said the lover. "Who ever heard of such luck?" And then he sighed. "Ah, dear heart," he said, "if only we had more like that, then we could fulfill our dream." As the sun poured its last rays over them, there at the foot of the oak, it was to be seen that they were very poor. Their clothes were old and weather-stained, and they had no shoes to their feet. But the white feet of the girl shone like ivory flowers in the grass, and her hair was a sheaf of ruddy gold. Nor was there a jewel in all the old man's treasure as blue as her eyes, and the young man, in his manly fashion, was no less brave and fair to look upon. In a little while they turned to a poor wallet at the young man's side. "Let us eat our supper," they said. But there was little more than a crust or two, a few morsels of cheese, and a mouthful or two of sour wine. Still, they were accustomed to being hungry, and the thought of the gold coin cheered their hearts. So they grew content, and after a while they nestled close into each other's arms and fell asleep, while slowly and softly through the woods came the light of the moon. Now all this time the old man had lain hidden, crouched down among the bushes, afraid almost to draw his breath. But from where he was he could hear and see all, and had overheard all that had been said. At length, after the lovers had been silent for a long time, he took courage to peer out from his hiding place, and he saw that they were asleep. He would wait a little longer, though, till their sleep was sounder, and then he might be able, perhaps, to creep away unheard. So he waited on, and the moon grew brighter and brighter, and flooded the woods with its strange silver, and the lovers fell deeper and deeper asleep. "It will be safe now," said the old man, half rising and looking out from his bushes. But this time, as he looked out, he saw something very strange and beautiful. Hovering over the sleeping lovers was a floating, flickering shape that seemed made of moonbeams, with two great shining stars for its eyes. It was the dream that came nightly to watch over the sleep of the lovers. And as the miser gazed at it in wonder, a strange change came over his soul, and he saw that all the treasure he had hoarded so long, gathered by cruel practices of years, and with carrying which about the world his back had grown bent, was as dross compared with this beautiful dream of two poor lovers, to whom but one of his gold pieces had seemed like a fortune. "What, after all, is it to me but a weary burden my shoulders grow too old to carry," he murmured, "and for the sake of which my life is in danger wherever I go, and to guard which I must hide away from the eyes of men." And the longer he gazed on the fair, shining vision, the more the longing grew within him to possess it for himself. "They shall have my treasure in exchange," he said to himself, approaching near to the sleepers, treading softly, lest he should waken them. But they slept on, lost in the profound slumber of innocent youth. As he drew near, the dream shrank from him, with fear in its starry eyes. But it seemed the more beautiful to the old man the closer he came to it and saw of what divine radiance it was made. And with his desire, his confidence grew greater. So, softly placing his leather bag in the flowers by the side of the sleepers, he thrust out his talon-like fingers and snatched the dream by the hand and hurried away, dragging it after him down the wood, fearfully turning now and again to see that he was not pursued. But the sleepers still slept on, and by morning the miser was far away with the captive dream by his side. As the earliest birds chimed through the wood and the dawn glittered on the dewy flowers, the lovers awoke and kissed each other and laughed in the light of the new day. "But what is this?" cried the girl, and her hands fell from the pretty task of coiling up the sunrise of her hair. With a cry, they both fell upon the leather bag, lying there so mysteriously among the wood lilies in the grass. With eager fingers, they drew apart the leather thongs, and went half mad with wonder and joy as they poured out the glittering treasure in the morning sun. "What can it all mean?" they cried. "The fairies must have been here in the night." But the treasure seemed real enough. The jewels were not merely dewdrops turned to diamonds, and rubies and amethyst by the magic beams of the sun, nor was the gold mere gold of fairy, but coins bearing the image of the king of the land. Here were real jewels, real gold and silver. Like children, they dabbled their hands in the shining heap, tossing them up and pouring them from one hand to the other, flashing and shimmering in the morning light. Then a fear came upon them. "But folk will say we have stolen them," said the youth. "They will take them from us and cast us into prison." "No, I believe some god has heard our prayers," said the girl, "and sent them down from heaven in the night. He who sent them will see that we come to no harm." And they again fell to pouring them through their fingers and babbling in their delight. "Do you remember what we said last night when we found the gold piece?" said the girl. "If only we had more of them! Surely our good angel heard us and sent them in answer." "It is true," said the young man. "They were sent to fulfill our dream." "Our poor starved and tattered dream," said the girl. "How splendidly we can clothe and feed it now! What a fine house we can build for it to live in! It shall eat from gold and silver plate, and it shall wear robes of wonderful silks and lawns like rainbows, and glitter with jewels blue and yellow and ruby, jewels like fire fountains and the depths of the sea." But as they spoke, a sudden disquietude fell over them, and they looked at each other with a new fear. "But where is our dream?" said the girl, looking anxiously around. And they realized that their dream was nowhere to be seen. "I seemed to miss it once in the night," answered the young man in alarm, "but I was too sleepy to heed. Where can it be?" "It cannot be far away," said the girl. "Perhaps it has wandered off among the flowers." But they were now thoroughly alarmed. "Where can it have gone?" they both cried, and they rose up and ran to and fro through the wood, calling out aloud on their dream. But no voice came back in reply, nor, though they sought high and low, in covert and brake, could they find a sign of it anywhere. Their dream was lost. Seek as they might, it was nowhere to be found. And then they sat down by the treasure weeping, forgetting it all in this new sorrow. "What shall we do?" they cried. "We have lost our dream." For a while they sat on, inconsolable. Then a thought came to the girl. "Some one must have stolen it from us. It would never have left us of its own accord," said she. And as she spoke, her eyes fell upon the forgotten treasure. "What use are these to us now, without our dream?" she said. "Who knows?" said the young man. "Perhaps someone has stolen our dream to sell it into bondage. We must go and seek it, and maybe we can buy it back again with this treasure." "Let us start at once," said the girl, drying her tears at this ray of hope. And so, replacing the treasure in the bag, the young man slung it at the end of his staff, and together set off down the wood, seeking their lost dream. Meanwhile, the old man had journeyed hastily and far, the dream following in his footsteps sorrowing. And at length he came to a fair meadow, and by the edge of a stream he sat down to rest himself, and called the dream to his side. The dream shone nothing like so brightly as in the moonlit woodland, and its eyes were heavy as with weeping. "Sing to me," said the old man, "to cheer my tired heart." "I know no songs," said the dream sadly. "You lie," said the old man. "I saw the songs last night in the depths of your eyes." "I cannot sing them to you," said the dream. "I can only sing them to the simple hearts I made them for, the hearts you stole me from." "Stole you?" said the old man. "Did I not leave my treasure in exchange?" "Your treasures will be nothing to them without me," said the dream. "You talk folly," said the old man. "With my treasure they can buy other dreams just as fair as you are. Do you think that you are the only dream in the world? There is no dream that money cannot buy." "But I am their own dream. They will be happy with no other," said the dream. "You shall sing to me all the same," said the old man angrily. But the dream shrank from him and covered its face. "If I sang to you, you would not understand. Your heart is old and hard and cruel, and my songs are all of youth and love and joy." "Those are the songs I would hear," said the old man. "But I cannot sing them to you, and if I sang them, you could not hear." "Sing!" again cried the old man harshly. "Sing, I bid you." "I can never sing again," said the dream. "I can only die." And for none of the old man's threats would the dream sing to him, but sat apart, mourning the loved ones it had lost. So several days passed by, and every day the dream was growing less bright, a creature of tears and sighs, more and more fading away like a withering flower. At length it was nothing but a gray shadow, a weary shape of mist that seemed ready to dissolve and vanish at any breath of wind. No one could have known it for that radiant vision that had hovered shimmering with such a divine light over the sleep of the lovers. At length the old man lost patience, and began to curse himself for a fool in that he had parted with so great a treasure for this worthless, whimpering thing. And he raved like a madman as he saw in fancy all the gold and silver and rainbow-tinted jewels he had so foolishly thrown away. "Take me back to them," said the dream, "and they will give you back your treasure." "A likely thing," raged the old man, "to give back a treasure like that for such a sorry phantom." "You will see," said the dream. As there was nothing else to be done, the old man took up his staff. "Come along, then," said he, and started off in the direction of the wood, and though it was some days' journey, a glow flushed all through the gray shape of the dream at the news, and its eyes began to shine again. And so they took their way. But meanwhile the two lovers had gone from village to village and city to city, vainly asking news of their dream. And to every one they asked they showed their treasure and said, "This is all yours, if you can but give us back our dream." But nowhere could they learn any tidings, but gleaned only mockery and derision. "You must be mad," said some, "to seek a dream when you have all that wealth in your pack. Of what use is a dream to any one? And what more dream do you want than gold and precious stones?" "Ah, our dream," said the lovers, "is worth all the gold and jewels in the world." Sometimes others would come, bringing their own dreams. "Take this," they would say, "and give us your treasure." But the lovers would shake their heads sadly. "No, your dreams are not so beautiful as ours. No other dream can take its place. We can only be happy with our own dream." And indeed, the dreams that were brought to them seemed poor, pitiful, make-believe things, often ignoble, misgotten, sordid, and cruel. To the lovers they seemed not dreams at all, but shapes of greed and selfish desire. So the days passed, bringing them neither tidings nor hope, and there came at length an evening when they turned their steps again to the woodland, and sat down once more under the great oak tree in the sunset. "Perhaps our dream has been waiting for us here all the time," they said. But the wood was empty and echoing, And they sat and ate their supper as before, but silently and in sorrow. And as the sun set, they fell asleep as before in each other's arms, but with tears glittering on their eyelids. And once again the moon came flooding the spaces of the wood, and nothing was heard but their breathing and the song of a distant nightingale. But presently, while they slept, there was a sound of stealthy footsteps coming up the wood. It was the old man with the dream shining by his side, and ever and anon running ahead of him in the eagerness of his hope. And suddenly it stopped, glowing and shimmering like the dancing of the northern lights, and placed a starry finger on its lips for silence. "See," it whispered, and there were the lovers lying lost in sleep. But the old man's wolfish eyes saw but one thing. There lay the leather bag of his treasure just as he had left it. Without a word he snatched it up and hastened off with it down the wood, gurgling uncouthly to himself. "Oh, my beauties!" he cried, as he set himself down afar off and poured out the gold and silver and the gleaming stones in the moonlight. "Oh, my love, my life and my delight! What other dream could I have but you?" Meanwhile the lovers stirred in their sleep and murmured to each other. "I seemed to hear singing," each said, and, half opening their eyes, they saw their dream shining and singing above them in the moonbeams, lovelier than ever before, a shape of heavenly silver with 2 stars for its eyes. "Our dream has come back," they cried to each other. "Dear dream, we had to lose you to know how beautiful you are." And with a happy sigh they turned to sleep again, while the dream kept watch over them till the dawn. End of the Stolen Dream.